Chapter 11. The Anomaly's Nature. The hushed sanctity of the Grand Archives, usually a repository of meticulously catalogued knowledge, felt almost sacrilegious in its quietude. Dust motes danced in the infrequent shafts of sunlight that pierced the gloom, illuminating towering shelves laden with tomes that whispered of forgotten ages. Will, his brow furrowed in concentration, felt a prickle of unease that had nothing to do with the lingering scent of decaying parchment and ancient magic. The city above, Viridia, was a symphony of escalating absurdity, a testament to the fraying of reality itself. And here, in the heart of its accumulated wisdom, he sought answers. He wasn't merely looking for a misplaced spell or a misfired enchantment. He was searching for a precedent, a historical echo of the profound disarray that was currently infecting every facet of existence. He began with the more conventional, the records of arcane cataclysms, of surges in magical energy, of planar breaches that had rocked Viridia in centuries past. But these accounts, however dire, spoke of external forces, of deliberate interventions, of predictable cause and effect, even if the effect was monstrous. A rogue sorcerer unleashing a forbidden curse, a celestial alignment gone awry, a breach in the veil between dimensions. These were calamities understood within the framework of established magical theory. The current situation, however, was different. It was an internal erosion, a self-inflicted wound upon the very fabric of reality. The levitating carts and self-pruning topiary weren't the actions of an invading force. They were symptoms of a deeper malaise, a cosmic indigestion. His fingers, stained with ink and the subtle patina of aged magic, traced the spines of books bound in materials that defied easy identification. Wyvern hide, griffin feather, quill residue, even the shimmering scales of creatures long extinct. He consulted the catalogs, cross-referencing obscure indexes with his own intuitive leaps, seeking any mention of phenomena that mirrored the current chaos. He pored over the annals of the first mages, the era when Viridia was but a nascent idea sketched onto the magical canvas of the world. He delved into the grimoires of the Shadow Weavers, notorious for their dabblings in forbidden arts, hoping for some mention of a magic that could unravel reality itself. Yet each page turned, each scroll unfurled, offered only variations on a theme of controlled disruption, not this pervasive, existential dissolution. Days bled into nights, the artificial glow of enchanted lamps his only companion. He subsisted on dried rations and the occasional magically preserved apple, his focus unwavering. He began to notice a recurring pattern of language in text that spoke of periods of instability. Words like unraveling, dissolution, primordial flux, and the great unbinding appeared with unsettling frequency, often in conjunction with dire warnings and fragmented prophecies. These were not the usual pronouncements of impending doom from invading armies or malevolent entities. These were discussions of a more fundamental breakdown, a cessation of the inherent order that governed magic itself. He found a particularly cryptic passage in a tome titled Whispers from the Ether, attributed to a reclusive seer named Ilera the Unbound. The text was written in a language that was almost entirely archaic, a precursor to the common tongue, laced with archaic runes that pulsed with faint, residual energy. With painstaking effort, Will deciphered fragments, his heart beginning to pound with a growing, albeit terrifying, recognition. When the weave grows weary and the threads begin to fray, not by design, nor by malice, but by inherent decay, the ether sighs, and the forms it once embraced begin to cease. Not a breaking, but a melting, a returning to the source, a chaotic release. The solid becomes liquid, the defined becomes vague, the ruled becomes free in a spontaneous, cosmic plague. For order is a fleeting moment, a fragile decree. The true nature, the endless potential, is wild, untamed divinity. This was it. This was what he had been sensing, what the archmages, in their rigid adherence to established dogma, had missed. This wasn't an attack. It wasn't even a widespread magical malfunction in the traditional sense. It was a fundamental shift in the nature of magic itself, a spontaneous implosion of the structured reality that Viridia, and indeed the entire world, had come to rely upon. Alara's words spoke of a great unraveling, a phenomenon where the very principles that dictated magical interaction, the laws of cause and effect, the stability of form, simply ceased to function, not through external force, but through an internal exhaustion. Will felt a chill that had nothing to do with the ambient temperature of the archives. The implications were staggering. If the current anomaly was a spontaneous return to pure, undirected magical potential, then all their efforts to impose order, to reinforce wards, to cast counterspells, were not just futile. They were likely counterproductive. It was like trying to dam a tsunami with a sandcastle. The archmage's reliance on structured magic was precisely what made them ill-equipped to deal with a phenomenon that was, by its very definition, unstructured. He continued his search, now with a renewed sense of purpose. He sought out other texts that hinted at this primordial flux. He found more fragmented accounts, often buried within seemingly unrelated historical narratives or mystical treatises. One scroll, brittle with age and smelling faintly of ozone, described a period known as the Aeon of Whispers, where the very stones of the earth would question their solidity, and the sky would weep colors that had never been named. Another, a series of obsidian tablets etched with glowing glyphs, spoke of the Great Indifference, a time when the cosmos simply forgot the rules it had written, and for a breath, or an age, allowed all things to simply be, without constraint, without form, a boundless sea of potentiality. These were not tales of battles fought and won, nor of powerful artifacts unearthed. They were descriptions of existential weirdness, of reality itself undergoing a temporary, or perhaps cyclical, breakdown. The account suggested that this was not a unique event, but a recurring phase in the cosmic cycle, a period of intense flux that preceded periods of renewed creation or transformation. The unraveling was not an ending, but a state of pure, unfettered potentiality. Will felt a strange mixture of dread and exhilaration. Dread, because the implications for Viridia were catastrophic. Exhilaration, because he finally had a framework, a theoretical understanding of the chaos unfolding above. This was not a problem that could be solved by conventional means. It required a complete reevaluation of their understanding of magic, of reality, and of their place within it. The Archmage's insistence on order, on control, was fundamentally at odds with the nature of this anomaly. He found himself rereading a passage from a forgotten alchemical journal. The primal essence, before it coalesces into form, before it is bound by law, is pure, unadulterated will. Is the canvas before the painter, the silence before the song. To revert to this state is not destruction, but a return to the ultimate freedom, where possibility is infinite and limitation an illusion. The anomalies he had witnessed, the reversed flight of birds, the rivers defying gravity, the capricious sun, were not random acts of magical rebellion. They were manifestations of this unadulterated will, of the primal essence asserting itself, shedding the constraints of established order. The self-pruning topiary griffin wasn't trying to be neat. It was becoming, shedding its perceived form in a bid for pure potential. The levitating delivery cart wasn't being mischievous. It was realizing its inherent lack of adherence to terrestrial bonds. He began to see a disturbing parallel between the ancient texts and the present day. The great unraveling described by Alara the Unbound, the Aeon of Whispers, the Great Indifference. These were all echoes of what was happening now. Viridia was experiencing a localized, or perhaps even citywide, eruption of this fundamental cosmic state. It was as if the universe, in a moment of profound cosmic ennui, had decided to take a breather from enforcing its own rules. The implications for the archmages were dire. Their power, their authority, was predicated on their mastery of order, their ability to control and channel magical energies within a predictable framework. If that framework was dissolving, then their very foundations were crumbling. They were like kings whose crowns had suddenly become weightless, their scepters dissolving into mist. Will's mind raced, piecing together the fragments. This wasn't an invasion from another plane, nor a curse laid by a vengeful entity. It was a spontaneous implosion of magical reality. The chaos wasn't an external force attacking Viridia. It was the inherent nature of magic, briefly and terrifyingly asserting itself. It was a return to a state of pure, undirected magical potential, a state that predated all laws, all forms, all definitions. It was, in essence, a brief glimpse into the unadulterated mind of creation itself. He pulled out a worn, leather-bound notebook, its pages filled with his cramped, hurried script. He began to jot down his findings, his thoughts, his nascent theories. He needed to document this. The archmages might dismiss his findings, clinging to their established doctrines, but the evidence was too compelling, the historical parallels too striking. This anomaly was not an anomaly at all, but a return to a fundamental state, a terrifyingly beautiful manifestation of pure, unbridled magical potential. He remembered another passage, this one from a treatise on the nature of elemental spirits, which spoke of the primordial soup from which all things eventually arose. It described a state of pure, undifferentiated energy, formless and boundless, a state of infinite possibility where every potential existed simultaneously, unmanifested and unconstrained. This was the state that Alara and the others had described as the unraveling. It was not a void, but a plenum, a universe of pure, untapped power. The city above was, in effect, experiencing a localized collapse of ordered reality, a brief, chaotic sojourn into the unformed potential that lay beneath the surface of existence. The spells that held buildings upright, the enchantments that powered the city's infrastructure, the very laws of physics that govern the mundane world, all were being temporarily suspended, or perhaps more accurately, subsumed by a greater, more fundamental reality. He looked at a particularly ancient scroll, its ink faded to an almost invisible gray. It depicted a swirling vortex, a maelstrom of energy, with tiny, barely discernible figures struggling within it. The accompanying text, in a spidery hand, read, "And when the stars themselves forget their courses and the waters forget their depths, man shall remember that he is but a flicker in the eternal dance of becoming and unbecoming, a ripple on the surface of the boundless sea of potential." Will closed his eyes, a profound sense of awe mixing with the gnawing fear. The archmages were trying to repair a broken clock, when the very concept of time was fluid and malleable. They were reinforcing walls that were about to melt. This was not a problem to be solved with more wards or more incantations. It was a phenomenon to be understood, to be navigated, and perhaps to be embraced, for in the heart of chaos lay the seeds of all possibility. The universe, in its infinite, inscrutable wisdom, had decided to show Viridia its true, unvarnished face, a face of raw, untamed, and utterly terrifying potential. The echoes of chaos were not a warning of destruction, but a whisper of the boundless, primal source from which all reality sprung, and to which, perhaps, it would one day return. The Archmage Council Chamber, usually a bastion of measured debate and calculated strategy, had devolved into a tempest of frayed nerves and panicked pronouncements. The polished obsidian table, typically reflecting the serene faces of Viridia's most powerful mages, now mirrored the flickering anxieties in their eyes. Elder Archmage Arian, his usually placid countenance etched with a weariness that went beyond mere sleeplessness, slammed a gnarled fist onto the table. The sound, amplified by the chamber's acoustics, echoed like a dying thunderclap. "We have exhausted every conventional recourse. Our wards are failing, our enchantments are unraveling, and the very foundations of our city are liquefying." His voice, usually a sonorous instrument of command, cracked with a desperation that chilled even the most stoic of the council members. Archmage Lyra, her silver hair, typically impeccably styled, now hung in disarray around her shoulders, a tangible representation of her own unraveling composure. Elder Arian is correct. The temporal distortions are worsening. The chronometers in the celestial observatory are not merely errant. They are actively deconstructing time. Moments are looping, then vanishing entirely. We had a guard patrol repeat the same 5 minutes of all clear 3 times before they simply ceased to be. She shuddered, a faint shimmering aura of protective magic rippling around her, a futile gesture against a foe that defied such defenses. Archmage Kalen, a man whose mastery of elemental forces was legendary, ran a hand through his already rumpled crimson hair. The earth elementals are refusing to coalesce. They are blurring. It's as if the very concept of form is becoming optional. I tried to summon a stone barrier, a simple wall of granite, and the stones simply oozed apart, their geological integrity dissolving into a semi-solid sludge. It looked like molten rock, but it felt wrong, like solidified apathy. The anomalies Will had painstakingly documented in the hushed solitude of the Grand Archives were no longer abstract theories confined to ancient tomes. They were a lived, terrifying reality, a palpable affront to the ordered existence Viridia prided itself on. And the Council, the custodians of that order, were utterly flummoxed. Their power, their vast understanding of magical principles, was designed to control, to channel, to impose structure. But this was a negation of structure itself. We must escalate, declared Archmage Valerius, a stern, unyielding sorcerer known for his unwavering adherence to tradition. If our usual methods are proving insufficient, we must employ the deeper reserves, the protocols for existential threats. A collective gasp rippled through the chamber. The deeper reserves. The spells that were spoken of only in hushed whispers. The incantations that were so potent, so fundamental in their manipulation of reality, that they were deemed too dangerous for regular use. They were the magical equivalent of wielding a black hole, immense power, with an equally immense risk of self-immolation. Elder Arian's eyes narrowed, a flicker of his former authority returning. Valerius, you speak of the Grand Imposition, the ritual that can theoretically force reality back into a defined state. But the cost, the energy required is phenomenal, and the potential for backlash. The cost of inaction is annihilation. Arian, Valerius retorted, his voice ringing with conviction. This is not a localized curse or a planar incursion. This is an unraveling. We cannot simply observe the dissolution of our world. We must fight it. We must compel it back into order. The Grand Imposition is our only hope. Lyra wrung her hands, her gaze darting towards the enchanted windows that depicted serene, unchanging celestial scenes. Even these illusory vistas seemed to waver, the stars momentarily blurring into streaks of light, only to snap back into focus with a jarring abruptness. But the texts warn against it. They say that to try and force order upon a state of primordial chaos is like trying to compress an ocean into a single drop. It will resist. It will break. The texts were written by those who did not face what we face now. Valerius insisted. They had the luxury of time, of stability. We have only this moment, this precipice. We will channel the entirety of the city's ambient magical energy, focus it through the nexus of stabilization, and perform the Grand Imposition. We will shout reality back into existence. The decision, though fraught with peril, was made. The council members, their faces grim but resolute, dispersed to their respective duties. The city's most powerful mages, those capable of withstanding the immense pressures involved, were summoned. The nexus of stabilization, a colossal crystalline structure at the heart of the city, hummed with a low, expectant energy. It was designed to channel and harmonize magical forces, but never on this scale, never with such a desperate, forceful intent. As the mages gathered around the nexus, their robes shimmering with anticipation, Will found himself drawn to the upper echoes of the city, to a vantage point overlooking the central plaza. He had emerged from the archives only to find the world even more bewildering than the ancient texts had described. The air itself seemed to thrum with an unfettered energy, a latent potential that was bubbling to the surface. He watched, his heart sinking, as the council's plan unfolded. Elder Arian and Archmage Valerius stood at the forefront, their hands raised, their bodies radiating raw power. Lyra, Kaelin, and a dozen other archmages formed a circle around them, their collective magical might being drawn into the central figures. The nexus of stabilization pulsed, its crystalline facets flaring with an incandescent white light, a blinding beacon of concentrated will. The incantation began, a resonant chant that vibrated not just through the air, but through the very bones of those who heard it. It was a language of pure command, a plea, and a threat, all rolled into one. The words spoke of boundaries, of definitions, of the immutable laws of existence. They were a desperate attempt to remind reality of its proper place. As the chant reached its crescendo, the light from a nexus intensified, reaching a point of almost unbearable brilliance. A wave of pure, unadulterated order surged outwards, a shockwave of structured energy designed to sweep across Viridia and force every errant particle, every wayward phenomenon, back into its preordained slot. For a fleeting moment, it seemed to work. The levitating carts wobbled, then settled back onto the cobblestones with a mundane thud. The self-pruning topiary momentarily froze in its mid-prune, a perfectly sculpted, albeit unervingly still, griffin. The sky, for a brief, glorious instant, regained its familiar azure hue. A collective sigh of relief began to ripple through the city. But then, the impossible happened. The settled carts began to vibrate, not with the erratic tremors of before, but with a furious, violent shudder. They didn't levitate again. Instead, they began to melt, their metal components sloughing off like wax in a furnace, pooling into puddles of slag. The topiary griffin, its brief moment of stillness shattered, didn't resume its pruning. It exploded outwards, its sculpted branches scattering like shrapnel, then reforming into 100 smaller, twitching shrubs that scurried away like startled insects. The azure sky didn't simply return to normal. It cracked, not like glass, but like a painted canvas peeling away, revealing glimpses of swirling, impossible colors beneath, hues that had no names, no earthly equivalents. And the familiar scent of rain vanished, replaced by a sharp, metallic tang that stung the nostrils. The mages around the nexus cried out, not in triumph, but in agony. The very force they had unleashed, the raw power of imposed order, was being met with an even greater, more fundamental resistance. It was as if the chaotic potential, the primordial flux, was actively recoiling from their attempt to contain it, and in doing so, was amplifying its own nature. It's pushing back. Kaelin gasped, his voice strained as he struggled to maintain his position, his elemental shields flickering and threatening to collapse. The order, it's too rigid. It's not breaking the chaos, it's refining it, turning it into something sharper, more unpredictable. Elder Arian's face was contorted in a rictus of pain and dawning horror. The grand imposition was not calming the storm. It was adding fuel to the fire. Their attempts to force reality into a mold that no longer fit were only causing that reality to shatter more violently. The structured magic, the very tool they had wielded for centuries, was proving to be anathema to the anomaly. It was like trying to extinguish a raging inferno with a bellows, each gust of order fanning the flames of chaos. Archmage Lyra, her eyes wide with terror, managed to choke out, "The weave, it's not just fraying. It's snapping. The tensile strength of existence is gone." The wave of order, instead of solidifying the world, had instead acted as a catalyst. It had forced the underlying, formless potential to manifest with even greater intensity, creating new, more bewildering anomalies. Rivers that had briefly flowed downwards now began to ascend, their waters defying gravity in shimmering, arcing streams that dissolved into mist before reaching the clouds. Buildings that had been stubbornly resisting their slow liquefaction now began to unfold, their brickwork detaching and drifting apart like fallen leaves, their internal structures rearranging themselves into impossible geometric patterns. The cacophony of the city intensified. The screams of its inhabitants, usually a constant hum, now punctuated the air with sharp, piercing bursts of terror. Sounds were warping, voices deepening into guttural roars, then pitching into high-pitched whistles, all within the span of a single word. The very air seemed to ripple, distorting vision, making it difficult to discern what was real from what was a momentary, hallucinatory manifestation of pure potential. Valerius, still desperately channeling his power, his face a mask of grim determination, gritted his teeth. "We cannot falter now. We must maintain the pressure. If we break, it will all be for nothing." But even his iron will was beginning to buckle. The sheer, unrelenting pressure of the anomaly was overwhelming. It wasn't an external force to be repelled, but an internal erosion that their magic was perversely accelerating. Their focused, orderly magic was precisely the wrong tool for a problem rooted in the absence of order. It was like trying to fix a broken mirror by throwing more shards at it. Will watched from his precarious perch, his mind racing. He understood now. Alara the Unbound's cryptic words echoed in his mind. The true nature, the endless potential, is wild, untamed divinity. The archmages were trying to cage the wildness, to tame the divinity, and in doing so, they were only provoking its untamed fury. Their strength, their mastery of structured magic, was their ultimate weakness in this situation. They were like master blacksmiths trying to sculpt water with a hammer and anvil. The grand imposition, their most desperate measure, their ultimate act of defiance against the unraveling, had become the very instrument of its acceleration. The city, the pinnacle of Viridian order, was not being destroyed by an external force, but was being consumed by its own desperate and ultimately futile attempt to cling to a reality that was no longer willing to be held. The very essence of their power, the meticulous control they wielded, was anathema to the boundless, formless potential that was now asserting itself. They had shouted at the storm, and the storm had answered with a hurricane of its own making, a hurricane fueled by their own desperate cries. The council's most powerful, forbidden spells, meant to restore order, had only served to unleash a more profound and terrifying form of chaos. The air in Grumwald's study was thick with the scent of aged parchment and a faint, lingering aroma of something akin to burnt sugar, a familiar olfactory signature of his master's more ambitious alchemical experiments. Dust motes danced in the shafts of light filtering through the grimy window panes, illuminating stacks of tomes that threatened to spill from their shelves, a testament to a lifetime of insatiable curiosity. Will moved with a reverence born of grief and duty, his fingers tracing the spines of books he'd often seen his master consult, now silent witnesses to a world unraveling outside these walls. He was searching for anything, a stray spell, a forgotten artifact, a clue that might offer some sliver of understanding in the face of the city's bewildering descent into whatever this was. His gaze swept over Grumwald's workbench, a chaotic landscape of arcane implements, half-finished contraptions, and the ubiquitous clutter of an absent mind. There were vials of peculiar iridescent liquids, crystal shards etched with arcane symbols that Will couldn't decipher, and a small, tarnished silver locket that had, for reasons unknown, been painstakingly disassembled and laid out in precise geometric patterns. It was here, amidst the controlled disarray of invention, that Will's attention snagged on an anomaly within the anomaly. A section of the workbench, a seemingly solid slab of polished dark wood, seemed off. It didn't quite match the grain of the surrounding planks, and when Will ran his hand over it, he felt an almost imperceptible seam, a hairline fracture disguised by an artist's cunning. His heart gave a hopeful flutter. Grumwald, bless his eccentric soul, had always been fond of hidden compartments and secret stashes. More than once, Will had been on the receiving end of a surprise lesson delivered via a spring-loaded scroll or a magically animated quill that would peck out corrections onto his parchment. It was a signature quirk, a playful defiance of the ordinary. This, however, felt different. This felt deliberate, concealed with a purpose far beyond a simple jest. With a focused surge of his will channeled a mild detect magic spell. The seam beneath his fingers pulsed with a faint, subdued aura, not the chaotic surge of the city's current affliction, but a stable, contained resonance, like a tightly coiled spring. He pressed along the seam, applying gentle but firm pressure, his knuckles brushing against a small, almost invisible indentation. A soft click, barely audible above the distant, disquieting hum of the city, echoed in the silence. A section of the workbench, about the size of a large book, recessed inwards, then slid smoothly to the side, revealing a hollow cavity beneath. Inside, nestled amongst a bed of what appeared to be dried, silvery moss, lay a single, leather-bound journal. Its cover was worn, the leather supple with age, and it bore no title or inscription. This was it, Grumwald's personal research. Will carefully lifted the journal, the silvery moss clinging briefly to his fingertips before flaking away. He settled onto a sturdy, if somewhat dusty, stool, the weight of the journal feeling significant in his hands. This was not the academic research he'd assisted with in the Grand Archives, the meticulously catalogued histories and theoretical treatises. This was Grumwald's private musings, his unvarnished thoughts, his secret obsessions. He opened the journal to the first page. The script was immediately recognizable as his master's, a precise, elegant hand that seemed at odds with the sometimes manic energy Grumwald exuded. There were no flowery introductions, no polite greetings. The very first entry, dated nearly a decade prior, plunged directly into the heart of the matter. The great stillness, Will read, his brow furrowing. It is not a question of if, but when. The cosmic tapestry, for all its apparent permanence, is a thing of delicate balance. The weave, though vast, is not infinite. And what happens when the threads begin to fray, not from external stress, but from internal fatigue? What happens when the very fabric of existence grows weary of its own defined form? Will's breath hitched. Weary? Fatigue? These were not terms he'd ever associated with the fundamental laws of reality. The archmages spoke of immutable principles, of foundational truths. But Grumwald was exploring the very entropy of existence itself. He turned the page, his fingers trembling slightly. The paradox of order. Another entry read, the ink slightly bolder, as if Grumwald had been particularly insistent on this point. We spend our lives striving for it, imposing it, defending it. We build cities, craft laws, devise magical systems to constrain the inherent fluidity of the universe. But is it possible that our very obsession with order is a form of stagnation? A slow, insidious decay masked by the comforting illusion of control? The universe, in its primordial state, was not ordered. It was potential, boundless, untamed potential. And what is stagnation but the antithesis of potential? This resonated deeply with Will, echoing the strange, disquieting feeling he'd experienced observing the city's collapse. The Grand Imposition, the Council's desperate attempt to force order back onto reality, had only seemed to make things worse. It was as if the anomaly itself recoiled from their rigid attempts to contain it. Grumwald, it seemed, had seen this coming not as a specific prophecy, but as a fundamental truth about the nature of reality. He found himself skipping through pages, drawn by bold headings or particularly striking phrases. One section, marked with a hastily drawn diagram of swirling, chaotic lines, caught his eye. Hypothesis, the anomaly of formlessness. Not a force to be resisted, but a state to be understood. Conventional magic, the magic of structure and definition, is ill-suited to counter this phenomenon. Indeed, It may act as an accelerant. Consider the analogy of a block stream. To force water through a blockage merely increases the pressure behind it. The true solution is not to add more force, but to find a different channel, a new path for the water to flow. Or, perhaps, to introduce a controlled disruption to the blockage itself. A controlled disruption. The word sent a shiver down Will's spine. This was it. This was the core of Grumwald's research. Not a way to impose order, but a way to introduce a counter-chaos. A precisely calibrated dose of the very thing they were trying to suppress, but applied in a way that would destabilize the existing anomaly rather than exacerbate it. It was an idea so counterintuitive, so utterly alien to the principles of Viridian magic, that one could see why Grumwald had kept it hidden. He continued to read, piecing together Grumwald's theoretical framework. The archmages believed the anomaly was a void, a negation of existence that needed to be filled with order. Grumwald, however, posited that it was not a void, but an unformed state, a primal soup of potential that had been activated by some unknown catalyst. Their attempts to impose rigid structure were like trying to mold mist with a sieve. The risk of introducing chaos, another entry lamented, is undeniably high. The line between a controlled counter-disruption and utter pandemonium is finer than a spider's silk thread. One miscalculation, one moment of lost focus, and the cure becomes the disease, amplified 1,000-fold. This is why such theories are relegated to the dusty corners of arcane speculation, deemed too dangerous for practical application. The potential for catastrophic backlash is immense. Will felt a knot of anxiety tighten in his stomach. Grumwald had recognized the danger, the sheer terrifying precipice upon which such a theory rested. He had been preparing for this possibility, perhaps, but had he ever truly intended to enact it? The journal contained no mention of specific rituals or prepared components, only the theoretical groundwork. It was a blueprint, not an instruction manual for immediate deployment. He found himself poring over Grumwald's calculations, pages filled with arcane symbols and equations that danced on the edge of his comprehension. They spoke of resonance frequencies, harmonic distortions, and the delicate art of unweaving established magical patterns without causing a complete collapse. It was a level of magical theory far beyond anything Will had encountered in his formal studies, a profound understanding of the underlying principles of reality itself. The catalyst, a later entry mused, remains the great unknown. What could possibly trigger such a fundamental shift in the cosmic equilibrium? A rogue celestial alignment? A tear in the planar fabric? Or perhaps something more subtle, a disruption from within our own carefully constructed magical matrix? Our own attempts at ultimate control, perhaps creating the very instability we seek to avoid. This thought struck Will with particular force. Had the Grand Imposition, their desperate attempt to force order, been the very thing that had fractured reality so irrevocably? Had their unwavering belief in the supremacy of structured magic blinded them to the possibility that true stability lay not in rigid control, but in a dynamic, fluid balance? He found a passage that seemed to speak directly to their current predicament. If the anomaly is indeed a manifestation of raw, unformed potential, then any attempt to impose a predefined structure upon it will be met with fierce resistance. It will not yield to definition. It will reject it. The energy expended in such an endeavor will not dissipate. It will be absorbed, amplified, and then reflected back in a more potent, more unpredictable form. The structured magic, the very tool of order, becomes the fuel for a more extreme chaos. The solution, therefore, cannot be to impose our will, but to offer a different, more compatible expression of untamed energy. A controlled wildness, a regulated surge of the very essence that the anomaly represents. Will trace the words with his finger. Controlled wildness. It sounded like a contradiction in terms of philosophical tightrope walk. But Grumwald, in his usual way, had found a way to articulate it, to ground it in arcane theory. He hadn't just theorized about the problem. He had begun to formulate a solution, a radical departure from everything Viridia held sacred. There were pages filled with speculative spell structures, attempts to conceptualize a magic that could destabilize the anomaly without destroying everything in the process. He saw sketches of intricate runic matrices designed not to bind or contain, but to resonate, to introduce subtle dissonances into the prevailing magical currents. It was the work of a mind operating on an entirely different plane of understanding, a mind that had dared to question the very foundations of their world. As we'll continue to sift through the journal, he found an entry that felt like a premonition, written with a sense of profound unease. I fear I may be closer than I dare to admit. The tremors are subtle, but they are there. A disharmony in the arcane symphony of the world. A growing dissonance that whispers of a coming silence, or perhaps a deafening roar. If this unraveling were to occur, conventional methods would be worse than useless. They would be catastrophic. The only recourse would be the counterwave, a carefully calibrated infusion of that same unformed potential, channeled with precision to disrupt the existing chaos. It is a terrifying prospect, fraught with peril beyond imagining. The wielder of such a force would need to be an anchor, a point of stability amidst the storm, yet also the conductor of that storm itself. A paradox I am not sure I am equipped to resolve, though I must prepare as if I were. Prepare. The word hung in the air, heavy with unspoken implications. Grumwald had been preparing. He had been studying this theoretical cosmic unraveling, not as an academic exercise, but as a potential reality he might one day have to face. And he had developed a radical, dangerous solution. The journal didn't offer a complete spell, no easy answers. Instead, it provided the framework, the philosophical underpinnings, and the terrifying implications of a path forward that none of the archmages had even considered. He closed the journal, his mind reeling. The council was trying to mend a fractured reality by hammering it into shape. Grumwald, it seemed, had understood that such a reality could only be mended by introducing a controlled, sympathetic vibration, a different kind of chaos to break the spell of the existing one. It was a theory born of desperation, a desperate man's gamble against the unimaginable. And now, Will held the proof that his reclusive master had been not just an eccentric hermit, but a visionary, peering into the abyss and charting a course through its terrifying depths. The question that now burned in his mind was not just what Grumwald had discovered, but whether Will himself, or anyone else, possessed the understanding, the courage, and the sheer audacity to follow it. It was a concept so counterintuitive, so deeply antithetical to the core tenets of Viridian magical doctrine, that Will found himself rereading the passages multiple times, his lips moving silently as he tried to parse the radical implications. Grumwald wasn't suggesting a direct counterspell, a robust ward, or a forceful imposition of order. Instead, he proposed a method of subtle sabotage. The anomaly, in Grumwald's estimation, was not a void to be filled, but a burgeoning consciousness of pure, unfettered potential, a formless sea that was desperately trying to coalesce, to become something. And in its raw, untamed state, it was inherently unstable, prone to wild, unpredictable fluctuations. The grand imposition, one particularly dense entry began, accompanied by a dizzying array of interconnected sigils, is akin to attempting to dam a tsunami with a picket fence. The sheer force of the anomaly, its boundless, unformed energy, will inevitably overwhelm any structured resistance. The more we attempt to impose order, the more we provide it with a target, a resistance to push against, and thus amplify its chaotic resurgence. It is a feedback loop of despair. We are not fighting a void. We are wrestling with an unbound entity that seeks definition, and our attempts to rigidly define it only empower its formless rebellion. Will chewed on his lip, the scent of aged paper and burnt sugar suddenly feeling less comforting and more like the exhalations of a universe on the brink. Grumwald's central thesis was this: If direct confrontation with the anomaly was futile and impositions of order only exacerbated the problem, then the solution must lie in a completely different paradigm. Not resistance, but redirection. Not suppression, but management. Consider, another page pleaded, the handwriting urgent, the nature of petty magic, the cantrips of annoyance, the minor inconveniences, the ephemeral enchantments that practitioners of the lower arts employ. They are inherently unstable, their effects fleeting and often absurd. A self-tying shoelace, a suddenly lukewarm tea, a phantom tickle. Individually, these are mere trifles, easily dismissed. But collectively, when deployed with intent, they form a pattern of pervasive inconsistency, a subtle, pervasive dissonance. Will's eyes widened as the pieces began to click into place, forming a mosaic of bewildering brilliance. Petty magic, the sort of magic dismissed by the archmages as trivial, as beneath serious study, fit only for hedge wizards and clumsy apprentices. It was magic that didn't seek to control the grand forces of existence, but to nudge the mundane, to introduce minor, often humorous disruptions. And Grumwald believed this was the key? The anomaly, Grumwald's notes continued, craves form, structure, definition. It recoils from the rigid pronouncements of structure magic. But what of the ephemeral? What of the fleeting, the unpredictable, the illogical? Petty magic, in its very essence, is a form of controlled illogic. Its outcomes are not grand pronouncements of power, but a series of minor, almost whimsical deviations from the expected. A perpetually damp sock, a spoon that insists on stirring counterclockwise, a cloud that follows one specific individual. These are not grand acts of defiance. They are gentle nudges, soft whispers of deviation. One could almost hear Grumwald's voice, a low, rumbling chuckle as he laid out his audacious theory. The idea was to use the inherent, low-level chaos of petty magic to act as a form of magical buffer. Imagine the anomaly as a vast, turbulent ocean of potential. The archmages, with their grand imposition, were trying to flatten the waves with an iron hand, only to cause massive tidal surges. Grumwald, however, proposed scattering a million tiny, unpredictable ripples across the surface. These tiny ripples, individually insignificant, would collectively create a confusing, disorienting environment for the larger, overwhelming forces of the anomaly. The anomaly, the journal explained, is a system seeking to resolve itself into a stable, albeit chaotic, state. By introducing a layer of unpredictable, yet contained, inconsistencies, we disrupt its nascent attempts at self-definition. The larger chaotic energies, those that threaten to unravel reality, will find themselves distracted. Their focus, their drive to coalesce and define, will be diffused, absorbed by the constant, low-level flux of managed inconsistency. It is a form of magical misdirection, a strategy of elegant absurdity. We are not fighting the chaos. We are offering it a more palatable, less destructive alternative for its energy. We are teaching it to be mildly inconvenient rather than existentially terrifying. Will found himself sketching a mental diagram. On one side, a colossal, swirling vortex labeled the anomaly. On the other, a series of small, almost comical icons, a perpetually squeaky hinge, a shoe that always comes untied, a book that always opens to a random page. Connecting these icons to the vortex were thin, wavering lines labeled petty magic infusion. The theory was that the anomaly, seeking to impose a grand, unified chaos, would instead be forced to contend with a million tiny, disparate, and ultimately meaningless manifestations of disorder. It was like trying to build a coherent narrative out of random gibberish. The sheer volume of noise would drown out any attempt at meaning. The risk, Grumwald admitted in a later entry, lies in the scale of deployment. Too little, and the anomaly will simply absorb it. Too much, and the petty chaos could coalesce into something more substantial, a new form of imbalance. The key is precision, a carefully calibrated distribution. We need enough petty magic to create a persistent background hum of absurdity, a constant, low-grade irritation to the anomaly's drive for grand pronouncements. It is a tightrope walk over an abyss, where the slightest misstep can send you plummeting into oblivion. But the alternative, he scrawled, the ink bleeding slightly, is the abyss itself, unchecked. Will's gaze fell upon a section filled with calculations that looked less like arcane formulae and more like probability matrices and statistical analyses of minor magical failures. There were charts detailing the frequency of spontaneous combustion of toast, the average duration of a magically conjured itch, and the decibel level of a phantom sneeze. It was absurd, and yet it was also deeply serious. Grumwald wasn't just theorizing. He was quantifying the unquantifiable, finding patterns in the seemingly random. The beauty of petty magic, he wrote, is its inherent lack of grand ambition. A spell that makes someone's nose itch is not an act of cosmic significance. It is a minor disruption, and it is precisely this lack of significance that makes it so potent against a force that is attempting to redefine existence itself. The anomaly wants to be the cause of cataclysm. We propose to make it the facilitator of minor inconveniences. We are fighting the existential dread with the persistent, maddening annoyance of a dripping faucet. It is a war waged not with swords and shields, but with mild exasperation. Will felt a strange mix of dread and exhilaration. Grumwald had seen the fundamental flaw in their approach, the hubris of trying to impose order on something that fundamentally rejected it. He had identified a source of magic, petty magic, that was so often overlooked and dismissed, and recognized its potential not as a tool of creation or destruction, but as a means of distraction. It was a profoundly original, deeply unconventional idea. Imagine a particularly impassioned passage urged, a world where the very fabric of reality is attempting to knit itself back together into a coherent, albeit alien, form. Our attempts to force a specific pattern, our Viridian pattern, are met with violent rejection. But what if we offered it 1,000 different, equally nonsensical patterns? A perpetually changing kaleidoscope of minor magical oddities. The anomaly, seeking a singular definition, would be overwhelmed by the sheer variety of minor contradictions. It would be like trying to nail jelly to a wall. The jelly simply wouldn't cooperate. It would slop and slide, resisting any attempt at rigid form. We are proposing to turn reality into a cosmic bowl of jelly, and then watch it struggle to find any coherent shape. The implication was clear. The archmages, in their quest for ultimate order, had inadvertently created a perfect storm. By focusing so intently on grand, structured magic, they had ignored the subtle, pervasive power of the small, the inconsistent, the utterly illogical. Grumwald's journal was not just a record of his research. It was a testament to his unique perspective, his ability to see value and power in the most unlikely of places. The true challenge, Grumwald mused, is not in learning to cast these spells, but in understanding their philosophical underpinnings. It is not about the incantation or the gesture, but about embracing the mindset. One must learn to think illogically, to find beauty in the absurd, to embrace the unpredictable, to find power in the profoundly mundane. The practitioner must become an anchor of structured absurdity, a maestro of minor mayhem. They must be capable of wielding the power of 1,000 flickering candles to distract from the light of a dying star. Will found himself nodding, a slow, deliberate movement. He understood now. The anomaly was a symptom of reality's weariness with its own rigid structure. It was a spontaneous, overwhelming expression of unformed potential. And the only way to guide that potential, to prevent it from collapsing into pure, destructive chaos, was not to fight it, but to engage with it on its own terms. To offer it a different path, a less destructive outlet for its overwhelming urge to be. And that path, it seemed, was paved with the delightfully nonsensical magic of petty spells. It was a logic born of a logic, a solution found not in the grand pronouncements of power, but in the persistent, maddening, and ultimately stabilizing hum of utter absurdity. He looked at the journal, a newfound respect for his eccentric mentor blossoming within him. Grumwald hadn't just foreseen the crisis. He had begun to craft a weapon against it, a weapon forged from the very fabric of what others had deemed insignificant. And Will, armed with this knowledge, felt a nascent spark of hope, a flicker of a plan forming in the wake of overwhelming despair. The anomaly's nature was not simply chaos. It was a desperate, unformed cry for definition, and petty magic, in its wonderfully illogical way, might just be the answer. Will's breath hitched, a ragged sound lost in the echoing silence of Grumwald's study. The air, thick with the scent of old parchment and the faint, lingering aroma of burnt sugar, suddenly felt charged with an almost unbearable significance. He traced the faded ink of his master's final, desperate entries, each word a hammer blow to his preconceived notions of magic and reality. It wasn't just that Grumwald had understood the anomaly's true nature. It was how he had understood it, and what he had proposed as a solution. Petty magic, the trifles, the annoyances, the spells so insignificant they were barely whispered by apprentice wizards in moments of extreme boredom. The very arts Will had cultivated, the seemingly frivolous skills he had painstakingly honed, not for grand displays of power, but for the sheer, impudent joy of subtle disruption. These were not mere eccentricities of his magical training. They were, it seemed, the very antidote to an existential threat. He ran a hand over his calloused fingertips, the same fingers that had once coaxed a phantom itch into existence on the archmage of Arcana's nose during a particularly tedious council meeting, or that had orchestrated the spontaneous, inexplicable untying of a dozen noblemen's boots at a royal banquet. He had been ridiculed, dismissed as a mere trickster adept, a conjurer of childish pranks. His peers, steeped in the rigid doctrines of Viridian magic, had scoffed at his useless talents, his inability to conjure a proper fireball or weave a protective ward strong enough to deflect a determined squirrel. They saw him as an embarrassment, a magical dead end. Yet, here he was, staring at the culmination of Grumwald's life's work, realizing that his own supposed inadequacies were, in fact, his greatest strengths. The anomaly, a cosmic entity desperately seeking definition, a burgeoning consciousness of raw potential that threatened to unravel the very fabric of existence, was repelled by structured power, but, Grumwald's notes indicated, would be profoundly disoriented by a pervasive, low-level, and utterly nonsensical dissonance. Petty magic, in its purest, most distilled form, was exactly that. The weight of this realization settled upon Will like a shroud woven from both terror and a blinding, almost ecstatic exhilaration. He had always felt a disconnect with the grand arcane traditions. While others spoke of weaving intricate spells of immense power, of bending the fundamental forces of the universe to their will, Will's magic felt more like persuasion. A gentle nudge here, a subtle redirection there. He could make a perfectly good cup of tea inexplicably turn lukewarm, cause a perfectly serviceable broom to momentarily develop a mind of its own and attempt to sweep itself out the window, or ensure that any important document left unattended would somehow acquire an ink smudge right across the most crucial passage. These were not acts of cosmic significance. They were, to the uninitiated, the magical equivalent of a persistent fly buzzing around one's ear. But Grumwald had seen the underlying principle. The anomaly, desperate to coalesce into some grand, albeit terrifying, form, would be utterly flummoxed by an onslaught of these minor, illogical disruptions. It was like trying to sculpt a statue out of mist. The anomaly craved definition, structure, a coherent form. Petty magic, by its very nature, resisted such things. It was ephemeral, inconsistent, and, more often than not, profoundly absurd. He remembered the day he had first demonstrated his talent for spontaneous sartorial malfunction. It had been a minor ritual meant to imbue a set of robes with an aura of unassuming elegance. Will, bored with the predictability of it all, had decided to add a touch of flair. The result? The archmage of transmutation's meticulously arranged ceremonial sash had inexplicably come undone, followed swiftly by the spontaneous untying of his bootlaces and the sudden, inexplicable urge for him to scratch his left ear. The archmage had been furious, sputtering about incompetence and wasted magical energy. Will had merely bowed, a hint of a smirk playing on his lips. Now, that memory brought a shiver of dawning comprehension. He wasn't just a practitioner of trivial magic. He was a master of subtle chaos, a conductor of the inconsequential. He was, in effect, being trained for this exact moment, this precise, unprecedented threat. The anomaly was a creature of raw, unformed potential, a nascent consciousness striving for identity. And what was petty magic but the embodiment of resistance to rigid identity, a celebration of whimsical inconsistency? Grumwald's journal spoke of the anomaly's drive for definition. It wasn't merely a void to be filled or a destructive force to be contained. It was something that was trying to become something vast and potentially catastrophic. The archmage's approach, direct confrontation, imposing their own rigid order, was akin to trying to force a wild, untamed stallion into a perfectly symmetrical stable. The stallion would buck, thrash, and ultimately destroy the stable, its inherent wildness amplified by the attempt to constrain it. Grumwald's solution was to introduce 1,000 tiny, unpredictable distractions. Imagine throwing handfuls of confetti into a raging inferno. The fire wouldn't be extinguished, but its focused intensity would be diffused, its energy momentarily diverted by the fluttering, ephemeral distractions. Will's own magic, the art of the persistent inconvenience, the master of the minor annoyance, was precisely that confetti. He flipped through the pages, his gaze falling on a detailed diagram that resembled less a magical diagram and more a complex flowchart of minor domestic disasters. A perpetually squeaky door hinge, a spoon that insisted on stirring in the opposite direction of all other spoons, a teacup that always seemed to retain a residual drop of liquid no matter how thoroughly it was emptied. These were the building blocks of Grumwald's strategy. Not spells of power, but spells of persistence. Spells that didn't seek to dominate, but to insinuate, to create a constant, low-level hum of illogical interference that would, in essence, bore the anomaly into submission, or at least distract it long enough for a more permanent solution to be found. Will felt a growing sense of awe at his master's foresight. Grumwald hadn't just been an eccentric old mage. He had been a visionary, seeing the potential in the overlooked, the power in the seemingly powerless. He had understood that sometimes the most effective way to deal with an overwhelming force was not to meet it head-on, but to subtly, persistently, and utterly bewilderingly get in its way. The realization that his entire magical upbringing had been a meticulously orchestrated preparation for this very moment was almost too much to bear. All the ridicule, all the dismissals, all the self-doubt, it had all been leading to this. He wasn't just a trickster adept. He was possibly the only one in Viridia with the specific skill set required to combat the anomaly. The very magic that had made him an outcast was now his greatest asset. It was a terrifying thought, carrying the fate of the world on the shoulders of one who specialized in making socks perpetually damp. But beneath the terror was a thrilling current of purpose. For the first time in his life, Will felt that his magic, the magic of the absurd, the magic of the inconsequential, was not only valid but essential. He wasn't just a master of minor annoyances. He was a potential savior, armed with a quiver full of phantom itches and spontaneously unraveling shoelaces. He looked down at his hands, the hands that had cast so many seemingly trivial spells. He remembered the intricate, almost painstaking effort it took to ensure a spell of mild indigestion had precisely the right duration and intensity to be noticeable but not debilitating. He recalled the subtle mental focus required to maintain a minor illusion of a misplaced key for precisely 5 minutes, just long enough to cause a brief but memorable panic. These weren't casual conjurations. They were exercises in controlled chaos, in the precise calibration of absurdity. Grumwald's journal was filled with these calculations, not of raw power, but of nuanced effect. The frequency of a magically induced sneeze, the optimal decibel level of a phantom whisper, the precise angle at which a dropped object would invariably roll onto the most inaccessible piece of furniture. It was a science of the silly, an art of the exasperating. The anomaly craved a grand, unified chaos. It sought to impose its will, to manifest a new, terrifying order born of pure potential. But what if that potential was constantly being nudged, diverted, and playfully sabotaged? What if, instead of a tsunami of raw power, it encountered a million tiny, unpredictable puddles, each reflecting a slightly distorted, utterly nonsensical image of the sky? The anomaly would be so busy trying to navigate this bewildering landscape of minor impossibilities that its own grand, destructive impulse would be diluted, its energy diffused into a cacophony of trivialities. It was a strategy of elegant absurdity, a war waged not with devastating spells, but with the persistent, maddening drip of a leaky faucet. One could almost feel the universe sighing in relief. His mind raced, piecing together the fragmented theories of his mentor. The grand imposition, the archmage's approach, was like trying to silence a roaring crowd by shouting louder. It only added to the noise. Grumwald's method, however, was like introducing 1,000 tiny, captivating diversions into the crowd. A street performer here, a bizarrely dressed individual there, a sudden, unexplained shower of confetti over there. The crowd's attention would splinter, its unified roar dissipating into a murmur of bewildered curiosity. Will's magic was the ultimate form of this diversion. He could conjure 1,000 tiny, captivating distractions, each one insignificant on its own, but collectively a bewildering, unmanageable storm of the trivial. He felt a deep gratitude for Grumwald, a man who had seen beyond the superficial, who had understood that true power often lay hidden in the most unexpected places. He had recognized the inherent instability of pure, unformed potential and had found a way to harness the most unlikely of forces, the power of mild inconvenience, as a shield. The irony was not lost on Will. He, the master of the absurd, the adept of the trivial, was now the world's last hope. It was a burden, yes, but also a profound validation. His life's work, his peculiar talents, were not a source of shame, but of salvation. The path ahead was daunting, fraught with peril, but for the first time, Will felt a flicker of genuine hope. He knew the anomaly's nature, and he knew, with a certainty that chilled him to the bone and set his heart aflame, that he possessed the only weapon capable of truly understanding and confronting it. The anomaly sought definition. Will would offer it an infinity of absurdities. Chapter 12. The Unraveling Core. The scent of burnt sugar had long since faded from Grumwald's study, replaced by the sterile, dust-laden air that clung to forgotten tomes. Will, however, barely registered the olfactory transition. His focus was entirely consumed by the intricate, almost maddeningly precise diagrams scribbled across the final pages of his master's journal. These weren't the elegant, flowing lines of arcane symbology he'd grown accustomed to seeing. Instead, they resembled a cartographer's fever dream, a chaotic overlay of geographical markers, spectral energy readings, and what looked suspiciously like grocery lists. "Uh-huh," Will muttered, his finger tracing a particularly convoluted loop that connected a sketch of a perpetually dripping tap to a set of coordinates that seemed to shimmer with an internal, unsettling light. Grumwald, in his infinite, exasperating wisdom, had never been one for straightforward explanations. Instead, he communicated through riddles, through seemingly random juxtapositions, and through a deeply ingrained belief that the most vital information was always hidden in plain sight, disguised as utter nonsense. The grocery list turned out to be a coded sequence, a set of ingredients for a specific magical resonance. The perpetually dripping tap was a mnemonic device for a type of temporal instability. And the shimmering coordinates? Those pointed, unequivocally, toward a place spoken of only in hushed whispers and cautionary tales, the Wailing Wastes. Will ran a hand through his already disheveled hair, a gesture of both frustration and dawning comprehension. The Wailing Wastes, a name that tasted of despair and desolation. It wasn't a place one went to, it was a place one avoided. Legends, thick with the grim pronouncements of those who had dared to venture too close, painted a picture of a land where reality itself was a flimsy veil, perpetually on the verge of tearing. Travelers were said to vanish not just from sight, but from existence, their very forms dissolving into the maddening ether, or worse, twisting into monstrous parodies of their former selves, sculpted by their fleeting anxieties and stray thoughts. He reread Grumwald's scrawled annotations, his eyes darting between the arcane shorthand and the seemingly mundane observations. The hum is strongest where the fabric is thinnest. One passage read, followed by a hurried sketch of a very lopsided teacup. Another noted, echoes of unbeing reverberate loudest when expectation falters. Grumwald's theory was that the anomaly, this cosmic entity desperately seeking form, was drawn to areas of inherent instability, places where the fundamental laws of existence were already frayed. And the Wailing Wastes, with its reputation for temporal anomalies and psychological distortions, fit that description with horrifying precision. So, Will mused aloud, the words feeling heavy and foreign in the quiet study. The place where reality is already a bit wobbly is where the thing that's making reality wobbly has decided to set up shop. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant, Master Grumwald. Truly inspired. He could almost hear his master's dry chuckle in his mind, a phantom echo of their countless hours of study, where Will's most pointed questions were often met with a knowing silence and a cryptic doodle. The Wailing Wastes weren't just geographically unstable, they were psychically volatile. The very air was said to carry whispers, not of voices, but of emotions, phantom pangs of regret, echoes of long-forgotten fears, the ghostly resonance of 1,000 lost hopes. It was a landscape sculpted by the collective subconscious, a place where the line between thought and manifestation was perilously thin. And if Grumwald's theories held true, this would be the nexus, the focal point of the anomaly's nascent consciousness, the unraveling core itself. Will pictured the anomaly. He imagined it as a vast, formless entity, a hungry void yearning for definition. It was like a child with an endless box of building blocks, but without any instructions, and with an insatiable desire to construct something grand, something that would reshape the world in its own image. And the Wailing Wastes, with its pre-existing chaos, was the perfect playground. It was a place where the anomaly could experiment, could twist and shape reality without the rigid constraints of a stable world. The thought sent a shiver down Will's spine. His own magic, the magic of petty distraction, of subtle absurdity, felt so small, so insignificant against the backdrop of a cosmic force. How could a spontaneously untying shoelace possibly contend with a nascent god entity that could warp time and space with a whim? Yet, Grumwald's journal insisted. The anomaly's drive for definition, for structure, was its weakness. It craved a solid form, a coherent existence. And Will's magic, by its very nature, was the antithesis of that. It was the constant, maddening hum of the illogical, the persistent drip of the nonsensical. He flipped back to the diagram of the lopsided teacup. Grumwald had theorized that areas of extreme temporal flux, like those rumored to exist in the wastes, created temporal eddies. These weren't the grand, sweeping currents of time travel, but rather tiny, localized distortions. Imagine a river where a few pebbles have fallen in, creating ripples that subtly alter the flow of the water. The anomaly, seeking to anchor itself, to find a stable point within the chaos, would be drawn to these eddies, mistaking them for potential foundations. And that's where Will's magic would come in. If the anomaly is drawn to instability, Will murmured, tracing the connecting lines on the map, and the wastes are inherently unstable, then the core must be at the heart of that instability. The place where the instability is concentrated, where the echoes are loudest. He looked at a series of dots clustered around a particularly barren-looking region. These dots, he now realized, weren't landmarks. They represented specific reports of temporal displacement, of travelers experiencing bizarre shifts in their personal timelines. One report spoke of a merchant who, after venturing into the wastes, returned convinced he had lived an entire lifetime in the space of a single afternoon, his beard grown, his children aged, only to find the world outside unchanged. Another mentioned a group of explorers who, upon their return, spoke of encountering younger versions of themselves, wandering the plains like spectral apparitions. Grumwald's notes were filled with such anecdotal evidence, treated with the same rigorous scrutiny as any empirical data. He had collated these accounts, cross-referenced them with his spectral readings, and overlaid them with his own unique brand of magical cartography. The result was a map that looked less like a guide to a physical location and more like a roadmap of metaphysical anomalies. The coordinates pointed to a specific point within the wastes, a place marked on no official map, a region that had been deliberately erased from common knowledge. Grumwald had labeled it simply the echoing void. It was here, according to his calculations, that the anomaly's presence was most concentrated, its desire for definition most acute, and its influence on reality most profound. Will closed his eyes, trying to visualize the place. He imagined a vast, desolate expanse under a perpetually bruised sky. The ground would be cracked and barren, perhaps with strange, crystalline growths shimmering in the unnatural light. The air would be heavy, thick with an unspoken dread, and the silence would be broken only by the phantom whispers of lost souls and the unsettling sound of reality itself groaning under immense pressure. It was the kind of place that ate hope for breakfast and spat out despair for supper. The Wailing Wastes, he repeated, the name now imbued with a new, terrifying significance. It wasn't just a name for a place. It was a description of its very essence. A place where the echoes of what could be, what was, and what never was all converged, creating a symphony of cosmic sorrow. And at its heart, pulsing with an unimaginable power, lay the unraveling core. He looked at the diagram again. Grumwald had included a small, almost apologetic note at the bottom of the page. Approach with caution. Thought itself is a weapon here. A misplaced worry can become a wall, a passing fear a predator. Will shuddered. This was unlike any magical battle he had ever conceived of. This wasn't about dodging fireballs or shattering wards. This was about navigating the treacherous landscape of his own mind, about keeping his thoughts in perfect, serene order while surrounded by an environment that actively sought to unravel them. His petty magic, the magic of the inconsequential, suddenly seemed like the only tool sharp enough to carve a path through such a place. How else could one combat an entity that fed on definition, on intent, on the very act of becoming, but by constantly offering it the antithesis? The magic of the absurd, the magic of the persistently illogical, could be the ultimate defense. If his thoughts were weapons, then his spells would be misfires, his intentions would be sidetracked, his very presence a source of delightful, maddening confusion. He imagined himself stepping into the wastes. The air would immediately press in, thick with the weight of 1,000 forgotten tragedies. He would feel the pull of his own anxieties, the nagging doubts about his abilities, the fear of failure. But then he would act. A sudden, inexplicable urge to hop on one foot. A brief, phantom aroma of freshly baked bread, only to vanish an instant later. The sudden, jarring sound of a distant, out-of-tune hurdy-gurdy. Each of these would be a tiny act of defiance, a pinprick of absurdity in the overwhelming tapestry of despair. Grumwald's notes also spoke of the anomaly's hunger for coherence. It was like a creature starving for meaning. And Will's magic, by its very nature, offered none. It was 1,000 tiny paper cuts to the anomaly's nascent ego. It wouldn't destroy it, not directly, but it would frustrate it. It would confuse it. It would perhaps exhaust it. He ran his finger over the rough parchment, feeling the faint indentations of Grumwald's quill. His master had poured his life's work, his final, desperate insights, into these pages. He had understood, long before anyone else, that the greatest threats often required the most unconventional solutions. He had seen the power not in the grand, sweeping gestures, but in the subtle, persistent nudges. He had recognized that sometimes the best way to fight a tidal wave was with 1,000 tiny, unpredictable puddles. Will stood up, a new resolve hardening within him. The wailing wastes, the echoing void, the unraveling core. The name still sent a prickle of fear down his spine, but it was now tinged with a strange sense of destiny. He was no longer just a trickster adept, a conjurer of trivialities. He was, perhaps, the only one equipped for this impossible task. His entire life, his peculiar talents, had been an inadvertent, yet perfect preparation. He carefully closed Grumwald's journal, the weight of its contents settling upon him. The path to the unraveling core was fraught with unimaginable peril, not just of the physical kind, but of the existential. But he knew where he had to go. He knew what he had to do. The anomaly craved definition. What would offer it an eternity of absurdity? He would meet the unraveling core not with a roar of power, but with a symphony of the ridiculous. And as he stood in the quiet study, the scent of old parchment and forgotten magic filling his senses, Will finally understood his purpose. He was the confetti in the cosmic storm, the persistent itch in the fabric of reality, and he was heading straight for the heart of the storm. The wailing wastes awaited. Will knew, with a certainty that settled deep in his bones, that this was not a journey for one. Grumwald's journal, for all its brilliant, maddening insight, had laid bare a foe of cosmic proportions, a nascent consciousness eager to stitch reality into a new, perhaps terrifying form. His own brand of petty magic, the art of the perpetually inconvenient, the subtly absurd, felt like a sharp needle against the vast, looming threat of the unraveling core. A needle, yes, but a single needle could only mend so much. He needed a tapestry of tiny, irritating stitches, a legion of minor annoyances, to truly contend with an entity that craved coherence above all else. He needed his students. The Academy of Applied Inconvenience, nestled in a rather unremarkable corner of the city, was less a bastion of arcane learning and more a vibrant, chaotic proving ground for the art of mild vexation. Will had handpicked his pupils, not for their raw power, but for their sheer, unadulterated talent in the realm of low-level disruption. They were the artisans of the insignificant, the masters of the minor inconvenience. He gathered them in the Academy's main hall, a space perpetually smelling of stale biscuits and the faint, ozone-like tang of over-enthusiastic spellcasting. Anya, her fingers twitching, was already rhythmically tapping her foot against a loose floorboard, a soft, persistent thump-thump-thump that had driven countless lecturers to the brink of madness. Barnaby, bless his sticky soul, was idly amusing himself by making a stray quill adhere to the back of a nearby statue's head. A small, yet undeniably irritating, Feet Clara, her eyes wide and earnest, was softly murmuring a string of words that sounded suspiciously like flibberty gibbet schnozzle Pop-Tarts. Her specialty being the art of nonsensical pronouncements that could derail even the most focused of conversations. And then there were the others, a motley crew of budding nuisance makers. Percival, whose talent lay in making socks mysteriously disappear from laundry baskets. Esmeralda, who could conjure the faint, yet persistent, smell of burnt toast at will. And young Timothy, who possessed an uncanny ability to make any surface just slightly too slippery to walk on comfortably. Will surveyed them, a small, almost imperceptible smile playing on his lips. They were perfect. They were precisely the kind of people who could make an existential threat want to pull its non-existent hair out. My dear students, Will began, his voice cutting through the ambient hum of minor magical mischief. Anya's tapping slowed, then resumed with renewed vigor. Barnaby's quill detached itself from the statue and floated back into his hand. Clara's murmuring ceased, her attention now fully focused on Will. "I have brought you here today," he continued, his tone shifting, the usual jocularity replaced by a seriousness that made even Timothy pause in his attempts to make the podium a hazard. "Because we face a threat unlike any we have ever encountered. A danger not of fireballs and dragons, but of unraveling." He paused, letting the gravity of his words sink in. He could see the confusion on their faces, the slight tilt of heads. They were used to problems that involved misplaced spell books or the occasional row conjuration of a particularly aggressive garden gnome. This was new territory. "There is an entity," Will explained, choosing his words carefully, "a nascent consciousness, growing in power in a place known as the Wailing Wastes. This entity seeks to impose its will upon reality, to reshape it according to its own, as yet undefined, desires. It is, in essence, trying to create a coherent world, a world of order and purpose." He emphasized the last word, his gaze sweeping across their faces. "And that, my friends, is precisely where our unique talents become not just useful, but absolutely vital." Anya shifted, her foot tapping a more urgent rhythm. "But, Master Will," she began, her voice tinged with bewilderment, "our magic, it's all about little things. Annoyances, distractions. How can that possibly stop whatever it is you're talking about?" Barnaby chimed in, his hands already surreptitiously reaching for a loose button on Percival's tunic. "Yeah, I can make things sticky. I can't exactly unravel an existential threat, can I?" Will held up a hand, a broad grin finally breaking through his serious facade. "Ah, but that is precisely where you are mistaken. You see, this entity, this unraveling core, as my late master called it, craves definition. It yearns for structure, for logic, for purpose. It is like a child trying to build a perfect tower, and it is desperately seeking the solid foundation upon which to build." He leaned forward, his eyes gleaming with a familiar, mischievous light. "And what is the antithesis of structure? Of logic? Of purpose?" He gestured around the hall, at his students and their inherent abilities. "It is the delightfully illogical, the maddeningly inconsistent, the persistently inconvenient. Your magic, Anya, the relentless rhythm of your tapping. It is the noise of 1,000 tiny cracks forming in the foundation. Barnaby, your sticky fingers. They're the unseen snags that prevent the smooth assembly of its grand design. Clara, your nonsensical phrases. They're the pebbles of pure absurdity thrown into the gears of its developing consciousness." He paused, letting his words resonate. "Think of it," he urged. "This entity, adrift in chaos, is desperately trying to find an anchor, a point of stability within the Wailing Wastes. It's like trying to build a house on a foundation of jelly. It's drawn to anything that seems like it could be stable. But what if that foundation, the very ground it tries to stand on, is constantly vibrating? What if random, unexplainable things keep happening? What if the very air it breathes is filled with the scent of burnt toast, or the sound of an out-of-tune hurdy-gurdy played by a spectral badger?" Esmeralda, who had been quietly conjuring that very scent, blushed slightly. I can do that, Master Will." Will beamed. "Precisely. And Timothy, your ability to make surfaces unexpectedly slick? That's not just a mild inconvenience for the unwary pedestrian. That's a fundamental destabilization of the physical environment. Imagine trying to maintain a coherent form when the very ground beneath you refuses to stay put, when it's as predictable as a greased goblin on a rainy Tuesday." He began to pace, his energy infectious. Grunwald's research indicated that the anomaly, the core, is weakest when it is most frustrated, when its efforts to impose order are met with a relentless barrage of the illogical. It needs solid ground to assert its will. It needs predictable patterns to exploit. And you, he pointed to each of them in turn, you are the very embodiment of unpredictability. You are the tiny, persistent thorns in the side of cosmic becoming. Clara, her brow furrowed in thought, finally spoke. So, you're saying our useless magic is actually useful? For this? Precisely, Will exclaimed, clapping his hands together. Your petty annoyances, your minor irritations, your talent for the utterly inconsequential. These are not flaws, my dear students. They are your greatest strengths. In the face of an entity that wants to impose absolute order, the ultimate rebellion is to be utterly, gloriously, and persistently absurd. He stopped pacing and stood before them, his expression earnest. The Wailing Wastes is a place where reality itself is thin, where thoughts can manifest, where fears can become tangible. It is a landscape shaped by the subconscious, a canvas of raw potential. And this core is trying to paint a masterpiece of order upon it. But a masterpiece needs a stable canvas. And he gestured to them again, we're going to ensure that canvas is anything but stable. He outlined his plan, a daring, almost preposterous strategy. They would venture into the wastes, not as a unified force of overwhelming power, but as a distributed network of minor disruptions. Anya would be responsible for a constant, disorienting rhythmic presence, a sonic irritant that would seep into the core's burgeoning awareness. Barnaby would be tasked with subtly interfering with any attempts by the core to solidify its form, making connections slip, anchoring points slide, and ensuring that nothing ever felt quite right to the touch. Clara and her ilk would be the weavers of nonsense, their nonsensical pronouncements and bizarre utterances creating pockets of pure, unadulterated illogic, like static interference in the core's developing thought processes. Percival would ensure a steady depletion of any found resources the core might try to accrue, making its efforts at construction and consolidation perpetually hampered by missing components. Esmeralda's olfactory assaults would serve as phantom alarms, misdirection, and a general atmosphere disturbance that would make focusing on anything resembling order an exercise in futility. Timothy's slippery surfaces would be deployed strategically, making any attempts by the core to gain a firm footing a comical, yet fundamentally destabilizing endeavor. We will not be engaging in direct combat, Will stressed. Our role is not to destroy. Our role is to inconvenience, to frustrate, to be the cosmic equivalent of a persistent, unscratchable itch. We will be the sand in the gears of its grand design. We will be the one misplaced comma that renders an entire treaty meaningless. We will be the persistent squeak in an otherwise silent room. He saw a flicker of understanding, then excitement begin to dawn on their faces. The absurdity of the situation was not lost on them, but neither was the genuine, albeit unconventional, brilliance of the plan. They were not knights in shining armor. They were the gaggle of jesters who could distract the dragon with a well-timed pratfall. The core's greatest strength, Will reiterated, is its desire for coherence. Its greatest weakness is its inability to cope with sustained, illogical disruption. We will bombard it with the trivial, the nonsensical, the utterly bewildering. We will be the living embodiment of chaos, a constant reminder that order is a fragile construct, easily undermined by the persistent drip, drip, drip of the absurd. He looked at each of them, his gaze steady. This will not be easy. The Wailing Wastes are a dangerous place. Reality itself is unstable there. Your own minds will be tested. But I have faith in you. I have seen the power of your petty magic, the exquisite annoyance you can generate. And I believe with all my heart that this is precisely the kind of unconventional warfare that this foe requires. Anya's foot began to tap a steady, determined rhythm. Barnaby's fingers, ever so subtly, began to make a loose thread on Will's sleeve appear to lengthen inexplicably. Clara started a low, almost inaudible murmur of golly-wobble fudge, her eyes bright with anticipation. The air in the hall, usually filled with the quiet hum of minor enchantments, now crackled with a new kind of energy, the focused, albeit peculiar, determination of a group of students about to embark on the most important and arguably the most ridiculous mission of their lives. They were the petty mages, and they were ready to unravel the unraveling core, one minor annoyance at a time. The air within the wailing waste was not so much breathed as it was experienced. It tasted of forgotten dreams and the metallic tang of existential dread, a peculiar combination that made one yearn for a nice cup of tea and a sensible biscuit. For Will and his assembled misfits of mild magic, the journey had begun not with a dramatic pronouncement or a thunderous spell, but with a disconcerting lurch. Right then, Will announced, dusting off his waistcoat, which had, moments before, seemed to be attempting a daring escape up his nose. First order of business: try not to float away like an overinflated balloon, or for that matter, become inexplicably glued to the sky. Though I suspect Barnaby might find the latter rather appealing. Barnaby, his fingers already twitching with the unconscious desire to make something stick, offered a sheepish grin. Only if it's a really interesting cloud, Master Will. The landscape itself seemed to be suffering from a severe case of identity crisis. One moment, they were treading on what appeared to be solid, if slightly shimmering, earth. The next, the ground beneath Anya's feet gave way not into a hole, but into a brief, terrifying expanse of what felt like lukewarm custard. She yelped, her rhythmic foot-tapping momentarily ceasing, a calamity in itself. "Whoa there!" Will exclaimed, grabbing her arm with surprising speed. His own petty magic, a knack for appearing precisely where he was least expected, often had the side effect of making him surprisingly agile. Anya, tap. Tap like your life depends on it. With a renewed burst of frantic energy, Anya's foot began its familiar percussion against the still-there ground. Thump, 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 thump. It was a desperate, defiant beat against the encroaching surrealism. Strangely, as her rhythm intensified, the custard beneath them seemed to solidify, firming up into a more conventional, albeit still unervingly viscous, surface. "See," Will said, beaming. "The power of persistent annoyance. It's like a cosmic stern parent telling the universe to behave itself, or at least to stop being so goopy." Clara, bless her peculiar heart, was already humming a nonsensical tune, a stream of flibberty gibbet schnozzle Pop-Tarts, interspersed with what sounded suspiciously like bird chirps rendered in Elvish. The effect was less calming and more percussive. Yet, as she continued her vocalizations, the wild, untamed shapes of the waste seemed to momentarily coalesce, the edges of their impossible forms blurring into something vaguely recognizable, like a half-forgotten memory trying to assert itself. "It's like anchors," Clara whispered, her eyes wide and unfocused, as if observing a different reality entirely. "Familiar nonsense. It makes the wrongness feel less wrong." Young Timothy, who had been tasked with making their immediate surroundings just a little bit treacherous, was having a field day. A perfectly flat stretch of terrain would suddenly develop a disconcerting slope, sending them sliding a few feet before the incline vanished as abruptly as it appeared. Then, a patch of what looked like solid rock would become as slippery as a grease goblin in a mud wrestling match. "Careful, everyone!" Timothy chirped, a wide, slightly manic grin on his face. "Wouldn't want you to get too comfortable." Barnaby, however, was proving invaluable. As they navigated a particularly unstable patch where gravity seemed to be playing hopscotch, he'd quickly flicked his wrists. Sticky tendrils of pure, unadulterated tackiness shot out, momentarily adhering to Anya, Will, and Timothy, anchoring them to a patch of ground that was itself trying to decide if it wanted to be a boulder or a puddle. "Just a little adhesive reassurance," Barnaby explained, his brow furrowed in concentration as he kept their impromptu tether from snapping. "Helps with the wobbly bits." Percival, ever the pragmatist, was diligently patting down their small supply bags, his lips moving in a silent count. Will suspected he was ensuring that no essential item, like the emergency flask of lukewarm dandelion wine or the spare pair of socks that were destined to disappear, had decided to spontaneously dematerialize. His petty magic, the art of the vanishing sock and the perpetually misplaced object, was a subtle but vital bulwark against the waste's tendency to simply unmake things. All accounted for, Master Will, Percival confirmed, a slight frown of concentration still etched on his face. No unauthorized departures of lint or loose change. Esmeralda, meanwhile, was subtly wafting the faint, yet unmistakable, aroma of burnt toast. It was a scent so mundane, so utterly unmagical, that it served as a bizarre counterpoint to the impossible vistas surrounding them. For Will, it was a comforting reminder of the mundane reality they were fighting to preserve, a reality that the unraveling core seemed so eager to obliterate in favor of its own sterile, perfect order. It's like a breadcrumb trail of normalcy, Esmeralda murmured, fanning her hands to direct the smell. So they don't get lost in the weirdness. The auditory landscape was even more disconcerting than the visual. Sounds seemed to bleed from different temporal planes. A distant clang, like a blacksmith's hammer striking an anvil, would echo, only to be followed moments later by the faint, almost imperceptible sigh of a future wind. Will swore he heard his own voice, years younger, chiding himself for leaving his spellbook on the counter. Fascinating, isn't it? Will mused, dodging a floating, vaguely mushroom-shaped cloud that hummed a mournful tune. The wastes are less a place and more a temporal echo chamber. Sound from what is, and what might be all getting jumbled up. Anya, her tapping now a steady, almost hypnotic rhythm, seemed to be partially insulated from the auditory chaos. It's like a bass line, she explained, her voice strained. A constant beat. It drowns out the other noises, the ones that try to make you think you're going mad. Barnaby's sticky magic was again proving its worth, though in a less obvious way. He'd subtly applied a thin, almost invisible layer of his adhesive charm to their boots. This prevented them from being unexpectedly peeled off their feet by localized pockets of reverse gravity or from sinking into patches of ground that inexplicably decided to mimic quicksand. Just keeping our feet on the ground, Barnaby said, wiggling his toes inside his boots. Or trying to anyway. Suddenly, a section of the ground ahead of them began to ripple like water. Trees, which had been gnarled and ancient one moment, twisted and shot upwards like saplings, their leaves unfurling with impossible speed before withering and falling away in seconds. Rocks, which had been firmly embedded in the earth, would levitate, spin in a dizzying dance, and then vanish, leaving behind only a faint shimmering imprint. Magnificent chaos, Will declared, though his eyes were wide with a genuine concern that he tried to mask with his usual theatricality. The core is still learning, still experimenting. It's like a toddler with a cosmic crayon set, scribbling all over the fabric of existence. Clara's nonsensical pronouncements became more frantic. Flippity-floppity, wobbly-woo. Barnaby's boots, don't you go ask you. The effect was surprisingly potent. The rippling ground seemed to hesitate. The rapidly growing trees paused their ascent, and the floating rocks momentarily froze in midair, as if momentarily bewildered by the sheer, unadulterated gibberish. It's like it can't process the illogic, Clara panted, her voice a little hoarse. It wants order, but this is just too much. Timothy, seizing the moment of confusion, had made a wide swathe of the path ahead of them become as slick as a polished ice rink. The momentarily confused rocks, as they resumed their chaotic dance, found themselves skittering uncontrollably, bumping into each other with soft, percussive thuds. Hoopsie-daisy, Timothy giggled, clearly enjoying the spectacle of cosmic forces being utterly undermined by a bit of well-applied slipperiness. The air grew heavy, thick with an almost tangible sense of anticipation. Will could feel it, the nascent consciousness of the core, a vast, unfocused hunger for order, reacting to their presence. It was like a giant, unseen organism sensing a swarm of gnats. Annoying, yes, but not yet a true threat. Not yet. Remember, our purpose here is not to engage. Will reminded them, his voice firm. It is to disrupt, to introduce friction, to be the grit in the gears. Think of yourselves as living glitches in the system. Anya nodded, her foot resuming its steady, grounding rhythm. Thump, thump, thump. It was a familiar, comforting sound in the face of such overwhelming strangeness. Barnaby's hands were busy, subtly making the straps on their backpacks feel a little looser, a little more liable to slip, just enough to be a constant, low-level annoyance. Percival was diligently ensuring that no stray threads on their clothing decided to unravel themselves prematurely, a subtle act of defiance against the waste's entropic tendencies. Esmeralda's burnt toast scent, while faint, was a persistent olfactory intrusion, a reminder of the mundane world that lay beyond this surreal expanse. The Corps is trying to impose its will continued, gesturing to the ever-shifting landscape. It's trying to create a stable, coherent reality. But coherence requires consistency. And we, my friends, are anything but consistent. He pointed to a section of the ground that was currently attempting to fold in on itself like a poorly made origami crane. Timothy, a little destabilization there, if you please. Timothy complied with gusto. The folding ground suddenly developed a series of unpredictable bumps and dips, its attempt at geometric precision devolving into a lumpy, uneven mess. The effect was immediate. The area seemed to deflate, its ambition to fold thwarted by the sheer, unadulterated awkwardness of its new topography. It's like trying to fold a wet blanket that's also trying to run away, Timothy explained helpfully. Clara, with a triumphant flourish, declared, Grumwald's uncle's aunt's prize-winning parsnip. That's what it is. The sheer randomness of the statement seemed to cause a brief, localized shimmer in the air, a visible ripple of confusion emanating from the Corps' nascent awareness. Will chuckled. Precisely. Keep it up, everyone. Be the itch. Be the squeak. Be the misplaced comma. Be the inconvenience. The journey through the wailing wastes was a testament to the power of the seemingly insignificant. Gravity shifted without warning, sending them tumbling and floating in a disorienting ballet. The landscape was a canvas of constant flux, trees sprouting and reseeding like phantom limbs, rocks coalescing from the ether only to dissipate into shimmering mist. Sounds, fractured and dislocated, echoed from futures yet unwritten and pasts long forgotten. But amidst this surreal maelstrom, Anya's rhythmic tapping became a beacon of temporal stability, a persistent anchor in the temporal eddy. Barnaby's uncanny ability to make things stick provided literal purchase against the whims of fluctuating forces, allowing them to momentarily halt their chaotic descent or anchor themselves against unseen currents. Clara's nonsensical pronouncements, a stream of bewildering phrases and nonsensical assertions, acted as psychic counterspells, creating small, familiar pockets of absurdity that held the incomprehensible strangeness at bay, providing anchors of recognizable silliness in the face of incomprehensible alienness. They pressed on, a small, determined band of petty inconveniences, each a tiny, vital cog in Will's grand, absurd plan to frustrate a cosmic entity that craved order above all else. Their petty magic, the art of the perpetually irritating, was proving to be the only truly stable force in a reality that was actively trying to unravel itself. The air itself began to thrum, not with sound, but with a low, resonant vibration that seemed to originate from within their very bones. It was the prelude, Will knew, the opening bars of a symphony of pure, unadulterated order. As they ventured deeper into the nexus of the unraveling core, the landscape transformed with a chillingly deliberate elegance. Gone were the haphazard shifts of the wastes. Here, the very fabric of reality seemed to be meticulously, almost surgically, rewoven. Straight lines appeared where they shouldn't. Sharp angles jutted out with impossible precision, and colors bled into one another with the unnerving smoothness of a perfectly blended pigment. It was the aesthetic of a hyper-efficient, utterly soulless architect. Remarkable, Will murmured, his eyes scanning the eerily pristine surroundings. It's like a celestial filing cabinet has come to life and decided to redecorate. And not in good taste, I might add. Anya's rhythmic tapping faltered, her brow furrowed, and she absently reached down to adjust a shoelace that, Will noted with a flicker of concern, was already perfectly tied. "It's quiet," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "Too quiet. Like before a big decision." Barnaby, ever the pragmatist when it came to practical applications of stickiness, was squinting at the ground. "Master Will," he began, his voice laced with unease, "the ground, it's not exactly there anymore. It's more of a conceptual surface. Solid yet not. Makes my boots feel rather disconnected." He wiggled his toes, a look of mild alarm on his face. "It's like trying to walk on a very well-intentioned idea." Suddenly, a flicker of movement caught Will's eye. It wasn't the chaotic sprawl of the wastes. This was a precisely defined apparition, coalescing from the shimmering air. It resembled a question mark, but rendered in shimmering, ephemeral light, its form shifting as if struggling to maintain its definition. It pulsed with a faint, almost imperceptible hum. "What in the seven hells is that?" Timothy exclaimed, instinctively reaching for a loose pebble, only for his hand to pass through a patch of air that suddenly felt like damp velvet. "That," Will said, his voice dropping to a low, serious tone, "is a concept made manifest. A creature of pure idea. The core is experimenting. It's not just ordering reality. It's attempting to define it, to bottle abstract thought into tangible forms." He gestured towards the shimmering question mark, which was now circling them slowly, its form elongating and contracting. "It's not alive in any way we understand, but it possesses a sort of conceptual sentience. It's the very essence of a query given shape." As if to prove Will's point, the question mark entity pulsed brighter, and Barnaby yelped, clutching his head. My recipe for extra sticky toffee just unmemorized itself. It's gone. And my collection of oddly shaped buttons." Percival cried, a look of utter horror on his face. "It's all just buttons again." "It's probing us," Will explained, his own mind buzzing with a strange, intrusive thought, a sudden, inexplicable urge to perform a jig. He shook his head violently, forcing the nonsensical impulse away. "It's trying to understand our inconsistencies, our flaws. It's a part of its process of imposing order, by identifying and eradicating anything that deviates from its ideal." Anya, meanwhile, was finding her own internal landscape becoming an unwelcome stage. She suddenly felt a phantom itch on her left elbow, an itch that no amount of scratching could alleviate. Then, her perfectly tied shoelace, which she'd just checked, came undone with a quiet thwip. It's like my own thoughts are rebelling," she stammered, her rhythmic tapping now erratic, punctuated by frustrated sighs. "I think of something, and then it happens. Small things, but very annoying." Timothy found himself humming a jaunty, entirely inappropriate tune, a little ditty about a dancing badger that he'd never heard before. He clamped a hand over his mouth, his eyes wide with mortification. Where did that come from? "It's the core's influence bleeding through," Will said, his voice tight. "It's a subtle seep, a psychic osmosis. It's starting to imprint its desire for absolute predictability onto our very minds. The more chaotic our thoughts, the more it seeks to smooth them out, to make them uniform. And in doing so, it's inadvertently giving them form. Our fleeting annoyances, our random musings, they're becoming tangible, albeit fleeting, disruptions." He noticed Clara staring intently at her own hands, her lips moving silently. "What is it, Clara?" I think I just made my fingernails grow, Master Will," she whispered, holding up her hands. Indeed, her nails had elongated by a good inch, glinting unnaturally in the strange light. "And then I thought they looked silly, so I made them fall off. Plink, plink, plink. They're little ceramic shards now." She held out a tiny pile of what looked like miniature, perfectly formed fingernail-shaped ceramic chips. Will sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. "Right. This is becoming more than just an external threat. It's becoming an internal one, too. The core isn't just shaping the world around us. It's starting to shape the world within us." He looked at his students, their faces a mixture of confusion and dawning unease. The key here is not to fight the core's influence directly, but to channel it. To use our own petty magic not just to disrupt its grand designs, but to counteract these personal manifestations of its will. You turn to Anya. Anya, you're tapping. It's a grounding force. Amplify it. Make it so strong that it drowns out the inner chatter, the random impulses. Think of it as a sonic shield against your own mind's sudden urges to yodel. Anya nodded, her expression determined. She closed her eyes and focused, her foot beginning its familiar rhythm with renewed vigor. Thump, 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 thump. This time, however, the beat was deeper, more resonant, as if it were vibrating not just on the conceptual ground, but within the very air around them. The phantom itch on her elbow subsided, and the urge to yodel receded to a distant, ignorable whisper. Barnaby, Will continued, your magic is about adherence. You can't fight the conceptual instability, but you can provide a semblance of stability where it matters. Focus on the intent behind your stickiness. If a thought tries to manifest as something inconvenient, use your magic to stick to the original, intended state. Think of it as applying mental glue to prevent stray ideas from solidifying. Barnaby nodded, his fingers already twitching. So, if I suddenly feel an overwhelming urge to wear a hat made of cheese, I make my hat feel sticky to the idea of not being made of cheese. Precisely, Will said, a hint of amusement in his voice. It's a mental adhesion, a refusal to let your own subconscious whims become inconvenient realities. To Timothy, Will said, your magic is about creating unexpected, localized inconveniences. These are already happening to you from the core. Embrace it. Instead of making the ground slippery, make your own unruly thoughts slippery. If you find yourself suddenly wanting to speak in limericks, make the limerick itself so slippery that it can't quite form. Let it slide out of your grasp before it's fully articulated. Timothy's eyes lit up with understanding. He looked at his hands, which were now idly conjuring small, perfectly formed bubbles that popped into existence and then immediately vanished. Like this? He asked, making a bubble that felt resistant. It wobbled, but didn't pop. It's trying to be a limerick, but it's just bubbly. Excellent, Will praised. You're turning its influence back on itself, creating internal friction. For Clara, whose creations are so wonderfully ephemeral, focus on the intent behind the manifestation. You created fingernails. You then decided they were silly. The core wants perfect, unchangeable form. You, my dear Clara, can offer the magic of perfect, reversible form. If something manifests from your mind, you have the power to unmanifest it with equal precision. Clara nodded, a thoughtful expression on her face. She looked at a small, shimmering shard of what looked like a perfectly formed porcelain teacup floating near her shoulder. She focused, and the shard dissolved into a puff of lavender-scented smoke. It just felt right, she said, a small smile playing on her lips. It wasn't my teacup anymore. Will felt a sudden, powerful urge to tie his own shoelaces into an elaborate knot that would be impossible to untangle. He resisted it by focusing his own petty magic, the knack for appearing where least expected, on the concept of a conveniently placed stepping stone. A small, sturdy stone materialized just under his feet, seemingly out of nowhere. He stepped onto it, disrupting the nascent, knot-tying impulse by providing a tangible, if minor, external change of circumstance. See? He explained, stepping off the stone as it faded back into nothingness. It's about redirection. The core craves order, yes, but understand patterns. Our own petty magic, our own inherent quirks, are the most potent patterns we possess. We can use them to create pockets of localized, acceptable chaos that the core, in its quest for ultimate uniformity, will either overlook or attempt to correct, thereby disrupting its own grander schemes. As they pressed on, the anomalies grew more profound. They encountered creatures that were less beings and more fleeting impressions, a ripple of pure anxiety given fleeting, serpentine form, a sigh of regret that momentarily coalesced into a shadowy, hunched figure, a burst of pure, unadulterated joy that manifested as a cascade of sparkling motes. These were the core's attempts to populate its ordered reality with digestible, definable entities. These are the core's pets, Will explained, sidestepping a shimmering blob that pulsed with the emotional weight of a forgotten promise. Fragments of emotion, concepts stripped bare, given just enough form to exist within its ordered matrix. They have no true agency, only the dictated purpose of the core. He watched as a creature resembling a perfectly polished sphere of pure apathy rolled past them, utterly indifferent to their presence. It's tried to reduce everything to its fundamental components, to categorize and control. But it's forgetting that the most interesting things in existence are the messy, unpredictable, unclassifiable bits. Anya's tapping had become a relentless, percussive force. It was a low, thrumming sound that seemed to vibrate through the very core of their being, pushing back against the insidious whispers of random thoughts. She was manifesting her own internal order, her own rhythmic certainty, as a bulwark against the core's invasive tidiness. Her foot tapped a steady, unwavering beat, thump, thump, thump. It was the sound of defiance, the sound of a mind determined not to be smoothed into submission. Barnaby, meanwhile, was a walking, talking advertisement for things that stick. He'd found that by focusing his intent, he could make even the most fleeting of thoughts adhere to a state of non-manifestation. When Timothy started to feel an uncontrollable urge to recite the entirety of his Aunt Mildred's particularly tedious grocery list from last Tuesday, Barnaby subtly willed the urge itself to stick to the concept of unsaid. Timothy blinked, the urge vanishing as if it had never been. That was close, he mumbled, looking relieved. Just keeping the thoughts where they belong, Barnaby said with a small, tight smile, his fingers still twitching with the effort of mental adhesion. It's like a cosmic flypaper for stray notions. Percival, ever the meticulous one, was experiencing his own peculiar manifestation. He kept finding that his meticulously organized pockets would suddenly be filled with a single, perfect, unblemished daisy. He had no idea where they came from, but each time he found one, he felt a surge of mild, inexplicable irritation. Master Will, he began, holding up a pristine white and yellow bloom. These are most inconvenient. Will chuckled. Ah, Percival, you've attracted the core's attention in the most mundane way possible. Its desire for order means it abhors imperfection, and a single, perfect daisy appearing from nowhere. It's an anomaly. It's the core trying to introduce its own brand of perfection into your carefully ordered existence. Your petty magic, of course, is the art of making things slightly less than perfect. Find the imperfection in the daisy. Perhaps its stem is too straight, or its petals are too uniformly arranged. Percival examined the daisy with the intensity of a diamond merchant. Its pollen distribution, he declared after a moment, is almost too even. It lacks a certain randomness. I shall rectify that. He produced a tiny, specialized grooming brush from his pocket and began to delicately, almost imperceptibly, disturb the perfect arrangement of the daisy's pollen. As he did, the daisy wilted, crumbling into a fine, gray dust that promptly blew away. There, he said, a look of immense satisfaction on his face. Much better. Now, if you'll excuse me, I believe my left sock has just spontaneously achieved sentience and is demanding a pay rise. Esmeralda, the mistress of olfactory disruption, was finding her burnt toast scent to be her most potent weapon. The core abhorred the unpredictable, the uncatalogued. The smell of slightly singed bread was, to its ordered mind, an existential affront. As they passed through an area where the very air seemed to hum with the potential for geometric perfection, Esmeralda subtly wafted a stronger wave of her signature aroma. The humming faltered, the air seemed to waver, and a shimmering, perfectly formed cube that had been about to solidify in front of them dissolved into a gust of warm, yeasty air. It's like it can't process the wrongness of it, Esmeralda whispered, fanning her hands with a practiced grace. It expects order, but it gets breakfast gone slightly awry. It's a delicious sort of discord. Clara, meanwhile, was having a field day with her own internal manifestations. She found that when the core tried to impose a perfectly symmetrical pattern on a patch of ground, her mind would offer a counter-pattern of utter, nonsensical beauty. A field of precisely aligned crystals would be met by Clara's mental image of a flock of flying teacups, each one adorned with a tiny, elaborate bow tie. The crystals would flicker, their perfect alignment disrupted by the sheer, unadulterated absurdity of the mental projection. It's like trying to fit a square peg into a round hole, but the peg is also singing opera, Clara explained, her eyes sparkling. The core gets so confused trying to categorize the singing that it forgets about the peg. Will watched his students, a growing sense of pride mixing with a gnawing unease. They were learning. They were adapting. The core's insidious influence, meant to smooth them into obedient, predictable components of its grand design, was instead forcing them to hone their own unique abilities to find strength in their very quirks. The manifestations they experienced, the untied shoelaces, the phantom itches, the sudden urges to sing, the inexplicable appearance of daisies, were not just annoyances, they were the battlegrounds. And their petty magic, the magic of the small, the insignificant, the wonderfully inconvenient, was proving to be their most formidable weapon. "Remember," Will called out, his voice cutting through the strange, resonating hum. "The core seeks to eliminate variables. It wants to reduce existence to its simplest, most predictable form. Our job is to be the irreducible variable. We are the glitch in its perfect code. We are the unexpected ingredient in its meticulously crafted recipe. We are the noise in its perfect silence." He felt a fleeting, intrusive thought, a sudden, overwhelming desire to categorize every single grain of sand in his immediate vicinity. He countered it by imagining himself, for a split second, as a chaotic swirl of wind, scattering those hypothetical grains in every direction. The urge subsided, replaced by a faint, almost imperceptible scent of ozone. "It's a constant struggle," he admitted to himself, "a mental tug-of-war. But it's a struggle we can win by embracing the very things the core seeks to erase." The path ahead shimmered, resolving into what looked like a perfectly constructed staircase, each step identical, flawlessly polished. It was an invitation, a lure into the core's world of absolute order. "Well now," Will said, a mischievous glint in his eye, "who's for a little bit of stare-related tomfoolery?" He turned to his students, a familiar, theatrical flourish in his gesture. "Let's show this overzealous architect of reality what true, unadulterated chaos looks like." The final approach to the unraveling core was less a journey and more surrender. The meticulously ordered corridors, the impossibly sharp angles, and the colors that bled with surgical precision gradually gave way. The oppressive neatness began to fray at the edges, like a perfectly starched collar that had been subjected to a particularly vigorous wrestling match. Straight lines wavered, angles softened, and the colors started to clash, not with the jarring discord of a toddler's crayon box, but with a subtler, more unsettling dissonance, as if they were attempting to outshine each other and failing spectacularly. "It's loosening up," Barnaby observed, his voice a little breathless. His boots no longer felt disconnected. Instead, they were sinking slightly into a ground that now resembled solidified moonlight, soft and yielding. Less like a filing cabinet, more like a very ambitious, very messy baker's apprentice trying to ice a cake with a hurricane. Anya's rhythmic tapping had shifted. It was no longer a shield, but a sonar probing the immediate vicinity. The steady thump-thump-thump was now punctuated by softer taps, a more intricate rhythm that seemed to map the very texture of the air. "The energy, it's not vibrating anymore," she said, her voice laced with awe. "It's singing, but it's a song with too many notes, all at once, and some of them are backwards. Timothy, who had been diligently attempting to make his own limericks too slippery to grasp, found that the elusive words were now tumbling out of him in a chaotic cascade, each one more nonsensical than the last. A badger, quite dapper and keen, he blurted, tried to knit with a rather large bean. He said, "This is grand, but my paws aren't at hand." And then he dissolved in a scream. He clapped his hands over his mouth, mortified. It's escaping me. The slipperiness is failing. That's because the core's influence is weakening. Timothy will explain his own internal hum of order, the urge to neatly arrange his traveling cloaks by shade, fading. It's losing its grip. The laws of its artificial order are unraveling. Think of it like this. The core was a mighty dam, holding back the ocean of primal magic. Now, the dam is cracking, and the ocean as well. It started to be itself again. As they stepped through an invisible threshold, the transformation was absolute. The air no longer hummed, it throbbed. It wasn't just air. It was a palpable, churning medium, thick with potential and raw, unformed power. Colors swirled and collided, not blending or clashing, but existing in a state of constant, dynamic flux. Imagine trying to describe the taste of a rainbow that was also the sound of a blacksmith's hammer, but amplified by the roar of 1,000 waterfalls. That was closer to the sensory overload they were experiencing. Before them, suspended in the heart of this maelstrom, was the unraveling core. It wasn't a structure, not a being, not even a phenomenon in the conventional sense. It was a vortex, a maelstrom of pure, untamed magic. It was a rip in the very fabric of reality, a place where the rules of existence had not just been bent, but had been completely and utterly forgotten. Shimmering hues that no mortal eye had ever cataloged pulsed and bled into each other, creating patterns that defied geometry and logic. Sounds, if they could be called that, echoed, a symphony of shrieks, whispers, roars, and silences that seemed to emanate from the very concept of existence itself. By the seven hells, Timothy breathed, his previous limerick-induced embarrassment forgotten, replaced by sheer, unadulterated wonder. It's everything and nothing. It is the absence of definition, Will said, his voice hushed with reverence, a stark contrast to his usual dry wit. The core is not sentient. It does not think. It simply is. It is the raw material of magic, returned to its primordial state before the universe decided what magic should be. It is the cosmic equivalent of a blank canvas, but instead of paint, it is a canvas of pure possibility. Anya's tapping had ceased entirely. She stood with her eyes wide, her hands clasped together, as if in prayer. "It feels like potential," she whispered. "Everything I could ever be, and everything I could never be, all at once. It's overwhelming." Barnaby, true to form, was focused on a more tangible aspect of the anomaly. He cautiously extended a hand, not to touch, but to feel the ambient energy. His fingers tingled, not with a shock, but with a strange, effervescent fizzing. "It's like static electricity, but thicker," he reported. "And it smells like the moment before a sneeze." That tingly anticipation. The air around them crackled, not with stray energy, but with the very potential for energy. The concept of laws seemed to have evaporated. If one were to think of a teacup, it wouldn't appear. It would simply be in a state of flux, its form flickering between solid ceramic, liquid tea, and a cloud of steam. Then it might decide to be a badger or a thought, or a sensation of mild indigestion. "This is the source," Will stated, his gaze fixed on the chaotic heart of the vortex. "The nexus of the anomaly. This is why the wastes are unstable, why reality has begun to fray. It's not an attack, it's an overflow. Like a cracked reservoir, the primal magic is spilling out, attempting to impose its own chaotic, unformed nature upon the ordered world." Clara, who had been experimenting with making the air around her taste like blueberries, found that her ability had amplified to an absurd degree. The entire area around them was now permeated with an almost overwhelming, yet strangely pleasant, blueberry aroma. It's as if the core is encouraging it. She marveled, taking a deep, fragrant breath. It's not trying to stop me. It's trying to understand how I'm doing it by joining in. Indeed, as Clara focused on the blueberry scent, the air around them shimmered. Flecks of deep blue, like minuscule blueberries, began to coalesce and then dissolve, only to be replaced by swirls of a color that could only be described as the feeling of accomplishment. It was a visual representation of abstract emotion, a manifestation of the core's attempt to categorize even the uncontainable. Percival, who had been trying to maintain a semblance of order by ensuring his socks remained perfectly aligned within his boots, found his efforts utterly futile. One sock suddenly decided it was a sentient, furry caterpillar and began to wriggle. His other sock, in a fit of existential angst, declared itself to be a philosophical treatise on the nature of footwear and refused to be worn. Master Will, he sighed, attempting to restrain a sock that was attempting to unionize, my hosiery has achieved a level of self-awareness that is frankly inconvenient. That's the core, Percival, Will said, a wry smile touching his lips. It doesn't impose order. It reveals the inherent chaos within all things. It's not making your socks sentient. It's allowing their latent potential for sock sentience to bloom. In its own way, it is creating an order of chaos. Esmeralda, the mistress of olfactory disruption, found that her usual burnt toast scent was being rendered bland. The core's primal magic was so overpowering that even the most egregious of smells seemed to get lost in the cacophony of pure essence. However, as she concentrated, she managed to conjure a faint, yet persistent, aroma of burnt sugar. It was a subtle discord, a whisper of wrongness in the roar of pure being. It's like it's trying to find a frequency it understands, she mused, waving her hand to waft the burnt sugar scent. My toast is too organized. It has a beginning, middle, and end. But burnt sugar, it's more of a state of being, a delicious, caramelized imperfection. As if in response, a nearby vortex of what looked like solidified despair momentarily flickered, the rich, sweet scent of burnt sugar causing its edges to blur. Timothy, having abandoned his attempts at slippery limericks, was now struggling with an even more peculiar manifestation. He had suddenly developed an intense, almost overwhelming urge to spontaneously break into interpretive dance, each movement accompanied by the sound of a kazoo. He was quite literally a dancing kazoo-playing mime. It's the joy, he stammered, his body swaying with an involuntary grace that was somewhat undermined by the insistent buzzing of his kazoo. The core, it's showing me, the joy of pure, unadulterated silliness. Will watched his students, a sense of wonder overcoming his usual pragmatism. They had been shaped by the core's influence, forced to adapt and to rely on their own peculiar talents. And now, in the face of pure, unformed magic, their petty magic was proving to be not just a defense, but a language. This is it, Will declared, his voice resonating with a newfound understanding. This is the heart of it all. Not a weapon, not a sentience, but a raw, untamed force. The unraveling core. It is the ultimate expression of potential, the chaos from which all order arises. And we, with our own little sparks of unpredictable magic, are the closest thing to understanding it that this reality can offer. He gestured towards the swirling vortex. It's not trying to destroy us. It's simply being. And in its being, it is unmaking the artificial constraints that have been placed upon existence. The laws of magic, of physics, of reality itself, are merely suggestions to this power. It is the ultimate freedom, and therefore the ultimate danger. The vortex pulsed, a wave of pure, unformed energy washing over them. It didn't push or pull, but rather it invited. It was an invitation to shed all form, all definition, all self. It was the siren song of absolute, unadulterated existence. Anya, however, met the invitation with a quiet, determined strength. She began to tap her foot again, but this time the rhythm was not a shield or a sonar. It was a pulse, a heartbeat, a steady, unwavering beat that seemed to resonate with the very fundamental vibration of existence. Thump, thump, thump. It was a declaration. I am. I exist. I am defined. Barnaby, seeing Anya's resolve, focused his own magic. He willed the idea of his own existence, the sticky, tangible reality of Barnaby, to adhere firmly to itself. He became a beacon of self-definition in the sea of pure potential. He was, in essence, making himself incredibly hard to unravel. Percival, with a sigh that spoke volumes about the existential crisis of his hosiery, managed to firmly stick his philosophical sock to the concept of being a sock. It still grumbled about its purpose, but it was no longer attempting a metaphysical revolution. Clara, seeing the chaotic beauty, embraced it. She didn't try to impose her blueberry scent or her flying teacups. Instead, she allowed her petty magic to harmonize with the core, manifesting not just her own creations, but the potential for a million different creations, a kaleidoscope of fleeting, beautiful impossibilities. Timothy, abandoning the kazoo, began to move with a fluid grace, his dance no longer about arbitrary silliness, but about the sheer, unadulterated joy of movement itself. He was expressing the raw, unformed energy of the core through the language of his own body. Even Esmeralda's burnt sugar scent seemed to find a strange resonance, a sweet counterpoint to the overwhelming symphony of existence. It was a small imperfection that made the grand chaos feel comprehensible. Will watched them, a profound sense of peace settling over him. They hadn't conquered the unraveling core. They couldn't, but they had learned to exist alongside it. They had found their own definitions, their own small pockets of order, not as a defiance, but as a complement to the boundless chaos. It doesn't demand order, Will murmured, understanding dawning in his eyes. It simply is, and in its raw existence, it allows for all other things to simply be as well. Our own petty magic, our quirks, our individual definitions, they are not an affront to its nature. They are simply variations, different notes in the same grand, chaotic symphony. He looked at his students, their faces illuminated by the swirling, impossible light of the core. They were not merely surviving this place. They were learning from it. They were learning that true strength lay not in imposing one's will, but in understanding one's own nature, and in finding a place for that nature within the grand, unpredictable tapestry of existence. The anomaly, Will said, his voice clear and strong, cutting through the symphony of being, is not the core. The anomaly was the attempt to force it into a shape it was never meant to hold. The real anomaly is order itself. And now, the universe is simply correcting itself. The vortex before them pulsed again, this time with a gentler, more inviting luminescence. It was no longer a threat, but a promise of raw potential, of unbridled creation, and of the beautiful, inherent chaos that underpinned everything. They had reached the heart of the unraveling, and in doing so, they had found not an end, but a beginning. Chapter 13, The Battle of Minor Inconveniences. The air in the chamber of the unraveling core thrummed with a potent, unformed energy, a symphony of pure potential that threatened to overwhelm. The students, having found their footing within the chaos, now looked to Will for direction. He had witnessed their initial reactions, the way their individual petty magics had either harmonized with or subtly resisted the core's boundless flux. It was this resilience, this inherent stubbornness of their magics that had sparked an idea born from the ramblings of a long-dead, notoriously cantankerous gnome. Grumwald, Will began, his voice cutting through the ethereal hum. He rarely invoked the name of the notoriously prickly artificer, a man whose inventions were as legendary for their brilliance as they were for their sheer, unadulterated annoyance factor. Grumwald, in his later years, had become obsessed with the nature of order and chaos, theorizing that true chaos was not merely random, but a boundless, formless entity that could be managed. Not controlled, for that was anathema to its nature, but nudged, guided, and perhaps even placated. He believed, continued, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow, that pure chaos, like the core, could not be destroyed. To attempt to destroy, it would be like trying to unring a bell that has never been rung. It is the primordial state, the canvas before the first stroke of paint. But, and here his eyes gleamed with a spark of mischief, he also believed that pure chaos found defined patterns, even predictable ones, to be supremely irritating. Barnaby, who had been meticulously ensuring his boots were still firmly attached to his feet, a surprisingly difficult feat in this place, perked up. Irritating? Like when you find a single rogue sock in the laundry. Precisely, Barnaby will confirm with a nod. Grumwald's thesis was that a persistent, highly structured, and utterly unremarkable pattern could act as a sort of irritant. Not an aggressive one, mind you. More like a persistent, low-level hum of discordance within the symphony of pure potential. Something that the core, in its infinite, unfocused existence, would find distasteful. Like a perfectly executed, yet utterly bland, limerick when one is expecting a bawdy ballad. Timothy, who had been silently practicing a dance that involved wiggling his ears in time with the ambient thrum, chimed in. So, we're not supposed to fight it? We're supposed to annoy it into behaving. In essence, yes, Will said, a slow smile spreading across his face. We are not going to defeat the unraveling core. That is an impossibility. We are going to apply the Grumwaldian principle of strategic spite. We will introduce a stable, yet profoundly irritating overlay of order. A pattern so predictable, so pedestrian, that the core will find it tiresome. It will be like a tiny, perfectly manicured rose garden blooming in the middle of an infinite, swirling nebula of pure creation. Anya, her rhythmic tapping now a soft, almost imperceptible pulse against her thigh, asked, "And how do we create this pattern?" "With our petty magic, of course," Will replied, his gaze sweeping over his assembled students. "Each of you possesses a unique form of magic, a signature of your own existence. While the core is pure potential, your magics are actualizations, small, defined manifestations of your will." Grumwald theorized that by synchronizing these individual, yet distinct, manifestations, we could create a complex, yet utterly mundane, tapestry of effect. A symphony of minor inconveniences. He elaborated on the plan. Barnaby, with his uncanny ability to stick things together, would focus on creating an invisible, yet incredibly adhesive, field. It wouldn't be strong enough to impede the core, but it would be sticky, like walking through a half-dry jam. Clara, whose sensory manipulations were the stuff of whimsical legend, would weave an all-encompassing scent of lukewarm, slightly too sweet chamomile tea, a fragrance universally recognized for its soporific and mildly depressing qualities. Timothy, whose limericks had become so slippery they were practically ungraspable, will be tasked with generating a constant stream of perfectly formed, utterly forgettable limericks. No wit, no punchline, just rhythm and rhyme. Percival, ever the pragmatist, would focus on a subtle, persistent, and entirely uninspiring hum, a sound so devoid of character it would make a beige wall seem vibrant. And Anya, the steady anchor, would maintain a rhythmic, unchanging pulse, a steady thump-thump-thump that was neither soothing nor alarming, simply present. The goal, will emphasize his voice gaining a steely edge, is not to impose order, but to introduce a persistent, monotonous structure. It's like a fly buzzing in a vast library. The fly isn't destroying the books, but its incessant drone is undeniably distracting. We will be that fly, buzzing with our collective petty magic, creating a constant, low-level annoyance that the core, in its desire for unbound existence, will find irksome. It's the ultimate act of passive-aggressive magic. He looked at each of them, his expression earnest. This will not be a battle of force, but of endurance, of consistent, unwavering tedium. We must maintain this pattern, this irritating overlay, for as long as it takes. Grunwald believed that this sustained, predictable disruption would cause the core's boundless energy to coalesce, to seek a more stable, less vexing state. It's less about fighting chaos and more about politely, but firmly, suggesting that it redecorate. Percival adjusted his monocle, a faint sheen of sweat on his brow. So, we are to become a collective sonic and olfactory and tactile irritant. Precisely, Will confirmed. Think of it as a cosmic keep off the grass sign, writ large across the fabric of reality. It's not about stopping the core. It's about making it feel unwelcome in its own boundless existence. A cosmic equivalent of a landlord showing up unannounced with a clipboard and a lecture on proper waste disposal. Barnaby, ever practical, immediately began to visualize an invisible, slightly tacky surface. He imagined the feeling of trying to peel a sticker off a well-varnished table. Not impossible, but requiring a persistent effort that was just annoying. He focused on that sensation, willing it to permeate the space around them, a subtle adhesion that would catch at the edges of pure potential. He pictured the unformed magic encountering his stickiness and recoiling slightly, like a delicate butterfly brushing against a cobweb. It was a subtle magic, one that didn't shout for attention, but whispered, "Oh, bother. This is a bit clingy, isn't it?" He imagined the core's formless energy trying to flow, only to encounter these tiny, invisible pockets of reluctant adherence, like trying to pour water into a sieve that's been lined with a thin layer of honey. It wasn't a barrier, but a persistent, sticky nuisance. Clara, meanwhile, began to conjure the scent, not of fresh, invigorating chamomile, but of tea that had been brewed too long, its delicate floral notes long since faded, replaced by a slightly bitter, medicinal aroma. She layered it with the faintest hint of dust motes dancing in a stale, sunlit room, the scent of utter, profound boredom. She envisioned it as an invisible fog, a miasma of tepid ennui that would gently, insidiously seep into the vibrant, swirling energies of the core. She imagined the primal magic, accustomed to the exhilarating dance of creation, encountering this aroma and feeling a distinct urge to yawn. It was a scent that spoke of unfinished chores, of watching paint dry, of the eternal struggle to find matching socks. It was the olfactory equivalent of a monotone lecture on the proper care of garden gnomes. Timothy, with a nervous grin, began to murmur. His limericks, once fleeting and elusive, now took on a strangely solid form as he focused on their inherent, predictable structure. There once was a wizard so grand, whose magic got quite out of hand. He'd say, abracadabra, then turn into a dubra, and vanish a rather dull brand. He repeated it, the rhythm steady, the rhyme impeccable, the narrative utterly unremarkable. He then launched into another. A dragon with scales of bright green. Loved pickles, the sour and the mean. He'd crunch them with glee. Then burp, oh dear me, a most unexciting cuisine. Each limerick was a perfectly formed, yet utterly uninspired, little package of words. They lacked wit, they lacked surprise, they lacked anything that might capture the attention of a primal force. They were simply there, a constant, gentle cascade of predictable syllables, a gentle, rhythmic thudding against the boundless roar of the core. He felt a slight twitch in his fingers, a residual urge to make them more absurd, but he held firm, channeling his creative energy into the sheer act of being bland. Percival, ever the master of subtle sonic disruption, began to emit a low, resonant hum. It wasn't a musical note, nor was it a grating noise. It was the sound of a refrigerator running in an empty house, the faint buzz of an appliance performing its function with relentless, unthinking efficiency. He pitched it perfectly, a frequency that was just present enough to be noticed, but never enough to be truly bothersome. It was the sound of existence without purpose, the auditory equivalent of watching water boil, but without the satisfying rumble. He imagined it weaving through the more dramatic manifestations of the core, a persistent, almost apologetic drone, like a forgotten email notification pinging in the background of a grand opera. It was the sound of utter, profound indifference. And Anya, the quiet anchor, began her rhythm. Thump, thump, thump. It was not the urgent beat of a racing heart, nor the comforting lullaby of a gentle pulse. It was the steady, unwavering beat of a metronome set to a moderate tempo, marking time with impartial regularity. It was the sound of inevitability, of the seconds ticking by without joy or sorrow. It was a beat that said, I am here, I am present, I am unchanging. She envisioned it as a persistent, physical manifestation, a subtle vibration that would resonate through the very fabric of the chaotic energy, a small, unwavering point of order in the maelstrom. It was a heartbeat, yes, but one devoid of passion, a mechanical pulse for a mechanical world. We'll watch them, a glint of satisfaction in his eyes. The chamber, already a riot of impossible colors and sounds, was now layered with a new, subtle texture. Barnaby's stickiness was a barely perceptible resistance, like walking through cobwebs. Clara's chamomile tea scent, though pervasive, was a soft, cloying blanket rather than an outright assault. Timothy's limericks tumbled out, each one a perfectly formed but forgettable pebble dropped into an ocean. Percival's hum was a constant, almost subliminal drone, and Anya's pulse was a steady, unyielding rhythm. Excellent, Will murmured, his voice barely audible above the cacophony. Maintain it. Let the tedium build. Let the predictable smother the potential. We are not fighting the storm. We are building a perfectly square, perfectly beige shed within it. And we will make the storm utterly sick of our shed. The strategy of spite was in full effect. It was not a glamorous battle. There were no explosions, no grand pronouncements, no dramatic clashes of power. It was a war of attrition, fought with the mundane, the predictable, and the profoundly annoying. It was the ultimate testament to the power of petty magic, proving that sometimes the most effective way to deal with overwhelming chaos was not to confront it, but to bore it into submission. The unraveling core, in its boundless, unfocused state, was a force of pure creation and destruction, a canvas of infinite possibility. It was the raw material of existence, unshaped and untamed. And yet, as Barnaby's subtle stickiness began to adhere infinitesimally to the flowing energies, as Clara's soporific scent began to weave through the vibrant hues, as Timothy's bland verses formed a monotonous stream, and as Percival's indifferent hum and Anya's unyielding pulse created a steady, uninspired beat, something began to shift. The energy of the core, accustomed to the exhilarating dance of infinite potential, encountered these small, persistent anchors of defined, predictable effect. It was like a raging inferno suddenly finding itself exposed to a lukewarm breeze. The inferno didn't die, but its wild, unpredictable dance faltered. The vibrant, clashing colors seemed to lose a fraction of their intensity, as if recoiling from the scent of stale chamomile. The roars and whispers, the symphony of existence, were now punctuated by the rhythmic thump, thump, thump and the droning hum. Timothy's limericks, each one a small, perfectly constructed disappointment, began to form a sort of sonic net. They weren't trapping the magic, but they were providing a predictable, repetitive framework that the core's wilder manifestations had to weave around. It was like trying to express oneself through free verse poetry while simultaneously being forced to adhere to a strict haiku structure. The spontaneity was hampered, the boundless expression constrained by the sheer, uninspired regularity. Barnaby's subtle adhesiveness was perhaps the most insidious. It was not a strong grip, but a persistent cling. Imagine trying to walk through a field of incredibly fine, yet slightly sticky cobwebs. Each step required a fraction more effort, a gentle, persistent tugging that, while not preventing progress, certainly made it less fluid. The core's energies, accustomed to effortless motion, found this slight friction bothersome. It was like a beautiful dancer suddenly finding their shoes slightly stuck to the floor with every movement. Clara's olfactory contribution was more insidious. The scent of lukewarm chamomile was not offensive, but it was profoundly uninspiring. It was the scent of waiting rooms, of endless Tuesdays, of the quiet desperation of knowing that nothing exciting was going to happen. The raw, vibrant magic, fueled by the very essence of creation, found itself subtly dampened, as if a thin veil of existential ennui had been cast over it. It was like trying to paint a masterpiece while smelling the faint, lingering aroma of burnt toast from yesterday's breakfast. Percival's hum was a constant, low-level static. It was the sound of being without doing, of existence without purpose. It was the auditory equivalent of staring at a blank wall. And Anya's pulse, the steady thump-thump-thump, was the relentless ticking of a clock that marked no significant event. It was time passing, inexorably and without fanfare. Will watched the swirling vortex, his expression serene. He could see the subtle changes. The wildest surges of energy seemed to be moderating. They were not being suppressed, but they were being subtly nudged, guided by the persistent, predictable annoyances they had introduced. It was as if the core, faced with an infinite sea of possibility, had found itself presented with a small, perfectly ordered, and utterly uninteresting puzzle box. And the sheer banality of it was beginning to chafe. "It's working," he whispered, a hint of triumph in his voice. Grumwald was right. Pure chaos finds order tiresome. It's like trying to appreciate a supernova when someone is constantly whispering, "Did you remember to pay the gas bill?" in your ear. The unraveling core, in its unfathomable nature, was not designed for consistency. It was the essence of change, of flux, of infinite becoming. The steady, unchanging nature of their collective petty magic was anathema to its core function. It wasn't being attacked. It was being inconvenienced. It was like a god of creation being forced to listen to an endless loop of elevator music. The vortex pulsed, not with the violent energy of before, but with a more frustrated rhythm. The colors seemed to swirl with a little less abandon, the sounds with a little less ferocity. It was as if the core was trying to express itself, to unleash its boundless power, but kept getting snagged on Barnaby's invisible stickiness, repelled by Clara's dull scent, interrupted by Timothy's bland rhymes, soothed into apathy by Percival's hum, and kept on a monotonous schedule by Anya's pulse. "We are the cosmic equivalent of a mild rash," Will mused, a genuine smile gracing his lips. Not life-threatening, but persistent, infuriatingly persistent. The core thrives on the unexpected, on the boundless. We are offering it the profoundly expected, the utterly mundane. The plan was not to destroy the core, but to achieve a state of equilibrium, a temporary truce. By introducing a stable, albeit annoying, pattern, they were creating a localized eddy in the great river of chaos. The core, encountering this pocket of predictable tedium, would, according to Grumwald's theories, seek to resolve the irritation. And the easiest way to resolve a consistent, unchanging irritation was not to eradicate it, but to contain it, to push it to the periphery, to the edges of its own boundless being. It was a delicate dance. If they pushed too hard, if their order became too rigid, they risked provoking a truly destructive backlash. But if they were too weak, too inconsistent, the core would simply absorb their efforts, their petty magic becoming just another fleeting expression within its infinite repertoire. They had to be perfectly, maddeningly, consistently themselves. Barnaby focused on the feeling of glue that never quite dried, of surfaces that always felt just a little bit tacky. Clara imagined the blandest, most unappealing shades of beige and pale gray, translating them into an olfactory experience. Timothy recited limericks about the weather, about socks, about the subtle art of cueing. Percival maintained his hum, a sound that was the very definition of nothing happening. And Anya's pulse, thump, 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 was the unwavering heartbeat of a creature utterly devoid of passion. They were not heroes storming a fortress. They were a committee meeting that had gone on for far too long, droning on about mundane details while the world burned around them. And the unraveling core, the embodiment of all potential, was beginning to feel the weight of their collective, uninspired presence. It was like being trapped in a waiting room with only a worn-out magazine and the hum of fluorescent lights for company. The boundless energy was being channeled, not into acts of creation or destruction, but into the subtle, persistent art of being profoundly tiresome. The battle of minor inconveniences had truly begun. The rhythmic tapping began, not with a flourish or a dramatic build, but with a subtle, almost shy insistence. Anya, whose feet had a mind of their own, even in the most serene of circumstances, now channeled that latent kinetic energy into something more deliberate. It started as a soft tap-tap-tap against the floor, a sound so unassuming it was easily lost in the grander pronouncements of the unraveling core. But Anya wasn't aiming for grand. She was aiming for irritating. Her petty magic, a subtle manifestation of her own internal cadence, was being coaxed into a more potent, yet equally monotonous form. The tapping wasn't a simple beat. It was a complex, yet utterly predictable pattern that mimicked the erratic heartbeat of a creature perpetually on the verge of a sneeze. Tap, 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 tap. Tap, tap. Tap, 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 tap. It was a rhythm designed to be immediately noticeable, yet impossible to anticipate precisely where the next tap would land, creating a subtle mental itch. It was the auditory equivalent of a tiny pebble, perfectly smooth, rolling back and forth under your eyelid. The raw, formless chaos of the core, accustomed to the grand gestures of creation and destruction, the violent shifts in energy and the explosive emergence of possibility, found itself confronted by something small and persistent. The unbridled energy, like a furious storm, would surge, only to find itself encountering this minuscule, yet unyielding, pulse of organized sound. It wasn't a wall, not by any stretch of the imagination. It was more akin to a gnat buzzing persistently around the ear of a titan. The titan might not be physically harmed, but its concentration, its very being, would be subtly disrupted. The chaos had an inherent fluidity, a willingness to flow into any shape, any possibility. But Anya's tapping was a tiny, localized whirlpool within that boundless ocean. It was a point of fixed reference, a miniature island of order in a sea of infinite potential. The surges of energy would wash around it, some brushing against the sound waves, others swirling further afield, but always, the tapping was there. Tap, 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 tap. Tap, tap. Tap, 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 tap. It was a sonic fingerprint, a tiny, indelible mark left on the otherwise pristine canvas of pure chaos. Will watched, a faint smile playing on his lips. Anya's contribution was perhaps the most direct manifestation of the strategic spite he had envisioned. Barnaby's stickiness was pervasive but subtle. Clara's scent was soporific but diffuse. Timothy's limericks were a cascade of blandness, easily drowned out by the core's more dramatic expressions. Percival's hum was an underpinning, a constant drone that could be almost tuned out. But Anya's tapping was a needle. A very small, very persistent, and very irritating needle. The core's energy would coalesce, forming intricate patterns of nascent creation, only to have the rhythm of its emergence subtly altered by Anya's insistent beat. It was like a master musician attempting to perform a complex concerto while a child in the front row incessantly tapped their pencil against their desk. The music could still be played, the notes still struck, but the purity of the experience was irrevocably compromised. The chaos, in its boundless existence, was not designed to contend with such mundane, persistent annoyances. It was a force of nature, an elemental power, and here it was being subtly, yet undeniably vexed by a rhythmic foot. The students, though engaged in their own unique contributions to the symphony of tedium, could feel the subtle shift. The air, which had previously felt like being caught in a maelstrom of pure, unadulterated potential, now had a tiny, almost imperceptible snag. It was like static electricity, not enough to cause a significant shock, but just enough to make the hairs on your arms stand on end. Anya's magic was a constant, low-level irritant, a persistent reminder that even in the face of infinite possibility, a small, ordered rhythm could carve out its own persistent space. She closed her eyes, focusing not on the vastness of the core, but on the simple, tactile sensation of her shoe meeting the floor. She pictured each tap not as an individual sound, but as a small, perfectly formed bump placed with meticulous care along a line. The line itself was not straight, nor was it curved. It was a jagged, unpredictable path, like a seismograph recording a minor tremor. And the bumps, though regularly timed, were of slightly varying heights and depths, creating a subtle, jarring inconsistency that defied easy categorization. The boundless energy of the unraveling core, accustomed to sweeping pronouncements and grand, sweeping movements, found itself subjected to this relentless, almost petty percussiveness. It was as if the universe, in its most primal, unformed state, was being forced to listen to a metronome that was intentionally malfunctioning. Not to the point of being completely broken, mind you, but just enough to throw off the perfect timing of any grand endeavor. Imagine a grand tapestry being woven by divine hands, a masterpiece of cosmic proportion. And then imagine a single, tiny spider with a minuscule hammer tapping out a rhythm against a single thread, just enough to make the weaver pause, to momentarily lose their place, to feel a tiny prickle of annoyance before they could resume their work. That was Anya's contribution, a tiny, sonic nuisance, relentlessly chipping away at the edges of pure potential. The fluctuations in the core's energy, usually wild and unpredictable, began to exhibit a subtle hesitation. A surge that might have blossomed into a nascent galaxy would momentarily falter, as if listening. Was it the sound of its own burgeoning power, or was it something else? Something small, insistent, and utterly uninspiring? The hesitation was infinitesimal, a blink of an eye in cosmic terms, but it was there. A disruption, a distraction. Anya's magic wasn't about imposing order. It was about introducing a defined pattern. It was about showing the boundless chaos that there were certain, albeit minuscule, boundaries that could be established. It was like a single, perfectly formed, yet entirely uninteresting square of pavement laid down amidst a swirling, amorphous desert of sand. The sand would still flow, the desert would still stretch to infinity, but that one small, square patch of pavement was now there. And it was undeniably, persistently, a square. The core's inherent nature was to expand, to fill, to become. But Anya's tapping was a constant reminder that not everything needed to be filled. Some things, like a persistent, irritating rhythm, could simply be, and in their persistence, they could subtly, irrevocably alter the very nature of what was happening around them. The grand, unfettered dance of creation found itself occasionally tripping over its own feet, all thanks to Anya's maddeningly consistent, yet unpredictably nuanced percussive interlude. She didn't feel the pressure of the core directly. She didn't feel the raw power attempting to overwhelm her. Instead, she felt a connection to the rhythm of her own being, a fundamental beat that predated thought, that existed before intention. And she translated that beat, with all its inherent quirks and hesitations, into the external world. It was a magic of presence, of undeniable existence, channeled into a form that the unbound chaos could neither easily absorb nor dismiss. The chaos would ebb and flow, its energies swirling in a riot of impossible colors and sounds. But woven through it, like a persistent, slightly out-of-tune string in a grand orchestra, was Anya's tapping. Tap, 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 tap. Tap, tap. Tap, 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 tap. It was a sound that was both there and not there, a subtle disruption that demanded attention without screaming for it. It was the quiet hum of an engine that should have been turned off, the persistent drip of a faucet in an empty house. It was the very essence of a minor inconvenience, amplified and directed with unwavering focus. The students exchanged glances. They could see it, feel it, hear it. Barnaby's invisible tackiness was making the very fabric of the core's energy feel slightly sluggish. Clara's scent of forgotten tea was weaving a shroud of ennui around the vibrant manifestations. Timothy's limericks were falling like a gentle rain of pebbles, each one duller than the last. Percival's hum was the sound of existence without consequence. And Anya's tapping was the insistent pulse, the rhythmic headache that was beginning to form behind the eyes of pure, unadulterated chaos. It wasn't a direct assault. It was a strategy of wearing down, of introducing persistent points of friction into a system designed for seamless flow. The unraveling core was the epitome of potential, the embodiment of the infinite. It was the raw material from which all things could be made. And yet, it was being subtly, persistently, irritated by a magic that was as fundamental as a heartbeat, yet as complex as a child's unpredictable skip. Anya maintained her rhythm, her focus unwavering. She wasn't trying to control the core. She wasn't trying to defeat it. She was simply offering it a consistent, maddeningly imperfect soundtrack. And in the grand, chaotic symphony of existence, that small, insistent tap was proving to be the most disruptive note of all. The core would surge, then hesitate. It would gather energy, then falter, as if caught by an invisible string. The boundless potential was beginning to feel the subtle, yet undeniable weight of a perfectly executed, yet utterly unremarkable rhythm. It was a battle of persistence, of mundane excellence, and Anya, the foot tapper, was leading the charge, one irritating tap at a time. She was creating a small, localized zone of predictable annoyance, a sonic island in the boundless sea of the core's unfettered existence. The chaos, in its infinite wisdom, was beginning to find this tiny, persistent pebble in its shoe utterly insufferable. It wasn't a roar of defiance. It was a whisper of irritation, and it was slowly, inexorably, beginning to make a difference. The very nature of the unformed energy seemed to recoil slightly, not from force, but from the sheer, unyielding predictability of the sound. It was a concept the boundless core had no frame of reference for, this relentless, yet subtly varied, insistence on being there. And that, Will knew, was precisely the kind of annoyance that could, eventually, lead to a profound shift. Anya was not just tapping her foot. She was tapping into the very weakness of unbound potential, its inability to comprehend or tolerate persistent pattern tedium. The grand, chaotic ballet was developing a subtle, yet maddening staccato. The chaotic energies, in their boundless, unfettered wildness, began to lash out. They writhed and coiled like celestial serpents, their movements as unpredictable as a toddler with a sugar rush and a sharp implement. These were not gentle undulations. They were violent spasms, tendrils of raw, unformed potential attempting to escape the perceived confinement of their current state. They surged outward, seeking any purchase, any point of resistance or release. It was in these moments of explosive, undirected energy that Barnaby's peculiar brand of subtle sabotage truly began to manifest. Barnaby, with a serene, almost absent-minded smile, extended a hand, not to grasp, but to simply exist in the path of these wild lurches. His magic, a sticky, pervasive annoyance that had once plagued the students with phantom treacle and recalcitrant shoelaces, now found a grander, more cosmic canvas. As a shimmering, almost iridescent tendril of pure chaos whipped out, seeking to dissipate into the ether, Barnaby's influence latched onto it. It wasn't a violent tug-of-war. It was more akin to a particularly stubborn piece of lint adhering to a freshly waxed surface. The tendril, instead of simply vanishing or exploding, seemed to pause, to adhere. It clung for a fraction of a second, then another before detaching with a faint, almost wet-sounding schlick. This wasn't a strong bond, not by any stretch of the imagination. It was more like the residual stickiness left on your fingers after peeling a particularly ripe banana. But in the context of pure, unbridled chaos, this momentary adhesion was profoundly disruptive. Imagine trying to guide a wild, untamed stallion through a narrow corridor. Every instinct of the beast is to bolt, to buck, to thrash. Now imagine that every time it tries to buck, its hooves briefly stick to the polished floor. It wouldn't stop the stallion, not entirely, but it would certainly throw off its rhythm, make its movements more hesitant, its trajectory slightly more predictable. That was Barnaby's effect. He was applying not a brake, but a momentary, invisible, and utterly bizarre form of drag to the very fabric of creation. The visual was, to put it mildly, surreal. Shimmering, impossibly colored strands of energy, the very stuff of unformed possibility, would momentarily snag on nothing. They would appear to cling to the air itself, like sticky cobwebs woven from starlight, or to the rough-hewn surfaces of ambient reality, as if the floor or the rocks had been coated in an invisible, ultra-powerful adhesive. These were not static points of contact. They were fleeting embraces, brief moments of tangible connection that defied the inherent formlessness of the core. The chaotic energy, accustomed to flowing, to surging, to being an unimpeded force, now encountered these peculiar, ephemeral moments of resistance. A lash of pure potential, aimed at dissipating into the void, would suddenly find itself adhering to the very air it was trying to escape. It would stretch momentarily like a thick, elastic strand before snapping free, its trajectory slightly altered, its momentum subtly blunted. The effect was less about stopping the chaos and more about making it present, tangible, in the most bizarre and fleeting of ways. This was a magic of the absurd, a defiance of the expected that was as comical as it was effective. Barnaby's contribution was not a roar, nor a symphony, nor a relentless tapping. It was a series of tiny, almost comical stuck moments, a cosmic equivalent of a child's toy car getting momentarily caught in a shag carpet. The sheer incongruity of it was part of its power. The unbridled force of the unraveling core, the raw material of infinite possibilities, was being momentarily inconvenienced by what amounted to ethereal, invisible flypaper. We'll observe this with a quiet satisfaction. Barnaby's power was not about brute force or overwhelming influence. It was about introducing friction, about creating points of unexpected, minor resistance that, when multiplied, could significantly disrupt a system. The core, in its unbounded state, was designed for absolute freedom of movement, for instantaneous transformation. It was not designed to contend with the concept of stickiness. The students, too, were beginning to feel the cumulative effect. Anya's rhythmic annoyance was like a persistent headache. Clara's soporific scent was a fog of apathy. Timothy's limericks were a gentle, yet soul-crushing, barrage of blandness. Percival's hum was the soundtrack to existential ennui. And now, Barnaby's peculiar adhesive magic. It was like adding a layer of invisible, slightly damp, cling film to every surface. The wild energy would surge, and instead of a clean, unfettered escape, it would meet a momentary, sticky embrace. The visual became more pronounced as the core's energies grew more agitated. Tendrils of nascent creation, shimmering with impossible colors and swirling with nascent forms, would momentarily adhere to each other, creating brief, crystalline structures that would then shatter. They would cling to the intangible boundaries of their own manifestation, creating visible ripples like a stone dropped into a perfectly still, invisible pond. The air itself seemed to acquire a subtle, shimmering sheen in places, as if it had been lightly coated in a fine, invisible dew that caught the light. Barnaby, meanwhile, moved with a languid grace, his hands tracing slow, deliberate arcs in the air. He wasn't fighting the energy, he was interacting with it, in his own unique passive-aggressive way. He was the ultimate manifestation of will not budge, applied to the very essence of unbound potential. Imagine a massive, intangible gust of wind trying to sweep through a cluttered room. And then imagine every single object in that room being coated in a thin layer of honey. The wind would still blow, but its passage would be slowed, its force diffused, its direction subtly altered by the numerous tiny moments of resistance. This was not a magic of destruction, nor even of direct control. It was a magic of obstruction, of passive impediment. Barnaby was forcing the core to acknowledge its own physicality, its own presence, by making parts of it momentarily stick to the concept of there. He was demonstrating that even pure potential had to contend with the fundamental principles of adhesion, of friction, of the simple, undeniable fact that some things, for a brief, glorious moment, just stuck. The tendrils of chaotic energy, those wild, untamed extensions of raw possibility, began to behave in ways they never had before. Instead of a clean, swift dispersal, they would momentarily adhere to the very fabric of the space around them. They would stretch like taffy before snapping back, their form momentarily distorted. They would cling to the invisible currents of magic, creating tiny, shimmering eddies that would then dissipate. It was as if the air itself had become subtly viscous, or as if the core's own energy was momentarily snagging on invisible threads. The effect was both visually striking and strategically brilliant. The wild flailing of the chaotic energy, which was its most dangerous and unpredictable aspect, was being subtly tamed. It was like trying to contain a swarm of hyperactive fireflies in a jar. Normally, they'd ricochet off the glass with impossible speed. But if the glass was slightly sticky, the fireflies would pause, hesitate, their frantic movements momentarily arrested. Barnaby was applying that principle to the very building blocks of reality. He wasn't creating barriers. He wasn't erecting walls. He was simply making the raw energy momentarily reluctant to move. Each tendril, each surge, would encounter these invisible points of adhesion, these fleeting moments of stickiness. It was enough to slow its velocity, to alter its trajectory, to make its wild dance a little less frenzied, a little more trackable. And in the chaotic, unpredictable nature of the unraveling core, trackable was a significant step towards manageable. The sheer absurdity of it all was not lost on the observing students. Barnaby, usually a source of mild, personal inconvenience, a perpetually stuck zipper, a shoelace that refused to stay tied, was now applying his unique talent on a cosmic scale. He was making the fundamental forces of existence behave like a cheap sticker that refused to come off a polished table. The thought was so inherently silly, so delightfully mundane, that it held a strange power. The universe, in its most profound and terrifying state of flux, was being held up by what amounted to ethereal stickiness. Will watched, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Barnaby's contribution was not about overwhelming power. It was about persistent low-level annoyance. It was about introducing an element that the core, in its pure, unbound state, had no context for. Chaos was about freedom, about uninhibited movement. It was not about adherence. It was about flowing, about expanding, about becoming. It was not designed to understand why a perfectly formed wave of energy would momentarily cling to the vacuum it was trying to expand into. The effect was most noticeable when the chaotic energy attempted to lash out with extreme prejudice. These were the moments when the core was most agitated, its energies surging with violent intent. And it was in these moments that Barnaby's magic shone brightest, or rather, stuck most effectively. A tendril of raw power, aiming to dissipate into the very fabric of existence, would suddenly find itself adhering to the intangible boundaries of its own manifestation. It would stretch like a reluctant rubber band before snapping back, its trajectory subtly altered. The visual was bizarre, shimmering, almost fluid streams of energy, some glowing with nascent colors, others dark with unformed potential, would momentarily snag on nothing. They'd appear to cling to the air itself, like phantom cobwebs spun from starlight, or to the rough-hewn textures of the ambient magical field, as if the very space had been coated in an invisible, ultra-powerful adhesive. These were not solid anchors, not by any means. They were ephemeral embraces, brief moments of tangible connection that defied the inherent formlessness of the core's volatile outpourings. This was a magic of the utterly unexpected, a defiance of the predictable that was as comical as it was effective. Barnaby's contribution was not a grand gesture, nor a deafening roar. It was a series of tiny, almost laughable stuck moments, a cosmic equivalent of a stubborn label that simply refused to peel off cleanly. The sheer incongruity of it was part of its genius. The boundless, primordial force of the unraveling core, the very essence of infinite possibilities, was being momentarily inconvenienced by what amounted to ethereal, invisible flypaper. He wasn't trying to stop the energy, not directly. His magic wasn't about brute force. It was about introducing a subtle, yet pervasive, form of drag. As the tendrils of chaotic energy writhed and thrashed, they would encounter these invisible points of adhesion. They would stretch momentarily like thick elastic strands before detaching with a faint, almost wet-sounding schlick. This wasn't strong enough to halt the surges, but it was enough to slow their wild flailing, to make their movements slightly less erratic, their trajectories marginally more predictable. The students, keenly aware of the subtle shifts in the chaotic maelstrom, could feel the impact of Barnaby's unique talent. Where Anya's tapping was a rhythmic irritant, and Clara's sent a soporific haze, Barnaby's magic was a tactile, albeit invisible, disruption. It was as if the very air had become subtly viscous, or as if the core's own energy was momentarily snagging on invisible threads. The wild leaps and bounds of pure potential were being punctuated by these peculiar, fleeting moments of cling. The visual was particularly striking when the energy pulsed outwards. Shimmering, impossibly colored strands would momentarily adhere to each other, creating brief, almost crystalline structures that would then shatter. They would cling to the intangible boundaries of their own manifestation, creating visible ripples, like a stone dropped into a perfectly still, invisible pond. The air itself seemed to acquire a subtle, shimmering sheen in places, as if it had been lightly coated in a fine, invisible dew that caught the light. Barnaby, with a serene, almost absent-minded smile, moved through the space, his hands tracing slow, deliberate arcs. He wasn't fighting the energy. He was simply coexisting with it, in his own peculiar, passive-aggressive way. He was applying, not a break, but a momentary, invisible, and utterly bizarre form of drag to the very fabric of creation. He was the ultimate manifestation of will not budge, applied to the very essence of unbound potential. Imagine a massive, intangible gust of wind trying to sweep through a cluttered room. And then imagine every single object in that room being coated in a thin layer of honey. The wind would still blow, but its passage would be slowed, its force diffused, its direction subtly altered by the numerous, tiny moments of resistance. This was not a magic of destruction, nor even of direct control. It was a magic of obstruction, of passive impediment. Barnaby was forcing the core to acknowledge its own physicality, its own presence, by making parts of it momentarily stick to the concept of there. He was demonstrating that even pure potential had to contend with the fundamental principles of adhesion, of friction, of the simple, undeniable fact that some things, for a brief, glorious moment, just stuck. The wild surges, instead of dissipating cleanly, would leave behind faint, shimmering trails, like the residue of a very weak, very ethereal glue. These trails would linger for a heartbeat, then fade, but they serve as a testament to Barnaby's influence. The students exchanged glances, a silent acknowledgement of the sheer, unadulterated strangeness of their situation. They were not just fighting a force of nature. They were inconveniencing it. Anya was giving a rhythmic headache. Clara was lulling it into a stupor. Timothy was boring it into submission, Percival was serenading it into a state of existential apathy, and Barnaby was making it sticky. It was a strategy that was as profoundly ridiculous as it was undeniably effective. The vast, untamed energies of the unraveling core were being subtly, yet surely, grounded by the persistent, pervasive presence of Barnaby's peculiar, invisible stickiness. Each tendril that lashed out, each wave of raw potential that surged, would meet this intangible, adhesive force. It wasn't a wall, but it was a pause. It was a momentary hesitation. It was the universe encountering a mild, but persistent case of quantum-grade gumminess. The air, already thick with the cloying sweetness of Clara's soporific magic and the persistent, low-grade stickiness left by Barnaby's peculiar influence, began to hum with a new, and decidedly more vocal, form of disruption. It was Clara herself, her eyes wide with a sort of vacant inspiration, who initiated the peculiar vocalization. It wasn't a spell, not in the traditional sense. It was more of a declaration. "The badger wears galoshes on Tuesdays," she announced, her voice surprisingly clear, cutting through the ambient hum of chaos. A collective blink rippled through the students. Timothy, ever the literalist, frowned. "But badgers don't have feet that require galoshes, Clara. And why Tuesday specifically?" Clara merely smiled, a slow, unfocused curl of her lips. "Because the moon is made of cheese, and the cheese weeps for the lost socks of penguins." Anya, her tapping momentarily stilled, cocked her head. "Lost socks? I thought penguins knitted their own." "Only the particularly fashionable ones," chimed in Percival, his usual melancholic hum replaced by a surprisingly resonant pronouncement. "And only when the teacups sing opera to the dust bunnies." The chaotic energies of the unraveling core, which had been lashing out with a predictable, if terrifying, ferocity, seemed to falter. They had been trained to expect resistance, to anticipate wards, to contend with raw, elemental forces. They were not, however, equipped to process the sheer, unadulterated nonsense that was now emanating from the students. It was like trying to swat a fly with a sieve. The intent was there, but the medium was entirely unsuitable for the task. Timothy, recovering from his initial bewilderment, decided to join the fray, his voice adopting a tone of profound, albeit misplaced, certainty. "The philosophical implications of a badger and galoshes are, of course, immense. It speaks to the inherent contradictions of diurnal footwear in crepuscular mammals. One must consider the aerodynamic coefficient of the rubber, and its potential impact on the creature's ability to navigate subterranean tunnels." The chaotic energies seemed to writhe, not in aggression, but in confusion. It was as if the raw magic, the very building blocks of existence, were encountering a linguistic anomaly so profound it threatened to unravel their very understanding of, well, of anything. They were accustomed to the sharp edges of spells, the crushing weight of enchantments, the elemental fury of the wild. They were not accustomed to the concept of a penguin morning hosiery or a teacup's operatic aspirations. Barnaby, who had been diligently applying his invisible, ethereal adhesive to the swirling currents, paused his work. He tilted his head, a faint smile playing on his lips. His magic, the subtle art of making things inconveniently sticky, was being complemented in the most unexpected way. The chaos, now wrestling with the sheer illogic of the students' pronouncements, seemed to lose some of its impetus. It was no longer solely focused on tearing things asunder. A portion of its vast, unfettered consciousness was now apparently occupied with trying to reconcile the notion of a badger wearing galoshes. Anya, sensing the shift, let out a triumphant, albeit slightly off-key, hoot. "The socks are blue. The blue of a forgotten dream," whispered by a snail on a Tuesday afternoon. A Tuesday afternoon when the clouds are made of meringue and rain down lemon drops, added Percival, his voice gaining a peculiar, almost buoyant quality. "And the meringue is churned by the laughter of a particularly stoic turnip." The effect on the chaotic energy was palpable. It recoiled not in fear, but in sheer, unadulterated bafflement. Imagine a highly intelligent, but utterly literal, artificial intelligence being fed a constant stream of Shakespeare, then suddenly being bombarded with limericks about sentient cheese. The sheer cognitive dissonance would be immense. The unraveling core, designed for pure, unadulterated existence and transformation, was finding itself overloaded by the sheer, rampant irrationality of the student's pronouncements. Clara, her eyes glazed with a sort of prophetic wonder, continued. The turnip's laughter tickles the stars, and the stars sneeze glitter, which falls upon the sleeping dragon who dreams of knitting tea cozies for nebulae. Timothy, his brow furrowed in concentration, attempted to apply some semblance of order to the burgeoning chaos of language. A dragon knitting tea cozies for nebulae. This implies a conceptual understanding of scale and function that is, frankly, astounding. One must assume the dragon possesses an exceptionally long knitting needle, perhaps forged from a comet's tail, and a yarn spun from the very essence of starlight. The nebulae, in turn, must possess a certain porousness to accept such adornments. The raw magic seemed to visibly falter. It was like a tidal wave encountering a field of strategically placed and utterly illogical tripping hazards. The wave would still arrive, but its momentum would be broken, its force diffused. The students, by speaking in absolute, unfettered nonsense, were effectively creating a psychic irritant, a mental static that disrupted the core's ability to focus its destructive power. Will, observing from his vantage point, allowed himself a small, almost imperceptible smile. He had anticipated that brute force would be insufficient. He had suspected that even the most potent spells would be like trying to bail out a sinking ship with a thimble. But he had also recognized the unique vulnerabilities of the unraveling core. It was a force of pure being, of unadulterated potential, but it lacked the framework for abstract thought, for semantic interpretation, for the very concept of meaning beyond existence itself. And what was more abstract, more divorced from raw, primal meaning than utter, unadulterated gibberish? Anya, catching the spirit of the escalating absurdity, declared, "The glitter sneezed by the stars tastes of forgotten birthdays and the silent sigh of a wilting daisy." And the wilting daisy, Percival added with a dramatic flourish, is actually a sentient sprout, plotting a revolution against the oppressive reign of the garden gnome. Its flag is a single, perfectly formed dewdrop, shimmering with the fury of 1,000 tiny indignities. The chaotic energies seemed to visibly shrink back. They swirled and pulsed, not with their previous terrifying intensity, but with a sort of anxious uncertainty. It was as if the very fabric of reality, when spoken of in such a manner, began to feel unstable. Not physically unstable, but conceptually unstable. The core's inherent nature was to be, to become, to unravel. It had no inherent programming for processing the implications of a gnome's dictatorial regime or a daisy's existential angst. Barnaby, meanwhile, continued his subtle work, his hands moving with a fluid, almost dance-like grace. He noticed that when a particularly volatile surge of chaotic energy was about to dissipate, and Clara or another student would utter a particularly nonsensical phrase, the energy would momentarily stick to the phrase itself. It was as if the sheer absurdity of the words acted as a brief, invisible anchor, holding the energy in place for a fraction of a second longer than usual. Timothy, observing this phenomenon, exclaimed, "Remarkable! The utterances of pure illogic are acting as a form of conceptual friction. The chaotic energies, unaccustomed to any form of communication, let alone utter gibberish, seem to recoil. The sheer illogic of their pronouncements acts as a psychic irritant to the raw magic, forcing it to focus on deciphering the meaning, or lack thereof, rather than continuing its destructive unraveling." He paused, then added thoughtfully, "It's like trying to reason with a particularly stubborn gust of wind by explaining the color blue to it." Clara, her voice a soft murmur, added, "The color blue is the echo of a forgotten melody, played on a harp made of moonlight and sadness. The sadness is sweet, like the first bite of an apple from a forbidden tree. The chaotic energies pulsed erratically. They were being bombarded with concepts that had no basis in their fundamental existence. The unraveling core understood raw power, transformation, the void, the potential. It did not understand forgotten melodies, forbidden apples, or moonlight harps. These were abstract notions, layers of meaning built upon meaning, a complexity that the raw, primal force of the core simply could not process. Percival, his eyes gleaming with an almost manic delight, chimed in, and the apple, when bitten, does not fall to the ground, but floats upwards, carrying with it the whispered secrets of all the lost socks in the universe. It ascends, a beacon of textile-based yearning, towards the celestial laundry basket where the stars themselves are folded and put away. The students' voices, a cacophony of joyous, uninhibited absurdity, began to weave together. Anya's rhythmic tapping found a new, nonsensical cadence, echoing the pronouncements. Barnaby's stickiness seemed to react to the very texture of the nonsensical words, creating fleeting, almost palpable ripples in the air. Clara's soporific scent, usually an agent of apathy, now seemed to imbue the pronouncements with a dreamlike quality, making them even more disorienting to the raw magic. Timothy, his initial confusion long gone, was now fully embracing the absurdity. The celestial laundry basket, he mused aloud, must be of a truly colossal scale. Imagine the detergent required. Perhaps it is brewed from the tears of forgotten gods, or the distilled essence of pure, unadulterated irony. Irony, Clara declared, her voice suddenly sharp and clear. Irony is the silent scream of a teapot when it realizes it will never be filled with anything more exciting than lukewarm water. The chaotic energies, as if a physical weight had been placed upon them, seemed to compress. They swirled, not with outward aggression, but with an inward-looking confusion. They were like a complex algorithm being fed a constant stream of errors, unable to compute a coherent output. The very act of trying to make sense of the nonsensical was consuming their destructive capacity. The battle of minor inconveniences was not just about passive resistance or subtle obstruction. It was about the weaponization of the absurd. It was about using the most illogical, the most meaningless of human constructs to disrupt a force that understood only fundamental existence. And in this regard, Clara and her fellow students, armed with their nonsensical chorus, were proving to be the most potent weapon of all. The raw magic, accustomed to being a primal force of nature, was now being subjected to a philosophical, linguistic, and utterly bewildering onslaught. It was a battle fought not with steel or spell, but with the sheer, unadulterated power of saying things that made absolutely no sense whatsoever. The unraveling core was beginning to understand that sometimes the greatest disruption wasn't a force to be reckoned with, but a joke that just wouldn't land. The air crackled, not with the usual sparks of aggressive magic, but with a strange, expectant stillness. The cacophony of nonsensical declarations, which had been so effective in baffling the unraveling core, had reached a crescendo, a symphony of delightful gibberish. Clara's soporific magic still hung heavy, a fragrant blanket of dreams, while Barnaby's ethereal adhesive continued to subtly bind and impede any stray tendrils of chaotic energy that dared to coalesce with too much purpose. Timothy's pronouncements, once earnest attempts at logical dissection of the absurd, had devolved into joyful pronouncements of the inherently illogical, and Percival, usually the melancholic poet, was now a veritable conductor of existential silliness. But it was Will, standing at the precipice of their precarious sanctuary, who held the true key. His eyes, usually sharp and analytical, now held a far-off, cosmic gleam. He had been observing, absorbing, and meticulously planning. The battle wasn't won by pure force, nor solely by the bewildered surrender of the unraveling core to utter madness. It required a definitive punctuation mark, a cosmic exclamation point to the absurdity. He had spent years, not just mastering the arcane arts, but delving into the very fundamental laws of existence, aided by the copious, if eccentric, notes of the late Grumwald. He had learned that even the most untamed magic, the most primal of forces, were subject to the universe's subtle and often embarrassing biological quirks. He took a deep, measured breath, drawing in not just the fragrant magic of Clara's soporific enchantments, but the very essence of the chaotic energy that swirled around them. The residual stickiness of Barnaby's influence, the lingering ozone tang of broken enchantments, and the profound, almost philosophical air of utter nonsense that Timothy and Percival were expertly weaving. He felt the threads of reality, frayed and agitated, but still connected. Then, with a subtle gesture that belied the immense power he was about to unleash, Will began. It wasn't a shout, nor an incantation in any known tongue. It was a projection, a resonance that emanated from his very core. He focused on a single, universally understood, and utterly involuntary biological reaction. He wasn't creating something new. He was merely amplifying a fundamental truth of all sentient, or indeed, even vaguely corporeal, existence. A low thrum began to emanate from Will, a vibration that started in his chest and spread outwards, encompassing the entire clearing. It was a sound that bypassed the ears and resonated directly in the bones, a primal tremor. The chaotic energies, which had been recoiling and sputtering in confusion, suddenly stilled. Their frantic dance faltered. The nonsensical pronouncements of the students, mid-utterance, seemed to hang in the air, momentarily forgotten. Suddenly, a wave, invisible yet potent, washed over everything. It was a surge of pure, unadulterated hic. The chaotic energy convulsed. It wasn't an explosion, but a violent, synchronized spasm. Imagine a million tiny springs, all snapping shut at once. The swirling vortex of raw magic shuddered. Its momentum abruptly halted. Tendrils that had been reaching out to unravel further snapped back, their trajectories broken. It was as if the very fabric of the chaotic force had momentarily seized up, caught in an involuntary, biological reflex. The students, caught in the same invisible wave, gasped, a chorus of startled hicks escaping their lips. Clara's eyes widened, her dreamlike state momentarily shattered by the sheer, physical shock. Barnaby, his hands mid-air, froze, a look of utter surprise on his face. Timothy's mouth, open to expound on the paradoxical nature of stellar knitting, clamped shut with an audible hic. Percival let out a melodious, yet entirely unintentional, hic that warbled like a broken lute string. Even the air itself seemed to vibrate with a collective, cosmic gasp, as if the very atmosphere had just swallowed a fly. Will, though clearly exerting immense effort, remained standing, his expression one of intense concentration. He was channeling the universal hiccup. This wasn't just a spell, it was a fundamental disruption of the natural order, amplified to a universal scale. Grumwald's research had theorized that even the most primordial forces, the very building blocks of creation and destruction, were not immune to the universe's more embarrassing, yet undeniable, physiological realities. The universal hiccup was the embodiment of this theory. It was the universe reminding itself, and everything within it, that sometimes, no matter how grand or how terrifying, a good, hearty hiccup can bring even the most powerful forces to a shuddering halt. The effect was immediate and profound. The chaotic energy, which had been a relentless tide, was now a momentarily paralyzed entity. It was like a runaway train encountering an impossibly strong, perfectly timed brake. The sheer, unexpected jolt had broken its concentration, its relentless drive. It wasn't defeated, not yet, but it was stunned, disoriented, and crucially, its destructive momentum had been decisively broken. The subtle, sticky threads of Barnaby's magic, no longer fighting a forward-rushing tide, now had a chance to truly take hold. The nonsensical pronouncements, though momentarily silenced, had created the conceptual vacuum that made this physical disruption so effective. The raw magic, so used to dealing with tangible threats, was utterly unprepared for a universally synchronized involuntary bodily function. Will continued to channel the energy, his brow furrowed with exertion. The thrumming intensified, a steady pulse of disruption. He was sustaining the hiccup, holding the chaotic energy in its state of stunned surprise. This was the critical window, the brief, precious moment where the students combined petty magic, the subtle, persistent knitting of reality, could begin to reassert itself. The universal hiccup wasn't the end of the battle. It was the ultimate reset button, the cosmic cough that cleared the throat of existence, allowing for the subtle mending to begin in earnest. The students, recovering from their individual hiccups, looked at Will with awe. They understood. This wasn't about fighting fire with fire. It was about reminding the fire that sometimes all it needed was a good, solid cough to clear its lungs. The chaotic energy, still vibrating with residual, bewildered spasms, began to feel the subtle pressure of their combined efforts. Anya's tapping found a new rhythm, a gentle, persistent tapping that was less about distracting and more about weaving. Clara's soporific magic, no longer needed to befuddle the enemy, began to settle, creating an atmosphere of calm, a soothing balm on the frayed edges of reality. Barnaby, with a renewed sense of purpose, began to reinforce the invisible bonds, his sticky magic now adhering to a reality that was no longer actively trying to tear itself apart. Timothy, his mind racing, began to articulate the significance. Remarkable. The universal hiccup. It is a metaphysical disruption, a temporal pause achieved not through arcane manipulation of causality, but through the exploitation of a fundamental biological imperative. The unraveling core, by its very nature, exists outside of such mundane considerations. To be subjected to such a universally synchronized involuntary action must be akin to a highly evolved consciousness experiencing a sudden, inexplicable bout of existential indigestion. He paused, then added with a wide grin, "It's the ultimate cosmic prank." Percival, his melancholic aura replaced by a quiet satisfaction, offered a universal gag, a shared moment of bodily awkwardness that binds us all, even the chaotic energies. It is the quiet absurdity that underscores the grand drama. The universe, it seems, has a rather peculiar sense of humor, and has just delivered its punchline. Will, still maintaining the powerful aura, felt the first subtle shifts. The frayed edges of reality, the tears that the unraveling core had been so diligently widening, were beginning to knit together. The chaotic energy, though still twitching, was no longer actively unraveling. It was being absorbed, integrated, its destructive impulse blunted by the sheer, overwhelming awkwardness of the universal hiccup. The student's petty magic, the meticulous, often overlooked arts of mending and maintaining, was now able to work on a stable foundation, like a weaver able to work on a loom that has finally been stilled. The grand finale wasn't a thunderous explosion or a blinding flash of light. It was a collective, undeniable hic that rippled through existence, a universal pause that allowed the quiet work of repair to begin. Will had managed to weaponize a biological reflex, turning a common human inconvenience into a cosmic reset button. And as the last echoes of the universal hiccup faded, a new sound began to emerge, a gentle, rhythmic hum, the sound of reality meticulously and with immense effort being knitted back together. The chaotic energy, stunned and momentarily subdued, was like a bully who had just been tripped in front of the entire school. It was still there, still a threat, but its aura of invincibility had been irrevocably shattered by something as profoundly silly as a shared, involuntary gasp. The battle was not over, but the tide had decisively turned, thanks to the most embarrassing weapon in the universe's arsenal. Chapter 14. The Return to Order, sort of. The immediate aftermath of Will's universal, hiccup-induced interlude was less a sudden snap back to normalcy and more a slow, almost reluctant sigh from reality itself. The violent shuddering that had racked the very bones of existence subsided, leaving behind a landscape that was, in a word, bewildered. The impossible hues that had bled into the sky, the ones that defied any known spectrum and tasted faintly of regret, began to bleed back into their accustomed shades. The sky, which had moments before been a swirling canvas of colors that made a kaleidoscope look like a monochrome photograph, now settled into a more familiar cerulean, albeit with a few faint, lingering streaks of what might have been iridescent regret or perhaps just an unfortunate smudge of celestial jam. The cacophony that had accompanied the unraveling also began to dissipate. The grating screeches that sounded like 1,000 rusty hinges arguing about quantum physics, the guttural moans that suggested the universe had a particularly stubborn case of indigestion, and the high-pitched whistles that mimicked an overloaded tea kettle contemplating its own mortality, all receded. They were replaced by a more mundane, yet infinitely more comforting symphony, the gentle rustling of leaves, the distant chirping of birds, who, bless their tiny, feathery hearts, seemed utterly unfazed by the near annihilation of their reality, and the soft murmur of the wind. Even the air itself, which had tasted of ozone and existential dread, began to regain its familiar, earthy scent, with perhaps just a hint of something that smelled suspiciously like burnt toast and dashed hopes. Clara, her soporific magic having woven a drowsy peace over the students, blinked slowly, her eyes clearing of the dreamlike haze. The air around her still held the faint perfume of lavender and forget-me-nots, a gentle counterpoint to the receding chaos. She noticed that the edges of her vision, which had previously been prone to flickering with an unsettling, almost digital static, now seemed blessedly solid. Her fingertips, which had been tingling with the residual energy of her spells, now felt merely warm. A wave of profound relief, so potent it was almost dizzying, washed over her. It was the kind of relief one felt after a particularly harrowing dental procedure, or after discovering that the monstrous shadow in the corner of the room was, in fact, just a pile of laundry. Barnaby, his ethereal adhesive still clinging in invisible strands to the very concept of order, surveyed the scene with a mixture of exhaustion and a peculiar sort of artistic satisfaction. His sticky magic designed to bind and mend had been stretched to its absolute limit, and then some. It had been like trying to catch lightning in a jar made of treacle. Now, however, the chaotic energy that had been a rampant torrent was more like a sluggish, muddy stream, its destructive power significantly diminished. He flexed his fingers, feeling a dull ache, the phantom sensation of having grappled with something akin to a cosmic toddler throwing a tantrum of world-ending proportions. The world hadn't returned to its pristine state, not by a long shot. There were still frayed edges, loose threads, and the faint scent of interdimensional badger musk, but the immediate threat of complete and utter erasure had been deferred. Timothy, ever the academic even in the face of cosmic calamity, was already scribbling furiously in his ever-present notebook, his brow furrowed in concentration. "Remarkable," he muttered, his voice raspy from disuse. The resonance cascade, the subsequent de-escalation through synchronized and voluntary biofeedback. It's a paradigm shift in applied ontological stabilization. The unraveling core, a force of pure, unadulterated entropy, was momentarily susceptible to a universally recognized physiological reflex. Think of it, Barnaby. It's the ultimate proof that even the most abstract of forces are, in some fundamental way, beholden to the tangible, the corporeal. The universe, it seems, can be tripped up by its own bodily functions. Who knew a cosmic burp could be so effective? He paused, then added with a gleam in his eye, "I must investigate the theoretical implications of quantum indigestion. It could revolutionize containment protocols." Percival, his usual melancholy replaced by a quiet, almost serene acceptance, leaned against a gnarled oak that, thankfully, still resembled an oak and not, say, a sentient cheese grater. He closed his eyes, breathing in the restabilizing air. The grand drama had indeed been averted, not by a clash of titans, but by a moment of shared, universal awkwardness. It is a humbling realization, he mused, his voice soft, that our most profound moments of crisis can be resolved by the most mundane of biological imperatives. The universe, it appears, has a deeply ironic sense of humor. It orchestrated a grand symphony of chaos, only to silence it with a collective, involuntary gasp. And in that shared moment of indignity, we found our salvation. He then proceeded to compose a rather poignant haiku about the fleeting nature of cosmic order and the enduring power of a well-timed hic. Will, the architect of this bizarre salvation, stood at the epicenter of the retreating chaos. He was pale, and the usual sharp glint in his eyes had been replaced by a deep, weary sheen, as if he had personally wrestled every stray atom back into its rightful place. The immense effort of channeling the universal hiccup had taken a toll. It wasn't simply a matter of projecting a spell. It was about forcing the fundamental nature of reality to acknowledge a truth it had perhaps tried to ignore, that even the most abstract forces are, in some baffling way, subject to the whims of the corporeal. He felt the residual energy of the chaotic force still humming around them, like the aftershock of a particularly violent tremor. It was no longer actively trying to tear reality asunder, but it was certainly disgruntled, like a spoiled child who had been denied its favorite toy. The impossible colors had indeed begun to recede, bleeding out of the sky like a watercolor painting left in the rain. The sky, once a riot of hues that would have made a fever dream jealous, was slowly, tentatively, returning to a recognizable shade of blue. It was a blue that felt earned, a blue that had been fought for, a blue that carried the faint, almost imperceptible scent of ozone and something akin to relief. The ground, which had rippled and buckled as if made of liquid, began to solidify. The strange, amorphous flora that had sprung up during the peak of the unraveling, the ones that had pulsed with an unsettling bioluminescence and whispered secrets in a language no one understood, withered and faded, leaving behind patches of slightly singed earth and the lingering scent of regret. The fabric of reality, while no longer actively fraying at the seams, bore the undeniable marks of its ordeal. It was like a beloved tapestry that had been subjected to a vigorous, if ultimately unsuccessful, attempt at destruction. The threads were still there, mostly, but they were pulled taut in places, frayed in others, and bore the faint, shimmering scars of the chaotic energy's touch. It was a mended tapestry, a functional one, but one that would forever bear the story of its near destruction. The world had not returned to its pristine, pre-unraveling state. That state, in its purest form, was now a memory, a ghost of what had been. The realm of magic, and indeed, existence itself, had been nudged back from the precipice, but the journey back to what might be called normal was a long and winding road, paved with the lingering oddities of a near apocalypse. The air itself seemed to hum with a residual energy, a faint vibration that spoke of immense power barely contained. It was like the aftermath of a thunderclap, where the sound lingers in the air long after the lightning has struck. This was the normalcy that had returned, a normalcy tinged with the undeniable evidence of the extraordinary. The students felt it, a subtle shift in the very atmosphere. The oppressive weight of the unraveling had lifted, replaced by a lighter, albeit still charged, presence. It was the feeling one gets after a close call, a profound sense of gratitude mingled with a lingering unease. Clara, ever the empathetic one, could feel the collective exhale of relief from her fellow students. Their magic, which had been on high alert, now seemed to settle, like embers cooling after a fierce fire. The dreamlike haze was gone, replaced by a clarity that felt almost jarring after the sensory overload of the past, however long it had been. Time, too, seemed to have recalibrated itself. The days of being lost in the nonsensical had been a blur, an abstract concept. Now, the steady march of minutes and hours felt blessedly, reassuringly real. She looked at Will, his exhaustion evident, and felt a surge of gratitude so profound it almost brought tears to her eyes. He had, in his own uniquely absurd way, saved them all. Barnaby, meanwhile, was already cataloging the residual effects of the chaotic energy. He ran a gloved hand over the surface of a nearby rock, his fingers tingling with faint, alien energy. "It's still here, you know," he said, his voice quiet, not in its full, destructive glory, but as an imprint, like a particularly stubborn stain on the cosmic carpet. It's weakened, certainly. Its drive to unravel has been blunted, but it hasn't vanished. It's more like it's sulking in the corner, muttering to itself. He gestured with his chin toward the patch of grass that seemed to shimmer with an iridescent sheen, its blades vibrating faintly. "See? Still a bit off." Timothy, never one to miss an opportunity for a new theory, piped up, "Precisely. It's a case of existential ennui. The unraveling core, having failed in its grand destructive ambition, is now experiencing a profound sense of purposelessness. It's the cosmic equivalent of a villain's monologue that's been interrupted before the final, dramatic reveal. It's probably contemplating the inherent futility of entropy in a universe that could be reset by a simple biological reflex. Perhaps it's writing bad poetry about its own existential dread." He gestured wildly with his notebook. "We must document this. The psychological impact of failed nihilism on a universal force. It's groundbreaking." Percival, however, offered a more philosophical take. "Perhaps it is not ennui, Timothy, but a grudging acceptance. The universe, in its infinite, often bewildering wisdom, has shown it a truth it could not comprehend. The force of chaos, so often defined by its opposition to order, has been momentarily rendered impotent by something that transcends both. It is a humbling lesson for all forces, grand or small. Even the most destructive of intentions can be undone by the simplest, most unexpected of gestures. The universe, it seems, has a way of finding balance in the most peculiar of places." Will, his breathing slowly returning to a normal rhythm, nodded faintly. He understood what Barnaby and Percival were talking about. The chaotic energy wasn't gone. It was like a defeated but not destroyed enemy. It had been pushed back, its momentum broken, its destructive will temporarily silenced, but its potential for disruption remained. It was a creature of pure chaos, and chaos, by its very nature, could not be entirely extinguished. It could only be contained, redirected, or, as in this instance, momentarily stunned into submission. The land around them, though recovering, still bore the whimsical scars of the near apocalypse. A tree that had briefly resembled a sentient jellyfish now stood, albeit a little lopsided, its bark shimmering with a faint, pearlescent sheen. A stream that had for a time flowed uphill, singing opera in a baritone voice, now ambled along in a more conventional direction, though it still occasionally emitted a faint, almost melodic gurgle that sounded suspiciously like a sigh of contentment. The very air felt thinner, lighter, as if the oppressive blanket of impending doom had been lifted, replaced by a crisp, clean atmosphere that smelled faintly of pine needles and victory. Anya, who had been instrumental in weaving the subtle threads of order with her tapping, let out a shaky laugh. Her hands, which had been moving with a frantic, yet precise rhythm, now hung loosely by her sides. "I never thought I'd be so happy to hear a normal bird song," she admitted, her voice a little hoarse. "For a while there, I thought the birds were going to start reciting Shakespeare in reverse." The students, their initial shock and exhaustion giving way to a dawning sense of relief, began to assess the damage, or rather, the lack thereof. While the existential threat had been averted, the world was not quite as it had been. It was a slightly altered reality, a reality that had stared into the abyss and, thanks to Will's unique brand of cosmic slapstick, had stumbled backward with a surprised yelp. The realm of magic, so often perceived as immutable and grand, had revealed itself to be surprisingly vulnerable to the universe's more embarrassing, yet undeniably powerful, quirks. The stabilizing wave, Will's masterful manipulation of a universal biological reflex hadn't eradicated the chaos. It had merely paused it, given reality a chance to catch its breath, to stitch itself back together before the unraveling could become permanent. It was a temporary reprieve, a moment of calm before the inevitable return of, well, whatever came next. But for now, that was enough. The world had been pulled back from the brink, not by overwhelming force, but by a shared, involuntary spasm of the universe. And as the last vestiges of impossible colors faded and the sounds of normal life slowly reasserted themselves, a new, fragile sense of order began to take root, a testament to the fact that sometimes the most effective solutions are also the most absurd. The immediate danger had passed, leaving behind a world that was, at the very least, still here, albeit a little more peculiar than it had been before. The return to order, however tentative, had begun. The journey back to the familiar halls of the Lumina Academy was not the triumphant parade of victory one might have imagined after averting universal collapse. Instead, it was a rather subdued procession, punctuated by moments of quiet reflection and the occasional bizarre spectacle. The air, while no longer thick with the metallic tang of existential dread or the cloying sweetness of reality bleeding at the edges, now carried a peculiar sort of hum. It wasn't the hum of machinery, nor the hum of insects, but a low, resonant thrum that seemed to emanate from the very ground beneath their feet, a constant reminder that the anomaly, while contained, had left an indelible mark. Will, despite his profound exhaustion, walked with a newfound purpose, though his steps were still heavy. He'd wrestled with the very sinews of existence, and by some cosmic fluke had managed to tie them back together. But the act had been messy, akin to reassembling a shattered vase with considerably less delicate adhesive than the original artisan had employed. The pieces were there, largely in their correct positions, but the fine cracks, the subtle shifts in the pattern, those remained. He observed the world around them with a keen, yet weary eye, noticing the subtle and not so subtle ways in which it had been redecorated by chaos. Clara, walking beside him, often found herself pausing, her brow furrowed in a mixture of confusion and mild irritation. A small stream they had to cross, one that had previously flowed with admirable decorum, now occasionally decided to take a brief, spontaneous detour upstream for a few minutes, as if remembering a more adventurous path it had once considered. It wasn't a full-blown rebellion, more of a petulant upstream eddy, a fleeting act of defiance before it sighed and resumed its normal course. "It's whimsical, I suppose," she murmured, watching a school of bewildered fish paddle valiantly against a brief, upstream surge. "But awfully inconvenient if you're trying to get somewhere on time." Barnaby, ever the meticulous observer, was diligently taking notes, his quills scratching furiously against parchment. He tapped a gnarled oak tree, its bark now exhibiting a peculiar, almost iridescent shimmer, like oil on water. "The cellular structure of this particular specimen has been reordered," he explained, his voice laced with academic curiosity. "It's not detrimental, not in the long run. But for a time, it seems, this tree experienced an existential crisis and briefly considered becoming a giant, moss-covered glowworm. Fascinating, really, and utterly baffling from a biological standpoint." Timothy, naturally, was ecstatic. "Remarkable. Utterly, gloriously remarkable," he exclaimed, practically vibrating with excitement. He pointed to a sturdy stone statue of the Academy's founder, a stern-looking wizard named Eldrin the Unflappable. As they watched, Eldrin Stone, nose momentarily morphed into a perfectly formed, albeit rather alarming, ear of corn. It lasted only a few seconds before snapping back into place, leaving behind a faint, buttery aroma. "You see," Timothy cried, brandishing his notebook, "a temporary morphological instability, a fleeting manifestation of pure, unadulterated potential. It's not decay, it's speculative anatomy. The anomaly has granted inanimate objects a brief, albeit nonsensical, creative license." Percival, however, seemed to find a melancholic beauty in these lingering oddities. He watched as a flock of common sparrows, instead of their usual cheerful chirping, emitted a series of perfectly executed, albeit very brief, opera scales. They trilled and warbled, their tiny chests puffed out in what could only be described as a dramatic aria, before returning to their mundane pecking order. Even our avian companions, Percival mused, a wistful smile on his lips, have been touched by this sublime absurdity. A moment of pure, unadulterated song, born from the heart of chaos. Perhaps, he added, his gaze drifting towards the sky, which now boasted a perfectly normal, if slightly more vibrant, blue. Perhaps order was never meant to be entirely predictable. Perhaps a little spontaneity is what keeps the universe interesting. The students, too, were adapting, though with varying degrees of grace. Young Alara discovered that her favorite pair of boots now had a distressing tendency to untie themselves at least 3 times a day, regardless of how tightly she knotted the laces. "It's like they have a personal vendetta against my ankles," she complained, sighing as she bent down to retie them for the 5th time that morning. Meanwhile, Silas found that his usually reliable telekinetic powers had developed a peculiar quirk. Whenever he tried to levitate a particularly stubborn object, it would first perform a small, involuntary jig before obeying. His attempts to retrieve a misplaced quill had once resulted in it performing a rather elaborate pirouette before floating gently into his hand. The academy itself, when they finally arrived, was a monument to this new, subtly disheveled reality. The grand oak doors, which had always swung open with a sonorous groan, now occasionally let out a startlingly loud honk before opening. The portraits lining the main corridor, usually stoic and dignified, would sometimes wink, or their painted eyes would follow the students with an unnerving, albeit brief, animation. The familiar scent of aged parchment and beeswax polish was now subtly overlaid with the faint, inexplicable aroma of freshly baked gingerbread, a scent that seemed to emanate from various, random locations throughout the building. Professor Hemlock, the stern, perpetually unimpressed headmaster, met them at the entrance, his usual severe expression softened by a grudging relief. He surveyed the weary but intact group, his gaze lingering for a moment on the faint shimmer of residual magic clinging to them. "Welcome back," he stated, his voice a low rumble. He then paused, his gaze flicking to a nearby bust of a former dean, which had momentarily sprouted a rather flamboyant handlebar mustache before it vanished. Hemlock blinked, adjusted his spectacles, and cleared his throat. "It seems," he continued, his tone carefully neutral, "that our little excursion has left its mark. A few eccentricities have presented themselves. Nothing that cannot be managed, of course. We shall, as always, endeavor to restore order, or at the very least, a semblance of it." Will understood the headmaster's words. The world hadn't been fundamentally broken, but it had been nudged. It had been subjected to a dose of pure, unadulterated chaos, and now it was like a symphony that had been played with a few wrong notes, a few unexpected improvisations. The melody was still recognizable, but the texture had changed. The magic of the world, the very essence that flowed through it, had been subtly recalibrated. It was less predictable, prone to spontaneous bursts of nonsensical energy, and undeniably more inconvenient. "The world, headmaster," Will said, his voice raspy with fatigue, "has developed a sense of humor. A very strange, very inconvenient sense of humor." Hemlock merely grunted, his eyes fixed on a nearby tap that was currently dispensing a slow trickle of what appeared to be sparkling lemonade instead of water. "Humor," he repeated dryly. "Yes, I suppose one could call it that. Or one could call it a considerable administrative headache. We shall, of course, be issuing new guidelines regarding spontaneous statue adornments and unsolicited operatic avian performances." The students, though relieved to be back, were also apprehensive. They had faced down an existential threat and, through Will's unique brand of accidental heroism, had survived. But the consequences of that brush with oblivion were now manifesting in the mundane. It wasn't the cataclysmic unmaking of reality that they had feared, but a thousand tiny, irritating adjustments. It was the world's way of saying, "You mess with me, and now you get to deal with the aftershocks." As they began to disperse, heading towards their dormitories and the promise of much-needed rest, they carried with them not just the memory of the terrifying chaos, but also the strange new reality it had wrought. Alara sighed as her boot laces came undone yet again. Silas braced himself for his telekinetic levitation to involve a brief, dizzying pirouette. Timothy scribbled furiously, documenting the exact shade of sparkling lemonade being dispensed from the tap. And Percival, with a quiet smile, listened to a distant drainpipe that was currently humming a surprisingly complex jazz solo. The return to order had begun, but it was an order that was now irrevocably, and perhaps even amusingly, tinged with the echoes of the anomaly. The world was safe, yes, but it was also, undeniably, slightly more peculiar. The magic of Lumina Academy, and indeed the world, was now a little less predictable, a little more prone to the absurd, and a whole lot more interesting, for better or for worse. The pervasive hum that had settled over the landscape was, Barnaby theorized, a sort of ambient magical residue. It wasn't the volatile, destructive energy of the unraveling core, but rather the lingering echoes, the faint vibrations of reality being stretched and snapped back into place. It was like the aftertaste of an extremely potent and rather unpleasant potion. This residue affected everything, from the behavior of local flora and fauna to the very fabric of magical enchantment. Spells that had once been cast with absolute precision now carried a faint, unpredictable ripple. A fire conjured for warmth might flicker with unsettling rainbow hues, or a protective ward might occasionally emit a soft, nonsensical jingle. Clara, walking towards her dormitory, felt a subtle shift in her own magical abilities. Her soporific enchantments, while still potent, now seemed to have a tendency to induce dreams that were not just peaceful, but also oddly specific. One student reported dreaming of an army of sentient teacups marching in perfect formation, while another found themselves engaged in a profound philosophical debate with a particularly wise-looking badger. "It's not exactly what I intended," she confessed to Will, a faint flush on her cheeks. "But at least no one's having nightmares about the universe imploding anymore. Small victories, I suppose." Will nodded, his gaze sweeping over the grounds of the academy. Even the very stones seemed to breathe differently. A section of the outer wall, which had briefly considered adopting the texture of overripe cheese during the anomaly, now bore a faint, crumbly texture, giving it the appearance of a giant, albeit ancient, cracker. It wasn't structurally unsound, but it was certainly a visual oddity. He'd overheard two younger students discussing how the gargoyles on the library roof had taken to exchanging whispered gossip in a language that sounded remarkably like the clatter of teeth. Timothy, meanwhile, was busy charting the erratic behavior of gravity in the lower quad. He'd observed a pebble briefly hover about a foot off the ground before plummeting down with unusual force, and a leaf that had drifted in slow-motion circles for nearly 10 minutes before finally succumbing to the Earth's, mostly, normal pull. "It's as if gravity itself is having an identity crisis," he declared, scribbling furiously. "A momentary lapse in its commitment to uniform acceleration. I believe we're witnessing localized instances of gravitational ennui. It's as if the very force of attraction is questioning its purpose, its direction. Perhaps it's contemplating the philosophical implications of being universally constant." The most noticeable, and perhaps most humorous, consequence was the unpredictable nature of everyday objects. Shoes, as Alara had discovered, were a prime example. But it extended further. Pens would occasionally refuse to write, only to suddenly produce an entire poem in elegant calligraphy. Doors, as previously mentioned, developed their own vocalizations. Utensils in the dining hall were known to spontaneously conduct miniature orchestras on the tablecloths. and the Academy's laundry service had become a legendary hazard, with socks developing a peculiar fondness for forming intricate knots with each other, or occasionally attempting to escape the laundry baskets entirely, as if seeking freedom from their elasticated confines. It's the lingering echoes of chaos, we'll explain to a group of bewildered first years who were watching a broom sweep itself with a rather dramatic flourish. When reality was stretched thin, the underlying rules became suggestions. And now that it's been stitched back together, those suggestions still have a bit of influence. Think of it as the universe's way of saying, I've been through a lot, and I'm not quite back to my old self. Percival, who had spent the last hour contemplating a fountain that had inexplicably begun to spray a fine mist of lavender-scented water, offered his own perspective. Perhaps, he mused, his voice soft, this is not a flaw, but an evolution. The rigid adherence to predictable patterns can breed stagnation. This unpredictable charm, this whimsical defiance of established norms, might be exactly what magic needs to truly flourish. It's the whisper of the wild, the untamed, woven into the tapestry of the mundane. It's a reminder that even in order, there is room for wonder. Even Barnaby, usually so focused on the practical and the predictable, found himself intrigued. He was meticulously documenting the way certain musical instruments, when left unattended, would spontaneously play short, melancholic tunes that perfectly captured the essence of a rainy Tuesday. The resonance of the unraveled magic, he mused, tapping a cello that had just finished a particularly mournful sonata. It seems to have imbued objects with a capacity for emotional expression, a profound, if rather specific, artistic sensibility. The professors, despite their initial annoyance, were beginning to see the educational potential in this new, chaotic reality. Timothy was already planning an advanced seminar on quantum quirkiness and the existential angst of inanimate objects. Professor Hemlock, while still grumbling about the logistics of categorizing spontaneous earcorn statues, had grudgingly admitted that the Academy's students were now receiving an unparalleled education in the unpredictable nature of magic. As Will finally made his way to his private chambers, the weight of his recent ordeal settling upon him, he couldn't help but acknowledge the truth in Percival's words. The world was changed, irrevocably so. It was no longer the perfectly ordered, predictable place it had once been. It was messier, more prone to absurdity, and undeniably more alive. The faint hum of residual magic, the occasional upstream flow of a stream, the operatic sparrows, the dancing quills, these were not simply inconveniences. They were the scars of a near-death experience, yes, but they were also the vibrant marks of survival. The anomaly had been a terrifying ordeal, but in its wake, it had left behind a world that was, in its own slightly bewildered and frequently amusing way, a little more magical than it had ever been before. The return to order was not a return to the past, but a step into a future that was, at least, never going to be boring. The news of the anomaly's tempestuous departure and the subsequent calming of the arcane tides reached the esteemed city of Viridia long before Will, Clara, Barnaby, and their weary companions trudged back into the familiar, albeit now slightly more whimsical, halls of Lumina Academy. In the gleaming spires of the High Arcane Council, a flurry of bewildered pronouncements and hushed consultations had taken place. The archmages, men and women whose lives were dedicated to the meticulous, predictable flow of magical energy, found themselves utterly flummoxed. They had felt the tremors, the jarring discord that had rippled through the weave of existence. And then, just as abruptly, the unsettling stillness. Archmage Valerius, a man whose beard was as precisely sculpted as his arcane theories, adjusted his spectacles, his brow furrowed in a manner that suggested a particularly vexing algebraic equation had just failed to resolve. The readings, he intoned, his voice resonating with the authority of centuries of unbroken magical precedent, were unprecedented. A cataclysmic disruption, a gnawing void that threatened to unmake the very essence of causality. He gestured vaguely towards a shimmering orb that displayed a chaotic, swirling vortex of colors, now serenely dissipating into a soft, pale blue. And then silence. A return to normalcy, one might say, though the underlying patterns are disturbed. Archmage Isolde, whose delicate hands were usually employed in weaving enchantments of exquisite precision, wrung them together with uncharacteristic agitation. Disturbed is an understatement, Valerius. It was as if the fundamental laws of magic had been thrown into a cosmic blender and then haphazardly reassembled. The energy signatures were untamed, wild, entirely outside of any established schema. She shuddered, a rare display of emotion from the usually stoic sorceress. Whatever occurred, it was not of our making. Not a single, unified surge of grand arcane power that we could identify. The council debated, their voices a low murmur that echoed through the vaulted chamber. They spoke of unspecified arcane interventions, of cosmic alignments of improbable fortune, and of subtle shifts in the ambient magical field. What they steadfastly refused to acknowledge, what their proud, ordered minds could not readily accept, was the role of the unexpected, the chaotic, and dare they even consider it, the petty. Petty magic, the kind wielded by those who didn't command legions of bound elementals or wield the power to reshape continents, was anathema to their carefully constructed worldview. It was the magic of the tinkerer, the accidental success, the improbable fluke. It was, in short, Will's brand of magic. It must have been an anomaly within the anomaly, declared Archmage Tiberius, a man whose arrogance was as legendary as his mastery of protective wards. A secondary, more refined arcane force that counteracted the primary disruption. The kind of power that only the most disciplined and enlightened could possibly wield. A demonstration of true, ordered mastery over the chaotic forces at play. He puffed out his chest, clearly taking a measure of pride in this interpretation. The other archmages nodded, albeit with a hint of uncertainty. It was a comfortable explanation, one that preserved their notions of a hierarchical, predictable magical universe. The idea that a nobody, some student who had stumbled through the crisis with more luck than skill, could have been responsible was simply too absurd to contemplate. It would be like acknowledging that the carefully constructed, perfectly balanced edifice of Viridian governance was, in fact, held together by a few well-placed sticky notes and a prayer. However, in the bustling marketplaces and quiet taverns of Iridia, a different narrative was beginning to take root. The common folk, those who didn't spend their days poring over ancient tomes or communing with celestial bodies, had experienced the anomaly in a far more visceral, immediate, and often bizarre way. They had seen their cobblestones momentarily rearrange themselves into whimsical patterns, heard their livestock moo in perfect Gregorian chants for a few fleeting minutes, and witnessed the sky blush with improbable shades of magenta and chartreuse. They remembered the moment when the unsettling hum had reached its crescendo, and then, just as suddenly, had subsided, leaving behind a world that felt different. It was in these everyday encounters with a lingering strangeness that whispers began. Old Mrs. Gable, who ran the fruit stall near the Grand Plaza, swore that the apples in her basket had spontaneously begun to levitate and perform a brief, synchronized ballet before settling back down, right around the time the anomaly had peaked. Old man Fitzwilliam, the town drunkard, claimed that his wine jug had, for a glorious half-hour, refilled itself with an astonishingly potent and strangely familiar-tasting ale. And young Tilly, the baker's daughter, swore she had seen a statue of the city's founder wink at her. These weren't grand pronouncements of heroic deeds. They were small, personal moments of the uncanny, moments that defied the predictable order of things. And when these stories were shared, as they inevitably were, over mugs of ale and steaming bowls of stew, a pattern began to emerge. The strangest occurrences, the most delightfully nonsensical, often seemed to coincide with the period of greatest upheaval. And whenever these tales of inexplicable events were recounted, a name, once whispered in hushed tones of academic curiosity, began to be spoken with a growing sense of wonder and gratitude. Will. It was like the world just blinked, explained a grizzled blacksmith named Borin, his voice low and rough as he gestured with a calloused hand. One moment, everything was twisting and groaning. The next, it settled. And you know what? My hammer, the one I've been trying to reforge for weeks, suddenly felt perfect, like it had been tempered by the very fabric of creation itself. And I heard someone, just a whisper on the wind, say, "Well, did it. Save us all, with whatever it is he does." Another patron in the tavern, a merchant named Silas who dealt in exotic silks, chimed in, "My shipments arrived on time, you see. Perfectly on time. And the usual delays, the fantastical excuses from river captains about sea monsters or whirlpools, they vanished. It was as if the very concept of delay had been momentarily suspended. And I swear, I saw a flash of light, a faint shimmering aura, just as the anomaly receded. It felt familiar, like a shy, unassuming hero stepping back into the shadows. I'm told it was Will. Our Will. The legend of Will, the unassuming student from Lumina Academy, began to grow. It was a legend woven not from epic battles against legions of demons or the casting of world-altering spells, but from a series of bizarre, yet ultimately benign, manifestations. He hadn't slain a dragon. He'd apparently convinced a rogue reality to politely return to its designated dimensions. He hadn't unearthed an ancient artifact. He'd seemingly nudged the very concept of temporal paradox back into its box. The day that reality almost ended, the day the anomaly had threatened to unravel everything, was now inextricably linked with his name. The archmages continued to speak of unspecified arcane interventions, clinging to their doctrine of predictable power. They analyzed complex charts and debated arcane theorems, searching for the grand, ordered solution. They were unwilling to admit that perhaps, just perhaps, the universe had been saved not by their meticulously crafted spells or their formidable magical might, but by a young man who had, through a series of improbable events and a healthy dose of sheer, unadulterated luck, managed to patch up reality with what amounted to celestial duct tape and a dash of cosmic gumption. But the people of Iridia knew. They felt the subtle shift in the air, the lingering scent of inexplicable wonder, the faint hum that was no longer a harbinger of doom, but a gentle reminder of a day when the impossible had become the mundane, and when a student named Will had, in his own uniquely chaotic fashion, returned the world to a semblance of order. His legend, though perhaps not as grand or as neatly defined as the archmages would have liked, was far more real, far more tangible, and infinitely more interesting. It was the legend of the day the universe blinked, and Will was the one who blinked it back into place. The archmages could have their ordered theories. Viridia had its own, far stranger, and far more beloved, truth. The grand oak doors of Lumina Academy creaked open, a familiar sound that usually heralded a sigh of relief or a groan of academic dread. Today, however, it was accompanied by a palpable shift in the atmosphere, a collective inhale of disbelief from the few lingering students and faculty who had dared to venture into the courtyard. Will, Clara, and Barnaby stood silhouetted against the now gentle morning sun, looking less like errant students returning from a particularly ill-advised excursion and more like, well, the saviors of reality. It was a title Will found particularly awkward to wear, much like a poorly fitting, ridiculously ornate cloak. The whispers started immediately, as they always did in places of learning where rumor traveled faster than even the most potent teleportation spell. Is that really him? Will? Back from wherever he was. But the anomaly, we thought. The voices trailed off, replaced by the rustling of robes and the quiet clacking of arcane instruments being furtively set aside. Lumina Academy, normally a bastion of predictable curricula and meticulously catalogued enchantments, had been adrift in the post-anomaly fog. Its professors, much like their esteemed counterparts in the High Arcane Council, had been scrambling to make sense of the residual oddities that still clung to the world like stubborn cobwebs. Statues occasionally winked, The Academy's resident gargoyles had developed a penchant for reciting limericks, mostly terrible ones, and the library's self-sorting shelves had taken to organizing books by color rather than subject, creating a rather aesthetically pleasing, yet utterly impractical system. Dean Abernathy, a man whose professorial tweed was as rumpled as his disposition, emerged from the main administrative building, his usually stern expression softened by a mixture of relief and profound confusion. He'd spent the last few weeks trying to explain why the enchanted quill in his office had begun dictating poetry in a suspiciously jovial baritone. He squinted at Will, his eyes, magnified by thick spectacles, scanning the young man as if searching for a hidden enchantment or a particularly potent illusion. "Will, my boy, you've returned." His voice cracked slightly. We heard the rumors about this situation." Will offered a sheepish grin, running a hand through his perpetually disheveled hair. "Yeah, Dean. Bit of a situation. Glad to be back." Clara, ever the pragmatist, stepped forward. "Dean Abernathy, the anomaly is resolved. For the most part, though there are some lingering effects." Barnaby, adjusting his spectacles and muttering about temporal echoes, added, "Lingering effects that defy conventional magical theory, I might add. It's as if the very fabric of causality has been restitched, but with slightly uneven thread." Dean Abernathy wrung his hands, his gaze darting between the three of them. "Uneven thread. Yes, that sounds about right. My enchanted quill has developed a rather alarming fondness for romantic sonnets addressed to the inkwell, and Professor Eldrin's homunculi have started knitting tea cozies. It's all quite unsettling." He paused, a flicker of something akin to awe crossing his face. "But you were there, weren't you? At the heart of it." The archmages, they spoke of an unknown force. A countermeasure. Will felt a familiar blush creep up his neck. "Well, Dean, it wasn't exactly a countermeasure in the traditional sense. More like nudging things back into place, with a bit of improvisation, and perhaps a few accidental enchantments." The Dean blinked. "Accidental enchantments? Nudging?" "Will, the High Arcane Council is in an uproar trying to theorize your methods. They're calling it unconventional arcane recalibration and chaotic resonance mitigation. One archmage even suggested it was a form of primal metamagic." Barnaby snorted, a sound remarkably like a distressed owl. "Primal metamagic?" "Honestly, the sheer pomp. It was petty magic, Dean. Highly, undeniably petty magic, pushed to its absolute, universe-saving limit." The Dean's eyes widened behind his spectacles. "Petty magic? But that's hardly a recognized discipline. It's what students dabble in when they're trying to make their quills float or their inkwells sing off-key." Clara nodded, her expression serious. "And that's precisely where Lumina Academy's new purpose lies, Dean. The anomaly, or whatever it truly was, has fundamentally altered the way magic operates. The predictable, orderly universe the archmages cling to is gone. Or at least, it's significantly more whimsical." Will finally found his voice, a quiet certainty settling over him. What Barnaby said, petty magic, it's not just about making things float anymore. It's about understanding these small, unpredictable shifts. It's about learning to navigate a reality that's become a little bit broken. And Lumina Academy, of all places, is perfectly positioned to teach that. The Dean looked from Will to Clara to Barnaby, his mind clearly struggling to reconcile the established order of his academy with the chaotic, yet undeniably effective, reality they were describing. "You mean we should be teaching how to cope with winking statues and knitting homunculi?" "More than that," Will interjected, his gaze sweeping across the familiar courtyard, the ancient stone buildings, the very heart of his academic life. "We need to understand these lingering anomalies, where they came from, how they manifest, and, most importantly, how to manage them. The anomaly didn't just disappear, it left ripples. And those ripples are going to become the new normal. Think of it, Dean. The archmages are focused on grand theories and ancient doctrines. They're trying to force reality back into its old box. But the box is, well, it's cracked. We need to teach people how to live with the cracks, how to use them even. Barnaby chimed in, his enthusiasm for the theoretical evident. Precisely. Imagine a new curriculum. Applied whimsy. An introduction to residual reality warping. Sentient statuary. Understanding the ephemeral ego. We could even have a course on advanced spontaneous levitation, practical applications for the everyday chaos. Clara, while appreciating Barnaby's flair for the absurd, brought it back to practicality. It's about teaching adaptability, Barnaby. The world is less predictable now. The old rules don't always apply. Petty magic in its truest sense is about improvisation, about finding solutions with whatever tools you have at hand, even if those tools are unconventional. Will didn't defeat the anomaly with a pre-written spell. He cobbled together a solution with sheer ingenuity and a healthy disregard for established magical protocols. Dean Abernathy rubbed his chin, a thoughtful expression replacing his usual bewilderment. He'd always harbored a secret admiration for Will's unorthodox approach, even when it landed the young man in detention. He remembered the time Will had enchanted the entire faculty lounge to dispense perpetually warm, perfectly brewed tea, much to the chagrin of the traditionalist professors. So, you're saying Lumina Academy should become a school for practical absurdity? A training ground for navigating a slightly warped reality. Exactly, Will confirmed, a genuine smile finally gracing his lips. We can't just go back to how things were. The anomaly showed us that. It showed us that the universe has a sense of humor, and sometimes that humor is potent. We need to embrace that. We need to teach our students not just to wield magic, but to understand its inherent capriciousness. We need to prepare them for a world where the impossible might just happen on a Tuesday afternoon. Clara elaborated, think of the implications, Dean. We can offer courses that teach students how to stabilize minor temporal distortions, how to placate overly enthusiastic enchanted furniture, how to interpret the sudden bursts of spontaneous poetry from inanimate objects. We can create specialized tracks for those who want to focus on the practical applications of minor reality shifts, or those interested in the theoretical underpinnings of emergent whimsy. Lumina Academy has always been about pushing the boundaries of arcane knowledge. This is simply the next, albeit rather peculiar, frontier. Barnaby, already mentally sketching out syllabi, added, and we can host the annual Festival of Unforeseen Enchantments. Imagine workshops on spontaneous teleportation into adjacent dimensions, or demonstrations of interspecies lyrical communication. It could be revolutionary. Dean Abernathy let out a slow breath. It was a lot to take in. The established order of Lumina Academy, built on centuries of predictable magical study, was being challenged by the very student who had always seemed to operate outside of it. Yet, as he looked at Will, at the quiet confidence that had replaced the boy's usual hesitant uncertainty, he couldn't deny the logic, however bizarre. The world had changed. The anomalies were real. And perhaps, just perhaps, teaching students how to deal with a universe that occasionally blinked was a far more valuable skill than mastering another obscure defensive ward. This is a radical departure. Well, the dean said slowly, the words themselves seeming to hesitate in the air. The archmages in Viridia would likely have apoplexy. They still believe this was a singular, monumental event, a deviation from the norm that has now been corrected. But it wasn't, Will insisted gently. It was a glimpse behind the curtain, a peek at the gears and springs that actually make reality tick. And those gears and springs are a lot more eccentric than anyone realized. The archmages are trying to put the genie back in the bottle. But the genie, Dean, has already started a band and is demanding a record deal. Clara chuckled. And that band, Dean, needs roadies who know how to fix a faulty reality amplifier with nothing but a length of string and a well-aimed cantrip. That's where Lumina Academy comes in. We become the center for understanding and managing these residual phenomena, Barnaby declared, his eyes shining with academic fervor. We train the next generation not just to be mages, but to be reality navigators, to be experts in the art of the improbable, We make petty magic not just a student pastime, but a crucial field of study. Dean Abernathy paced back and forth a few times, his tweed suit rustling with the effort. He considered the implications. The prestige of Lumina Academy had always been tied to its adherence to established magical principles. But what if the established principles were no longer sufficient? What if the future of magical education lay in embracing the very chaos they had always sought to suppress? It would require a complete overhaul of the curriculum, he mused, more to himself than to them. New departments, new faculty, new textbooks that don't yet exist. And the funding. He trailed off, envisioning the budget meetings. We can start small, Will suggested. A dedicated seminar series, perhaps. The art of the improvised solution. We can bring in guest lecturers from unusual backgrounds. He glanced at Barnaby, who beamed. I've always wanted to study the migratory patterns of spontaneously sentient garden gnomes, Barnaby announced. Clara gently nudged him. Will means people who have dealt with these sorts of anomalies firsthand. People who have had to improvise. Not just academics, but everyday individuals who've had to cope with the unexpected. And there are many such individuals, Will added, all over Viridia. They're the ones who saw their teacups start singing opera or their laundry fold itself into origami cranes. They're the ones who, perhaps without realizing it, have already been practicing a form of adaptive magic. We just need to give them the framework to understand it and to teach others. The dean stopped pacing and looked directly at Will, a new respect dawning in his eyes. You truly believe this is the path forward, Will? That Lumina Academy should pivot from rigid arcane theory to practical peculiarity? I do, Dean, Will said firmly. The anomaly wasn't just a disaster. It was a lesson. And the lesson is that the universe isn't as orderly as we thought. Petty magic, the magic of the unexpected, the magic of the everyday, has just become incredibly important. We can either pretend it didn't happen, or we can become the foremost experts in navigating the new, slightly more chaotic reality. A slow smile spread across Dean Abernathy's face. It was a smile that promised trouble, innovation, and a significant amount of administrative headache. Well, Mr. Will, he said, his voice regaining its usual authoritative tone, though now tinged with a hint of excitement. It appears Lumina Academy has a rather interesting new mission. And I suppose, he added, adjusting his spectacles, it's about time we embrace the fact that some of our most brilliant students are the ones who can make the impossible seem delightfully and perhaps dangerously mundane. He turned to Clara and Barnaby. And you too? I assume you'll be spearheading these innovative new programs. Clara met his gaze with a determined nod. We will, Dean. We have a world to teach. Barnaby, meanwhile, was already rummaging through his satchel, pulling out a large, blank scroll. Right then, Introduction to Anomalous Object Animation, Syllabus Draft 1. I think it should begin with a practical session on placating grumpy teapots. We'll watch them, a sense of profound satisfaction warming him. He hadn't returned as a triumphant archmage, but as something perhaps more valuable, a catalyst for change, a champion of the underdog of magic. Lumina Academy, once a place where he'd felt like an outsider, was now poised to become the very heart of a new understanding of magic, a place where the absurd was not just tolerated, but celebrated. The order was returning, yes, but it was an order far stranger, far more exciting, and infinitely more him than the one that had existed before. The age of rigid doctrine was over. The era of petty magic had truly begun. Will stood amidst the hushed reverence of Lumina Academy's courtyard, the very stones seeming to hum with a newfound respect. He'd expected a formal reception, perhaps a parade of enchanted trumpets, or at the very least, a strongly worded commendation from the archmages that he could promptly misplace. Instead, there was only the quiet murmur of admiration, the curious glances from returning students, and the palpable sense of a world subtly, irrevocably shifted. He hadn't come back for glory. The thought of being lauded for wrestling reality into submission felt, well, It felt about as comfortable as wearing Barnaby's particularly flamboyant, sequined robes to a solemn wizarding council meeting. He'd simply returned because home was here, and because the lingering oddities of the anomaly, while amusing in their own peculiar way, still needed a watchful eye. The true satisfaction wasn't in the recognition, but in the quiet understanding that bloomed within him. The boy perpetually short on mana, the one who could barely conjure a respectable sparkler, had been instrumental in averting a cosmic catastrophe, and not with grand gestures of elemental fury or intricate temporal manipulation, but with what Barnaby so aptly, and perhaps slightly offensively, termed petty magic. It was the magic of improvisation, of making do with what you had, of understanding that a well-placed flick of the wrist, a whispered word of encouragement to a stubborn knot of arcane energy, could be just as potent as a millennia-old incantation. He'd harnessed the chaotic, the mundane, the downright inconvenient, and had, against all odds, stitched reality back together. Clara, with her unwavering pragmatism, had been his anchor, her sharp mind cutting through the theoretical fog. Barnaby, with his boundless enthusiasm for the utterly bizarre, had provided the unconventional insights that had ultimately proven indispensable. Together, they were an unlikely trio, a testament to the fact that heroism wasn't always about raw power, but about ingenuity, resilience, and a healthy dose of sheer, unadulterated luck. He watched as Dean Abernathy, looking significantly less rumpled than usual, engaged in animated conversation with a group of faculty members. The dean was explaining, with a mixture of bewilderment and excitement, the finer points of applied whimsy and the burgeoning field of sentient statuary. Will felt a warmth spread through him. Lumina Academy, his home, the place where he'd often felt like an outsider, was now at the forefront of a new era of magical understanding. It wasn't about suppressing the strange or the unpredictable anymore. It was about embracing it, studying it, and ultimately learning to thrive within it. The archmages, no doubt still poring over their dusty tomes in Viridia, were trying to reassert the old order, to pretend the anomaly had never happened. But Will knew better. The universe had winked, and it wouldn't be the last time. Lumina, under Abernathy's surprisingly progressive leadership, was preparing for the winks, the spontaneous sonnets, the knitting homunculi, and whatever else reality decided to throw their way. Suddenly, as he was contemplating the merits of a course on advanced spontaneous levitation, practical application for the everyday chaos, his foot caught on absolutely nothing. He stumbled, a graceless, unmagical lurch, narrowly avoiding a faceplant into a perfectly manicured flower bed. He caught himself, his heart giving a surprised little thump. For a fleeting moment, a phantom sensation tickled the back of his mind, a gruff, rumbling chuckle, a warm weight of disapproval, and then nothing. It was a familiar, almost comforting feeling, like a well-worn, slightly prickly blanket. Grumwald. He couldn't see him, of course. Grumwald was gone, a valiant guardian who had sacrificed himself to ensure Will's, and by extension, the world's survival. Yet in that moment, Will felt a profound connection, a posthumous nod of approval from the gruff old wizard. Grumwald, who had always been so concerned with order, with discipline, with the proper way of things, had somehow found a way to impart his final, perfectly timed lesson. Even in victory, my boy, the phantom sensation seemed to whisper, never forget to watch your step. The universe, much like a grumpy badger, is always ready to remind you of its presence. It was in its own gruff, Grumwald-esque way, a final act of kindness, a reminder that even the greatest heroes could still be brought low by a simple, inexplicable trip. Will straightened his tunic, a slow, genuine smile spreading across his face. He might not have the title of archmage, but he had something far more valuable, the knowledge that he, along with his extraordinary band of misfits, had stared into the abyss of cosmic chaos, and, with little more than wit, courage, and a touch of the wonderfully absurd, had nudged it back into place. He had proven that the most insignificant seeming magic, the kind that often went unnoticed or was dismissed as mere parlor tricks, could indeed be the most heroic. The tripping, the stumbling, the occasional inexplicable urge to sing a shanty at the top of his lungs. These are the new markers of his victory, the subtle, almost imperceptible echoes of a world saved not by might, but by ingenuity. And as he walked towards the academy doors, ready to face whatever new, peculiar challenges awaited, he felt a profound sense of peace. The order was returning, yes, but it was an order infused with whimsy, a testament to the fact that sometimes the most extraordinary feats were accomplished not by those who commanded storms, but by those who could navigate the gentle, unpredictable breeze. And for Will, that was a quiet, profound recognition indeed. The lingering effects of the anomaly were not a problem to be solved, but a new reality to be embraced, and Lumina Academy, under his unconventional tutelage, was ready to lead the way. He imagined his first lecture in the new curriculum, the art of not tripping over your own feet when the universe is trying to trip you. It had a certain Grumwald-esque charm to it, he thought, a perfect blend of the mundane and the monumental. He could already picture the enthusiastic scribbling of Barnaby, the thoughtful nods of Clara, and the bewildered, yet ultimately delighted, expression on Dean Abernathy's face as he tried to make sense of it all. The grand oak doors creaked open once more, and Will stepped inside, ready to embrace the wonderfully, gloriously, and ever so slightly chaotically new. Chapter 15. The Enduring Tradition. The hallowed halls of Lumina Academy, once echoing with the precise, thunderous pronouncements of ancient arcane theory, now hummed with a different kind of energy. It was a buzz, a subtle vibration that resonated with the everyday, the unexpected, and the downright peculiar. Will, no longer the perpetually overlooked student struggling to manifest even a passable illusion, found himself standing not before a chalkboard scrawled with complex theorems, but before an assembly of eager, wide-eyed faces. These were the inheritors of the new Lumina, the burgeoning scholars of applied whimsy, sentient statuary, and, most importantly, petty magic. His own unique brand of wizardry, once scoffed at, was now a cornerstone of the Academy's curriculum. He cleared his throat, the sound a little rough, unaccustomed to addressing an audience that didn't include Barnaby's booming pronouncements or Clara's quiet, insightful questions. "Welcome," he began, his voice gaining a touch more confidence as he surveyed the room. "Welcome to the foundational principles of petty magic." Now, I know what some of you might be thinking. Petty? Isn't that small? Insignificant? Like using a magic wand to find a lost sock, or enchanting your teacup to pour itself the perfect amount of milk. A ripple of knowing chuckles went through the assembled students, many of whom had no doubt experienced precisely these sorts of minor inconveniences and the nascent desire to magically resolve them. And you wouldn't be entirely wrong, Will continued, a twinkle in his eye. Those are indeed applications of petty magic. But to truly master it, to wield it effectively, you must understand that petty does not equate to powerless. It is about understanding the fabric of reality at its most fundamental, its most mundane, its most relatable levels. It is the magic of the everyday, the charm of the inconvenient, the elegance of the absurd. He paused, letting the words sink in. He'd spent so much of his own journey wrestling with grand, cosmic threats, only to find that the solutions often lay in the seemingly trivial. The universe, he'd learned, was full of little nudges of unexpected detours, and petty magic was the art of navigating, and sometimes even orchestrating, those very detours. "Think about it," he elaborated, pacing slowly before them. "Grand pronouncements and earth-shattering spells can reshape continents, yes. But can they truly understand the subtle nuances of a social faux pas? Can they soothe the sting of a slightly burnt piece of toast? Can they coax a stubborn knot in your shoelaces to loosen without undue force?" He gestured expansively. "Petty magic can. It is the magic that understands the human condition. It acknowledges that life is not always epic battles and ancient prophecies. Sometimes, life is about trying to find matching socks, about avoiding awkward silences, about ensuring your bread butter side up. And in those moments, a well-applied bit of petty magic can be more profoundly impactful than a dragon's roar. He stopped and looked directly at a young woman in the front row, whose brow was furrowed in concentration. Let's take an example. Imagine you're attending a rather important, rather stuffy banquet. The conversation is stilted, the canapes are bland, and you've just realized your bow tie is askew. The Grand Mage might try to blast the offending bow tie into submission, or perhaps conjure a mirror the size of a small dragon to fix it. The result? A potentially spectacular, but ultimately embarrassing, explosion of silk and arcane energy, drawing every eye in the room. Will grinned. Now the petty mage. They might whisper a subtle charm to the bow tie, a gentle coaxing, a suggestion of proper alignment. Or perhaps they'd simply enchant a passing waiter's tray to momentarily tilt, providing the perfect, discreet angle for a quick adjustment. No fanfare, no drama, just correction, balance. A moment of smooth social sailing restored. He continued, this requires more than just knowing the right incantation. It requires an understanding of human nature. It requires patience. Oh, so much patience. The universe does not always bend to your will with a dramatic flourish. Sometimes it is a stubborn mule. And you, my dear students, must be the gentle hand that guides the mule, not the whip that cracks it. He paused, a more serious tone entering his voice. You must learn to observe, to listen, to understand the rhythm of everyday life. Why does a particular spell fail? Not always because your mana is weak, but perhaps because the ambient mood is one of profound irritation and the spell senses it. Petty magic thrives in understanding these atmospheric conditions, if you will. Furthermore, Will added, it demands a sense of humor. A very, very strong sense of humor. The universe is, frankly, a bit of a prankster. It will present you with challenges that are utterly ridiculous. You will encounter situations that defy all logic, that seem designed solely to test your sanity. And if you approach these with grim determination, you will find yourself perpetually frustrated. But if you can find the humor in the absurdity, if you can laugh at the sheer, unadulterated silliness of it all, then you unlock a potent new layer of magic. It's the magic of not taking yourself too seriously, even when you're literally saving the world from a rogue teacup infestation. He recalled the incident with the sentient teacups, a minor anomaly that had nevertheless caused widespread panic in the university's dining hall. He'd initially tried a standard containment spell, which had only made the teacups more agitated and prone to hurling lukewarm chamomile. It was only when he'd started to chuckle at the sight of a particularly indignant teapot attempting to pour itself onto the dean's head that he'd found the key. A playful charm, a suggestion of proper tea etiquette, and suddenly, the teacups had calmed down, obediently returning to their saucers. Consider Barnaby, Will said, a fond smile gracing his lips. He was a master of unconventional insights, wasn't he? He approached every problem with a boundless sense of wonder and a complete disregard for established norms. That, in essence, is the spirit of petty magic. It's about looking at a seemingly insurmountable problem and asking, what's the least dignified, most unexpected way to solve this? He chuckled at the memory. He once managed to de-escalate a heated magical duel between two rival enchanters simply by conjuring a spontaneous and rather melodramatic opera about the importance of proper teapot insulation. The sheer absurdity of it broke the tension, and they ended up having tea instead. Petty magic in its purest, most theatrical form. The key, Will emphasized, leaning forward slightly, is not to use this magic for malice. It is not about petty revenge or causing inconvenience for the sake of it. That is the path to, well, to becoming a rather irritating individual. And frankly, the universe has enough of those already. Petty magic is about balance. It is about levity. It is about understanding that sometimes the most powerful force in the universe is a well-timed joke, a comforting presence, or the ability to make a single stubborn shoelace tie itself with a sigh of resignation. He then addressed the more practical aspects. You will be learning charms of minor convenience, of subtle influence, of delightful distraction. You will learn to mend small tears, to polish tarnished intentions, to whisper encouragement to wilting houseplants. You will learn the magic of perfect timing, the spell of the opportune moment, the charm of the well-placed compliment. These may seem trivial, but remember, the anomaly, the very event that reshaped our understanding of magic, was born from a series of cascading, seemingly minor disruptions. Petty magic is the understanding that the smallest ripples can create the largest waves. Will then began to elaborate on specific techniques, his hands weaving intricate, almost casual patterns in the air. We will start with the charm of perceived invisibility. Not true invisibility, mind you. That's far too ostentatious. This is the magic of simply being overlooked, of blending into the background. Imagine you've accidentally taken someone else's lunch from the communal refrigerator. A grand spell might hide you. A petty charm might make everyone else's attention momentarily drift to the fascinating dust motes dancing in the sunbeam, giving you just enough time to nonchalantly retrieve your sandwich. He demonstrated with a small, almost imperceptible gesture. A student in the back row, who had been surreptitiously checking their enchanted timepiece, suddenly blinked, a look of mild confusion crossing their face as they realized they just missed a crucial point. Will smiled. See? Not a dramatic vanishing act, but a gentle redirection. It's the magic of being so ordinary, so unremarkable in that specific moment, that the universe simply forgets you're there for a second. Then there is the enchantment of minor miracles. This is not about parting seas, but about ensuring your toast lands butter side up, that your drop coin rolls to a convenient spot, that you always find a seat on the crowded morning carriage. It requires an intuitive understanding of probability and a gentle nudge towards favorable outcomes. It's about aligning yourself with the universe's innate desire for things to, more or less, work out, albeit in the smallest, most unassuming ways. He moved on to the whisper of understanding. This is crucial for interspecies communication. Not the booming telepathic link with a dragon, but the ability to grasp the nuanced meows of a disgruntled cat, the subtle chirps of a territorial squirrel, or the mournful squeaks of a mouse contemplating the existential dread of a cheeseless existence. It fosters empathy, reduces unnecessary conflict, and can, in a pinch, secure you a rather loyal feline companion who might occasionally fetch your slippers. We'll spend the next hour detailing spells for self-soothing, a gentle hum that smoothed frayed nerves. For minor inconveniences, the unfurling charm for stubborn packaging, the finding flicker for misplaced spectacles, and for social lubricant, the conversation catalyst, which subtly prompted a shared interest between awkward individuals. He stressed that each spell, no matter how small, required the same core principles: observation, patience, a willingness to embrace the unexpected, and a hearty laugh when things inevitably went slightly awry. Remember, he concluded, his voice resonating with a quiet conviction, the world does not always need saving from dragon fire and demonic invasions. More often, it needs saving from its own seriousness, from the crushing weight of its expectations, from the sheer, unadulterated tedium of the mundane. Petty magic is not about diminishing the grand. It is about enriching the everyday. It is about finding the magic in the mundane, the extraordinary in the ordinary, and the profound in the perfectly, wonderfully petty. Now, let's see who can enchant their quill to write with a slightly more whimsical flourish. He gestured toward the pile of quills and inkwells, a challenge sparking in the eyes of his new students. The tradition of magic was not just enduring. It was evolving, one perfectly charmed teacup at a time. The hum of innovation within Lumina Academy had reached a new crescendo, and it was a distinctly damp and clingy sound. While Will's initial curriculum had revitalized the academy with the charm of the mundane and the elegance of the inconvenient, the next generation of petty mage instructors, infused with the foundational spirits of both Grumwald's peculiar genius and Will's own brand of applied absurdity, had begun to push the boundaries of what constituted useful inconvenience. These were not spells designed to ward off dragons or unravel ancient curses, but rather to inject a delightful, low-grade chaos into the fabric of everyday existence. The spirit of Lumina endured, not through grand pronouncements, but through a chorus of exasperated sighs and stifled giggles. Professor Illara Meadowlight, a descendant of one of Grumwald's most notoriously cheerful apprentices, was particularly instrumental in this latest wave of spell development. Her specialty lay in what she termed ambient annoyances. She often spoke of her late mentor with a fond twinkle in her eye, recounting tales of his attempts to enchant teacups that would spontaneously sing sea shanties or socks that would only ever exist in pairs on Tuesdays. While Grumwald's endeavors often teetered on the edge of pure lunacy, Illara had managed to refine his more whimsical notions into practical, albeit maddening, applications. Her star creation, currently being demonstrated to a rapt audience of aspiring petty mages, was the persistent puddle. This wasn't a flood, mind you, nor a torrential downpour. No, the persistent puddle was far more insidious. It was a small, deceptively innocent-looking pool of water, no larger than a dinner plate, that would materialize precisely where it was least convenient. One moment, a student would be confidently striding across a polished hallway floor. The next, their foot would land with a disconcerting squelch, their carefully polished boots now adorned with a dubious film of lukewarm, vaguely murky water. "Observe," Illara chirped, her voice as bright and effervescent as the tiny droplets that seemed to dance just above the enchanted puddle. She'd conjured it on a particularly pristine section of the Academy's grand staircase, right in the middle of the most frequented pathway. The beauty of the persistent puddle lies in its subtlety. It doesn't announce itself with thunderous roars or blinding flashes. It simply is. It's the universe's gentle reminder that life isn't always smooth sailing. Sometimes it involves an unexpected, rather damp, detour. She gestured for a brave volunteer, a young man named Finn, known for his perpetually optimistic and often misplaced confidence, stepped forward. "Ready, Professor?" he asked, a grin plastered across his face. "Ready as you'll ever be, Finn," Illara replied, her eyes twinkling. "Just walk across the landing as you normally would." Finn took a confident step, then another, his boots clicking rhythmically on the stone. Then squelch. His foot sank into the puddle, sending a small wave of water sloshing over the edges. He blinked, a look of mild surprise replacing his bravado. "Oh," he said, as a few more students in a lecture hall let out a collective, understanding chuckle. "Right, the puddle." Illara beamed. "Precisely. Now, the key here is not just the appearance of the puddle, but its persistence. It doesn't evaporate quickly. It doesn't drain away. It lingers, a constant, watery companion to your day. And what happens when you're rushing to Professor Flitterwing's lecture on the aerodynamics of enchanted teacups, and you encounter an unexpected puddle right by the crucial entrance to the north wing?" She paused for dramatic effect. "You're late. You're flustered. Your carefully crafted presentation is now slightly damp. The ripple effect, you see? A small inconvenience, breeding further inconvenience." She explained the intricate weave of the spell, which involved anchoring a minor elemental water spirit, one with a notoriously sluggish disposition, to a specific spatial coordinate, then linking its manifestation to a series of subtle, almost imperceptible environmental triggers. It wasn't about commanding water. It was about suggesting its presence, about coaxing it into being at the most inconvenient moments. The spell's success was measured not by the volume of water, but by the sheer, unadulterated frustration it could induce. "Consider the practical applications," Illara continued, pacing with infectious enthusiasm. "Imagine a particularly long and tedious faculty meeting. A strategically placed persistent puddle near the coffee urn can ensure a constant stream of minor delays. or perhaps a student who is perpetually late for their practical exams. A well-placed puddle outside the examination chamber can provide a wonderfully convenient excuse for their tardiness. It's the magic of plausible deniability, cloaked in a shimmer of dampness. Finn, having managed to shake most of the water from his boot, nodded thoughtfully. So, it's not just about making things wet. It's about making things inconveniently wet at the worst possible time. Exactly. Alara clapped her hands together. You're getting it. And the best part? It's remarkably difficult to blame anyone directly. Who are you going to accuse? A rogue water elemental with a penchant for minor obstruction? It sounds absurd, and that, my dear students, is its greatest defense. Absurdity is the shield of petty magic. But Alara's contributions didn't end with dampness. Her other notable creation, born from a particularly frustrating experience with a rather clingy ceremonial robe, was the sudden static cling. This spell, as its name suggested, imbued common fabrics with a potent, yet temporary, electrical charge, causing them to adhere to surfaces with an uncanny tenacity. This one, Alara announced, pulling a swatch of velvet from her satchel, is for those moments when you just need a little extra grip on things you really don't want to grip. With a flick of her wrist and a soft incantation, the velvet swathe suddenly leaped from her hand and plastered itself firmly against the blackboard. It clung there with such force that when Alara gently tugged, the entire blackboard rattled precariously. A collective gasp went through the students. Think of it, she mused, a mischievous glint in her eye. A perfectly tailored suit jacket clinging resolutely to a slightly sticky banister as you attempt to make a graceful exit, or a student's meticulously ironed school uniform, suddenly deciding to become one with the plush upholstery of a particularly unforgiving chair during a public speaking engagement. The sheer mortification, the struggle to disengage. It's a symphony of social awkwardness orchestrated by the humble power of static electricity. She explained the spell's mechanics, which involved the complex interplay of minor charm weaving and a focused infusion of ambient magical residue. The spell didn't require a direct target. Instead, it created a subtle aura around the caster, making any fabric they were wearing prone to the sudden static cling effect when in close proximity to another surface. The duration was unpredictable, the intensity varied, and the surfaces it affected ranged from the expected, wool to polished wood, to the utterly baffling, silk to a perfectly dry, smooth stone. The key to mastering sudden static cling, Alara emphasized, is understanding the nuances of its unpredictable nature. It's not about forcing things to stick, it's about inviting them to. It's about a subtle suggestion, a whispered promise of adhesion. You can't wear your trousers to stick to a wall, but you can cast a spell that makes it alarmingly, hilariously possible. She then invited Finn back up. Finn, if you would be so kind as to approach this rather charming, though somewhat stubborn, tapestry on the wall. Finn, now more cautious but still game, approached the tapestry. As he reached out to touch it, his sleeve suddenly adhered to the woven fabric with a loud thwack. He yelped in surprise, his arm held fast. The students erupted in laughter. See? Alara crowed, her voice full of delight. He's now part of the decor. He's become an accidental art installation. He's stationary. Finn struggled for a moment, his free hand flapping uselessly. Professor, I think my sleeve is trying to become one with the historical depiction of the Great Gnomish Cheese Festival. Indeed it is. Alara chuckled. And this is the magic, my dear students. It's not about causing harm, but about creating a moment. A moment of surprise, a moment of shared amusement, a moment of utter, glorious, inconvenient absurdity. The lessons continued, delving into spells that would make Barnaby, Will's old mentor and a renowned proponent of the delightfully absurd, nod in approval. There was the errant echo charm, which would cause a spoken word to be repeated, fainter each time, at random intervals throughout the day, leading to moments of profound confusion and self-doubt. Imagine ordering a simple ale and hearing, ale, echoing softly from your own beard for the next hour. Or the phantom itch hex, which induced a mild, persistent itching sensation on the back of the neck, just out of reach, driving the afflicted to discreetly scratch themselves at inopportune moments, creating an aura of subtle discomfort. Then there was the misplaced memento spell, designed to cause small, sentimental objects, a favorite button, a lucky charm, a particularly cherished handkerchief, to momentarily vanish from pockets or pouches, only to reappear later in an equally trivial but noticeable location. One might pat their pocket for their lucky coin, only to find it nestled inexplicably amongst the sugar cubes in the common room's tea caddy. The spell wasn't malicious. It was simply a whimsical way of reminding people that even the most cherished possessions could have a mind of their own, a fleeting desire for adventure in the mundane. These spells, Ilera explained, her voice resonating with the passion of a true believer in the power of minor inconveniences, are not about power. They're about perspective. They're about reminding us that the universe is not always a well-oiled machine. It's a bit like Grumwald's workshop, wonderfully chaotic, surprisingly functional, and always good for a laugh. They teach us to be adaptable, to be resilient, and most importantly, to not take ourselves too seriously. For when your sock spontaneously decides to sing a lament for its lost partner, or your teacup insists on brewing itself 3 sugars, the only sensible response is a chuckle and a shrug. She emphasized that the development of these new spells was a direct continuation of the spirit of Lumina. Will had opened the door to the magic of the everyday, and now, students like Finn, under the tutelage of instructors like Ilera, were meticulously decorating the hallways with its delightful, often damp, and occasionally clingy manifestations. The tradition was not merely enduring. It was evolving, growing more vibrant, and, dare one say, more annoying with each passing year. It was a testament to the enduring power of the slightly ridiculous, the beautifully inconvenient, and the wonderfully persistent. The future of magic, it seemed, was going to be a little wetter, a little clingier, and a whole lot funnier. And as Ilera concluded her lecture, demonstrating the persistent puddle once more, this time appearing precisely at the feet of the perpetually stern Dean Abernathy, who let out a startled squawk, it was clear that Lumina Academy was embracing its new, wonderfully petty tradition with open arms and slightly damp boots. The enduring spirit was not just surviving. It was thriving, one inconvenient spell at a time, ensuring that life at Lumina would always be filled with just the right amount of delightful, minor, magical chaos. The very notion of a formal title for Will had always been anathema to him. He wasn't one for gilded robes, ornate staffs, or pronouncements delivered from on high. Yet, a curious thing began to happen within the hallowed and occasionally damp halls of Lumina Academy, and indeed, far beyond its whispering walls. A moniker, whispered at first, then spoken with increasing frequency, began to attach itself to his name, the Archmage of Petty tricks. It wasn't a title he'd sought, nor one he actively encouraged, but it was one he accepted with a wry smile and a twinkle in his eye. It spoke not of world-shattering power, but of something far more pervasive, far more inconvenient. This unofficial title, more akin to a fond nickname bestowed by a mischievous deity, wasn't born from tales of dragons slain or empires overthrown. Instead, it was woven from 1,000 smaller, more intimate, and infinitely more exasperating moments. It was in the way a student's perfectly brewed cup of tea would suddenly develop an unshakable aversion to being lifted from its saucer, clinging with the stubbornness of a barnacle to a ship's hull. It was in the spontaneous and utterly unsolicited rendition of a Gilbert and Sullivan operetta by a misplaced quill pen that had, moments before, been diligently scratching notes for an essay on defensive enchanting. It was in the way doorways, especially those leading to lecture halls where one was already fashionably late, would develop a sudden, inexplicable, and temporary resistance to being opened, requiring a specific, almost balletic series of nudges and shoves. Will, the unassuming architect of this subtle chaos, would often find himself on the receiving end of these minor magical inconveniences. He'd once spent a good 15 minutes engaged in a silent, yet intense, wrestling match with his own hat, which had developed a peculiar fondness for adhering to the underside of his desk. Another time, while attempting to demonstrate a particularly intricate spell of object relocation, intended to move a teacup from his hand to a nearby table, he'd accidentally enchanted his own eyebrows to twitch in perfect synchronicity with the ticking of the grand clock in the main hall. The ensuing lecture on transfiguration had been punctuated by a series of involuntary eyebrow flourishes that had left the students in stitches and while blushing to the roots of his hair. These were not spells designed to inflict harm, nor even significant discomfort. They were, in essence, magical pranks of the highest order, executed with such finesse that their origins were often shrouded in a delightful fog of plausible deniability. Who could truly blame Will when the Academy's notoriously dry parchment suddenly developed a peculiar affinity for absorbing only the faintest of inks, rendering important announcements illegible? Or when the perfectly polished banisters of the grand staircase decided, for a fleeting but crucial moment, to adopt the texture and grip of a greased eel? It was the magic of the exasperated sigh, the stifled giggle, the muttered curse that dissolved into a chuckle. Despite the growing legend, Will remained steadfastly himself. Prestigious institutions, from the arcane towers of the arcane conglomerate to the hushed libraries of the Eldoria University, extended invitations with increasing regularity. They spoke of his unique talents, of the revolutionary nature of his work, and the potential for him to lead entire departments, to shape the very future of magical study on a grand scale. They offered him offices with panoramic views, libraries filled with rare tomes, and the promise of influencing generations of mages. But Will's response was always the same, delivered with a gentle smile and an unwavering resolve. "My dear Dean Abernathy," he'd once written in response to a particularly effusive offer, "while I am deeply flattered by your kind words, and truly impressed by the sheer volume of enchanted vellum you've employed in your correspondence, I fear my particular brand of artistry is best suited to the, shall we say, more intimate confines of Lumina. Imagine trying to orchestrate a symphony of mildly inconveniencing poltergeist activity in a hall designed for grand pronouncements. It simply wouldn't do. The acoustics for subtle annoyance are, I find, far superior in a place where the most pressing concern might be the sudden inclination of one's inkwell to hum a jaunty, if off-key, tune." He found a profound satisfaction in nurturing his own unique brand of magic, a field that was, frankly, too peculiar for the more traditional academic circles. They sought order, control, and measurable results. Will, on the other hand, thrived in the realm of delightful disarray, of serendipitous absurdity. He saw the inherent magic not in the grand gestures, but in the tiny, almost imperceptible disruptions that could, when strung together, transform the mundane into the magnificent. He was less interested in forging enchanted swords that could cleave mountains and more interested in enchanting spoons that would, with unwavering dedication, always stir clockwise, regardless of the user's intent. His influence, though wielded subtly, was undeniable. He became a figure of almost mythical status, not for his power, but for his style. Tales of his exploits, embellished and magnified with each retelling, circulated through taverns and wizarding circles. There was the story of the time he supposedly convinced an entire royal procession's trumpeters to play their fanfares with a distinct, almost imperceptible kazoo-like timbre, or the legend of his alleged involvement in the great mismatched sock day that had inexplicably swept through the capital, causing a citywide epidemic of sartorial confusion. While Will never claimed credit and often genuinely denied any involvement, the whispers persisted. He was the unseen hand, the subtle nudge, the architect of everyday enchantments that made life not just bearable, but infinitely more interesting. He wasn't a conqueror, nor a kingmaker. He didn't command legions or hoard ancient artifacts. His legacy was built on something far more pervasive, something that seeped into the fabric of daily existence like an unexpected, yet not entirely unwelcome, draft of cool air. He made the world a slightly more inconvenient place. Yes, but in doing so, he also made it a place brimming with wonder, with surprise, and with a generous dollop of unadulterated amusement. He proved that true magic wasn't always about overcoming insurmountable odds. Sometimes, it was about finding the humor in the face of a stubbornly vibrating teacup, or the sheer, unexpected joy in a shoe that decided, for just a moment, to tie itself into an elaborate, yet perfectly secure knot. The students at Lumina Academy, those who flocked to his unconventional teachings, understood this intimately. They weren't being trained to wield fireballs or summon demons. They were learning the subtle art of the misplaced key, the infuriatingly charming habit of a chair to spontaneously scoot away just as you were about to sit down, the enchanting ability of a perfectly ripe apple to roll off any surface it was placed upon, no matter how flat. They were becoming masters of the delightful disruption, the connoisseurs of charming inconvenience. And Will, their beloved, informal archmage of petty tricks, watched with quiet pride, knowing that the tradition of Lumina, the spirit of the slightly absurd and the wonderfully inconvenient, was not just enduring. It was evolving, blossoming into a vibrant, mischievous, and eternally entertaining force. He had created a legacy not of power, but of playful disruption, a testament to the enduring magic found in the smallest, most unexpected corners of existence. His greatest achievement wasn't a spell that could move mountains, but a spell that could make you laugh when your perfectly folded laundry suddenly decided to spontaneously refold itself, inside out. And in the grand tapestry of magical history, that was a feat of no small consequence. The whispers, once confined to Lumina's slightly crooked corridors and its perpetually whistling chimneys, had begun to carry on the wind, reaching ears far beyond the familiar, fog-kissed valley. It wasn't the grand pronouncements of earth-shattering spells or world-altering rituals that drew attention, but rather the subtle, almost imperceptible ripples of change Will's unique brand of magic was creating. Young mages, eager to learn but disillusioned by the rigid, often pompous, traditions that dominated the established magical academies, found themselves drawn to Lumina like moths to a particularly mischievous flame. They were tired of the endless drills and destructive enchantments, the tedious memorization of ancient, often contradictory, incantations, and the pervasive atmosphere of competitive one-upmanship that characterized their training elsewhere. They craved something different, something that resonated with the inherent wonder and playful spirit of magic, rather than its potential for brute force or ostentatious displays of power. These aspiring practitioners, brimming with a quiet dissatisfaction, sought Will not for the promise of becoming a renowned battle mage or a celebrated dragon slayer. Instead, they were captivated by the very idea that magic could be more than just raw power. They saw in Will's subtle enchantments, in his ability to imbue the mundane with a touch of the whimsical and the unexpectedly inconvenient, a deeper, more nuanced form of mastery. They understood that true magical strength wasn't always about overpowering an opponent, but about understanding the intricate, often absurd, workings of the world and subtly influencing them. It was about adaptability, about thinking outside the enchanted box, and about finding clever solutions to problems that weren't necessarily life-threatening, but were, at the very least, profoundly irritating. Take, for instance, Elara Meadowlight. She had arrived at Lumina with a burning ambition to become a master of defensive enchantments, having spent her formative years at a prestigious academy where the most advanced defensive spell involved creating a magical shield so potent it could withstand the direct impact of a catapulted boulder. While impressive, it felt static. At Lumina, under Will's gentle guidance, Elara discovered a different path. Her specialty became the Chamber of Perpetual Mild Inconvenience, a series of cleverly woven spells designed not to repel an attacker, but to thoroughly confuse and mildly annoy them into retreating. Her most celebrated creation involved an enchanted doorknob that, upon being touched by an unwelcome guest, would begin to emit a constant, low hum that sounded suspiciously like a swarm of particularly aggressive gnats, accompanied by the occasional phantom sneeze. It wasn't designed to inflict harm, but the sheer psychological discomfort it induced was often more effective than any physical barrier. She learned that a well-timed, invisible tripping hazard or a suddenly sticky floor could be far more disarming than a blast of pure arcane energy. Then there was Barnaby Bumble Finch, a young man whose early attempts at potion making had resulted in a rather alarming incident involving spontaneously combusting tea cozies. He had been on the verge of abandoning his magical studies altogether, convinced he lacked the necessary gravitas. Will, however, saw something more in Bumble's chaotic experiments. He recognized a raw talent for understanding the unpredictable nature of ingredients and a delightful willingness to embrace accidental discoveries. Bumble, under Will's tutelage, became Lumina's foremost expert in accidental alchemy. His most famous concoction, the elixir of unexpected merriment, had no discernible medicinal properties but had a peculiar side effect. It caused anyone who consumed it to spontaneously break into song and dance, usually accompanied by an impromptu chorus of enthusiastic, if slightly off-key, humming. He learned that sometimes the most potent magic wasn't in control, but in careful, deliberate surrender to the delightful chaos of creation. These students, and countless others like them, weren't just learning spells, they were learning a philosophy. They were being taught to observe, to listen to the subtle hum of the world, and to find the magic in its smallest, most overlooked corners. They understood that the archmage of petty tricks wasn't a title of derision, but one of profound respect. It signified an individual who had mastered the art of the subtle, the inconvenient, and the utterly charmingly absurd. They realized that the grand pronouncements of power and conquest often overlooked the profound impact of small, consistent acts of delightful disruption. This growing influx of eager, unconventional minds began to revitalize a tradition that had, for centuries, been relegated to the dusty footnotes of magical history. The teachings of Grumwald the Irrelevant. Grumwald, a mage of a bygone era, was known not for his mighty deeds, but for his peculiar, often nonsensical, pronouncements and his seemingly frivolous enchantments. While most recognized academies dismissed him as a jester, a mere oddity in the otherwise serious annals of magic, Will saw the profound wisdom hidden within Grumwald's seemingly silly pronouncements. Grumwald had understood, long before Will, that true mastery lay not in wielding immense power, but in understanding the interconnectedness of all things, even the seemingly trivial. He had believed that the most powerful spells were often the ones that caused the most unexpected, yet harmless, reactions. One of Grumwald's most famous and most misunderstood aphorisms was, "A misplaced sock today, a shifted mountain tomorrow." For generations, this had been seen as utter nonsense. But Will, and now his students, understood its deeper meaning. A misplaced sock, seemingly a minor annoyance, could lead to a chain of events, a late departure, a missed appointment, a chance encounter that wouldn't have otherwise happened. These small deviations from the norm could, indeed, lead to far greater shifts in the grand scheme of things. Will's teachings at Lumina were, in essence, a practical application of Grumwald's philosophy. By mastering the art of the misplaced sock, the stubbornly uncooperative teacup, the spontaneously relocating chair, his students were learning to influence the subtle currents of causality, to nudge the world in unexpected directions with precision and grace. The legacy of Grumwald, once a forgotten whisper, was being brought back into the light, not as a collection of jokes, but as a testament to a profound, if eccentric, understanding of magic. His once derided wisdom, disguised as silliness, was now being celebrated. Students pored over his fragmented scrolls, finding new layers of meaning in his riddles and seemingly nonsensical spells. They learned that the ability to make an enemy's boots squeak in an inconvenient rhythm, or to enchant a loaf of bread to sing arias at dawn, was not a sign of a lack of seriousness, but a demonstration of a deep, intuitive grasp of magical principles. They began to understand that every tradition, no matter how small or seemingly insignificant, deserved its champion, its interpreter, its revitalizer. And Will, with his gentle demeanor and his talent for mischievous enchantment, had become that champion, not just for Grumwald, but for the very spirit of playful, insightful magic. Lumina Academy, under his quiet stewardship, was becoming a beacon for those who believed that magic was not just a tool for power, but a source of endless wonder, a celebration of the absurd, and a testament to the enduring strength found in the subtlest of nudges. The tradition of Lumina, woven from threads of delightful inconvenience and profound silliness, was not merely enduring. It was thriving, a testament to the enduring power of a well-placed and utterly unexpected magical flourish. The late afternoon sun, usually a timid guest in Lumina's perpetually misty valley, seemed to linger, casting long, playful shadows that danced with the encroaching twilight. Will stood at the edge of the academy grounds, the gentle breeze ruffling his perpetually untidy hair. He wasn't clad in the imposing robes of a grand sorcerer, nor did he bear the stern countenance of a battle-hardened archmage. Instead, his attire was a comfortable, slightly ink-stained tunic, his expression one of quiet contentment, punctuated by a hint of something far more interesting: mischief. He watched, a fond smile gracing his lips, as a gaggle of his students, their faces alight with the thrill of minor transgression, conducted what could only be described as a symphony of polite chaos. Young Barnaby Finch, his perpetually flower-dusted apron a testament to his ongoing experiments, was demonstrating his latest creation, a set of teacups that, when filled with any beverage stronger than lukewarm water, would spontaneously begin to emit a soft, melodious hum, gradually increasing in volume until the drinker surrendered to the irresistible urge to perform a spontaneous, yet entirely uncoordinated, jig. Alara Meadowlight, her brow furrowed in concentration, was meticulously enchanting a small patch of cobblestone near the main entrance. The effect was subtle, almost imperceptible to the untrained eye, but Will knew precisely what it did. It would cause any person of a particularly self-important disposition to stumble, not fall, but stumble just enough to disrupt their carefully cultivated stride, eliciting a faint blush of mortification. These were his students, the inheritors of a tradition that most would dismiss with a snort and a wave of the hand. They weren't conjuring dragons from thin air or leveling mountains with a flick of their wrists. Their magic was quieter, more nuanced, and infinitely more amusing. It was the magic of the perpetually misbehaving shoelace, the mysteriously relocated spectacles, the sudden, inexplicable urge to hum a jaunty tune at the most inopportune moment. It was, in short, the petty magic that had become the heart and soul of Lumina. Will hadn't become the archmage he'd once, in his youthful exuberance, envisioned himself to be. There were no grand pronouncements, no towering fortresses built of pure arcane energy, no legions of enchanted soldiers marching at his command. And yet, as he surveyed the scene, a profound sense of fulfillment washed over him. He had, in his own peculiar way, achieved something far more enduring. He had cultivated a legacy, not of power, but of persistent, delightful, and utterly indispensable silliness. He thought back to his own journey, to the years spent poring over ancient texts, grappling with spells that promised dominion and glory. He had yearned for the roar of approval, the fearful whispers of his name. But the path he had carved, inspired by the often-mocked wisdom of Grumwald the Irrelevant, had led him to a different kind of recognition. It wasn't the awe of the fearful, but the fond exasperation of the slightly bewildered, the knowing wink of those who understood the true power of a well-timed, utterly inconsequential enchantment. A particularly boisterous burst of laughter drew his attention. A group of younger students, barely past their initial introductions to enchanted quill pens that insisted on writing in reverse, were engaged in a spirited game of hide and seek with gravity. The rules, Will vaguely recalled, involved carefully calibrated spells that would momentarily lighten or inexplicably increase the weight of small objects, leading to a chaotic scramble as the objects in question decided whether to float gently upwards or plummet with surprising velocity. It was the sort of game that would make a traditionalist mage clutch their pearls and lament the decline of proper magical discipline. But Will saw the spark of ingenuity in their eyes, the quick thinking, the collaborative problem-solving that occurred when faced with an unexpectedly buoyant teacup or a suddenly leaden practice dummy. He chuckled softly, a sound like dry leaves rustling. His own contribution to this burgeoning tradition had been more subtle, more foundational. He had championed the idea that magic, like life, was best approached with a sense of humor. He had taught his students to observe the mundane with a keen, discerning eye, to find the inherent absurdity in the everyday, and to amplify it with a touch of the arcane. It was the magic of the misplaced sock, indeed, but more than that, it was the magic of understanding that a misplaced sock, by disrupting a perfectly ordered morning, could set in motion a cascade of unforeseen events, leading to unexpected encounters, altered decisions, and perhaps a moment of genuine, unscripted joy. He looked down at his own feet, at the sturdy, worn leather boots that had carried him through countless arcane studies and gentle enchantments. His laces, he noted with a private grin, were perfectly tied. A moment later, as he shifted his weight, preparing to head back towards the warmth of the academy hall, he felt a familiar, almost imperceptible tug. His left bootlace, with a subtle wink of magical intent, loosened itself, dangling precariously. He didn't bother to retie it. That would be too predictable. Instead, he stepped forward, and as his foot met the ground, the lace, as if on cue, snagged on a stray pebble, causing him to take a slightly ungainly, yet entirely harmless, lurch. A few of the nearby students, their eyes glinting with recognition, stifled their giggles, their own playful magic momentarily forgotten in their amusement at their master's own demonstration. This was the enduring tradition of Lumina. It wasn't built on monuments of power, but on 1,000 tiny, twinkling moments of delightful disruption. It was the legacy of Grumwald the Irrelevant, not as a footnote, but as a foundational text. It was the acknowledgement that the universe, in its infinite complexity, was also profoundly, gloriously, and eternally absurd. And Will, the archmage of petty tricks, found no greater satisfaction than in nurturing that absurdity, in ensuring that the never-ending jest of magic would continue to echo through the hallowed, and often slightly sticky, halls of Lumina, a testament to the enduring power of a well-placed and utterly unexpected magical flourish. The embers in the common room fireplace glowed, casting a warm, flickering light on the faces of students gathered around, their conversations a low hum of shared secrets and whispered spells. Outside, the wind had picked up, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and distant pine. Will, having joined them, nursed a mug of lukewarm tea, a subtle enchantment ensuring it remained precisely that, neither too hot nor too cold, a perfect embodiment of comfortable mediocrity. He listened to their tales, their triumphs and minor mishaps, his heart swelling with a quiet pride that had nothing to do with arcane might and everything to do with the simple joy of witnessing their burgeoning mastery of the delightfully inconvenient. He heard young Silas recounting the tale of how his enchanted quill, under the influence of a misplaced giggle spell, had insisted on writing his essay on the migratory patterns of garden gnomes in a Johnny sea shanty. Across from him, Lyra explained, with a conspiratorial wink, how she perfected the silent door slam, a spell that made doors appear to shut with a resounding bang, but in reality made no noise whatsoever, the effect entirely psychological. Each story, each anecdote, was a brick in the foundation of Lumina's unique magical philosophy. Will found himself reflecting on the very nature of power, a concept he'd once chased with youthful abandon. He had imagined power as a lightning bolt, a thunderous roar, an immovable force. But the magic he now fostered was more akin to a persistent drizzle, a gentle breeze that nudged things into unexpected directions, a whispered suggestion that bloomed into delightful chaos. It was the power of understanding the subtle currents that governed existence and knowing just how to playfully and harmlessly redirect them. He remembered a particularly trying time, early in his tenure at Lumina, when a delegation from a more traditional magical academy had visited. They had been condescending, their noses practically brushing the perpetually misty air as they surveyed the quaint surroundings. They spoke of destructive curses, of grand enchantments that could reshape landscapes. We had simply offered them tea. And then, as the most pompous of the visitors had gone to take a sip, his teacup had sprung a tiny, yet persistent, leak right onto his pristine, dark velvet robes. The resulting sputtering, the flustered attempts to dab at the stain with a perfectly useless silk handkerchief, had been more satisfying than any defensive ward he could have conjured. The visitors had left soon after, their pronouncements of Lumina's irrelevance ringing hollow. The students around him, sensing his quiet contemplation, fell silent for a moment, their eyes turning towards him. They knew his moods, his subtle shifts in energy. Barnaby, ever the pragmatist, offered him a small, lopsided biscuit. Will accepted it with a nod, the biscuit tasting precisely as it looked, a little dry, a little uneven, but undeniably comforting. He looked at their faces, etched with a shared understanding, a camaraderie born of countless hours spent mastering the art of the inconsequential. They weren't just students, they were artisans of amusement, architects of amiable anarchy. They understood that the grand pronouncements of magical might often overlook the profound impact of a well-timed, utterly ridiculous enchantment. They knew that a misplaced set of keys could lead to a missed appointment, which could, in turn, lead to an entirely unforeseen and delightful encounter. He thought of Grumwald, the legendary jester of magic, whose wisdom had been dismissed as mere ramblings for centuries. Grumwald, who had understood that the universe was a grand, cosmic joke, and that the most profound truths were often hidden within the silliest of pranks. Will had resurrected Grumwald's legacy, not by replicating his jests, but by understanding their underlying philosophy. The students of Lumina weren't just learning spells. They were learning to embrace the unpredictable, to find humor in the mundane, and to wield the humor as a force for gentle disruption. As the evening deepened, Will rose from his seat. The students, sensing his departure, offered him their customary goodnights, their voices a chorus of well wishes tinged with the ever-present possibility of minor mischief. He walked towards the exit, the familiar, slightly damp air of Lumina embracing him. He paused at the threshold, looking back at the warm glow emanating from the common room, at the animated faces of his students, each one a testament to the enduring power of playful magic. He stepped out into the cool night air, the path before him illuminated by the soft, ethereal glow of Lumina's enchanted lanterns. His bootlaces, he noticed, were still perfectly tied. For now, a faint, almost imperceptible shimmer pulsed around them, a promise of future, minor inconveniences. He smiled, a genuine, unforced smile that reached his eyes. He wasn't the archmage he had once dreamed of being. He was something far more valuable, something more enduring. He was the guardian of a tradition, the architect of amusement, the champion of the petty. And as he walked, the faintest of whispers, like the rustle of dry leaves, followed him, the never-ending jest of Lumina, secured for generations to come.